Chapter 1037. The earth was covered in ice and snow, and all living things were lifeless. The darkness seemed to be desolate, and only the occasional flash of lightning in the distant horizon could bring a trace of light to this pitch-black world. At the moment when the lightning lit up the world, a skeleton could be seen. The skeletons moved forward in this gray snowy land, approaching from far to near, covering the entire snowfield. The electric light was quickly extinguished, leaving only the light of the soul fire in the darkness, as if it was an illusion left in the field of vision. In the carriage, Jana was watching this scene silently. The undead army was crossing paths with them. This was the 5th wave of undead she had seen in such a short time, but this wave was much larger than any of the previous ones. There seemed to be an endless number of them on the snowy plains. There were tens of thousands of them. There was also a strange sound in the sky. This sound could be hidden from others, but not from her. It was the sound of skeletal vultures flapping their wings. There were so many of them that she could even imagine the scene of them covering the sky and covering the sun as they flew overhead. The undead army was like a torrent, enough to swallow all living things in their path. But this small undead army they were in did not attract any attention in this torrent. The necromancers in the undead army did not even look at them. In the moment when the lightning lit up the earth, Yuta had seen a necromancer. The necromancer looked no different from the low-level necromancers they had seen in the War of the Black Rose, but the bone staff in his hand was particularly different. These bone staffs looked like they were made of demon bones, and each of them looked exactly the same. They were also exactly the same as the one in the hands of the rotten knight Krot beside Brando. Yuta silently assessed and found that the number of necromancers among the undead army was far less than expected. How did these necromancers control this army? She had already keenly linked it to these strange bone staffs. Of course, Yuta did not know that she had almost guessed the truth. At the same time, Brando was also looking at the bone staff in Krot's hand. It should be a replica of the Treasure of Darkness. If he guessed correctly, the original in Duke Ambuner's hand should be exactly the same as this one. According to Haku, the Treasure of Darkness was actually created using the power of the Orb of Darkness. He could faintly feel that the bone staff in Krot's hand was emitting a gloomy and cold energy. This kind of energy was incompatible with the aura of the living. When he held the bone staff in his hand earlier, he had a very strong feeling, but he didn't expect that he could still feel that kind of energy even after the bone staff was far away from him. The power was resonating with him. Brando slightly knitted his brows. Of course, he wasn't an undead, but he knew that a very high concentration of Dark God's blood flowed in his body. Now, he already knew that this Dark God's blood was the power of the so-called Dark Pearl, and the power of the Dark Treasure was also born from this. Could it be that in the hands of these liches? The replica was actually not as simple as a replica, but a fragment of the Treasure of Darkness. Was that why it could resonate with the Dark God's blood in his body? He was very suspicious of this in his heart, but he didn't have the chance to confirm this suspicion for the time being. At this moment, the bone staff was in the hands of the rotten knight. Krot used the special power of the bone staff to conceal the aura of all the living around it. If it wasn't for this, the surrounding undead army would have already discovered their existence. Brando himself had touched the elemental realm, so he could conceal his aura at any time. However, Yuta and her young subordinates were completely exposed. "They're heading towards Fathom Harbor, my lord," Yuta said weakly after observing the undead army for a while. Brando nodded, indicating that he understood. "Don't we have to do anything?" "We can't do anything even if we want to. There are at least 30 to 40,000 ribs here, and there should be more behind," Brando replied. "That's true. The fleet at Fathom Harbor is enough to annihilate them." "Where are we going, my lord?" Brando thought that she might not know that there were no more fleets at Fathom Harbor. Tonagel's fleet had already left the harbor before they entered the Evernight continent. However, he didn't plan to tell them the truth, lest they think too much. Anyway, there was no point in telling them the truth, and it would only increase their psychological burden. It was just a burden. He only replied faintly, "You'll know in a while." After a short conversation, the carriage returned to silence. This carriage was actually an undead, and the carriage was made of bones. The animals pulling the carriage were also 4 undead warhorses. This was originally the Lich's carriage, so naturally, it was now theirs. The undead carriage moved forward slowly in the snow. Time seemed to be meaningless in this dark world. Mare held a silver-plated pocket watch in his hand, and the hands of the watch were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and sometimes it would even turn backwards. They saw a withered pine tree in the snow, and it experienced the whole process of growing from a sapling to a towering tree, and then withered to death. This scene repeated itself in this dark world, and after a while, they became used to it. At this time, Yuta and the others finally understood what Brando meant when he said that time was meaningless in this world. Half an hour later, they encountered the 4th wave of undead, and this wave was about the same size as the 3rd wave. 15 minutes later, they encountered the 5th wave of undead, and this wave was slightly smaller than the previous 2 waves, but there were still more than 10,000 of them. After that, they didn't encounter any more undead, but when they approached the coast of the Silver Valley, Krot's undead army met a Crew's army head-on. Brando saw it from afar. He saw the flag on the opposite side. It was Crew's White Legion, and it seemed that they were the vanguard of the White Legion. This Crew's army had about 3,000 to 4,000 people, which was not as large as any of the previous undead armies, but it was much stronger. In front of Crew's army was the Earth Dragon Knight, and behind them was the heavily armed garrison infantry. The spears in the hands of the infantry were 3 to 4 meters long, and the black steel spearheads shone under the light of the torches. They were fully armored, and even their faces were covered. The garrison infantry was the main force of the White Legion's infantry. Their average strength was between the lower and middle silver level. Once they formed a spear formation, even a gold-level knight regiment would find it difficult to defeat them head-on. Behind them were the projectile troops, and most of them were crossbowmen and longbowmen recruited from the East Metz region. Although they didn't have any special abilities, their average strength was at least lower silver level. This is the strength of the Kurlutz Empire's frontline legions. Even though Valhalla seems to be flourishing, I don't think I can defeat any of the frontline legions with my current strength. Even the irregular legions would find it difficult to win against them. Perhaps. Yuta and the others didn't have any idea, but Brando, who had experienced the strength of the Empire in his previous life, knew all too well. He could kill a team of Earth Dragon Knight effortlessly, and Greysword Saint Mephistopheles could do the same, or even better. But what was the result? In fact, his famous teacher in history was also hunted down by the Empire and had nowhere to hide. After reaching the pinnacle of the law, or even stepping into the extreme planes, an individual's strength could reach a terrifying level. They could even change the course of a war and become a strategic force of a country. But that didn't mean that after reaching that level, an individual could rival a country, let alone the Crew's empire. After all, although there weren't many people who had stepped into the extreme realm, there were still a few in the empire. Silently watching the Crew's empire's army approach, Yuta and the others in the carriage also fell silent. The gap between the White Lion Guards and this terrifying army was obvious. For the current White Lion Guards, the average strength of the NCOs and elites could barely reach silver level, but most of the soldiers were still in the iron rank. Compared to the White Legion, whose average strength was in the middle to lower silver level, and whose NCOs and knights were above gold level, there was a difference of a whole level. And this was only the White Lion Guards. If the White Lion Legion in the north and the other legions of the kingdom were compared to the White Legion, there was no comparison. If the current White Lion Guards and the White Legion were like the difference between the reserves and the regular army, then the other legions were like the inferior bandits and bandits. They were not even soldiers or guards. Facing such an army, even with the addition of the Bugha fleet, the chances of winning were at most 50%. After all, the ones controlling the fleet were the Erewhon people, whose average strength was weaker, and the high-level wizards in the fleet were far from enough. According to Yuta and the others' knowledge, each of the 4 major legions of the Empire. Each of them had their own exclusive air force. Brando glanced at the silent female mercenary leader and her young men and guessed what they were thinking, but he did not intend to comfort them. Sometimes it was good to let them recognize the gap between them. The demonic wave was affecting the world, and from this moment on, everyone would have the same opportunity. Only by recognizing the gap between them would they have the motivation to catch up. The vanguard of the White Legion quickly approached. The Drake Knight in front of them was the first to discover the undead army. They immediately left the group and rushed in this direction. It was not until they were a short distance away that the Drake Knight stopped and questioned Krot loudly. "Don't reply," Brendel whispered, "and don't expose our existence." Brendel stopped him immediately. "Don't answer," Brendel whispered, "and don't expose our presence." "No problem." Krot was a little scared. Although she was an undead, she was not brainless. Of course, she could see the difference between the quality of the two armies. Although she had thousands of skeletons under her command, if they really fought, the small team of Drake Knight would probably be able to effortlessly slaughter them all. The power of the Roman Black Rose was not based on the millions of skeletal warriors. In the War of the Undead, the real masters were the powerful undead, such as the Black Knight, the humorous Wyrm, and the Lich. Brando nodded slowly. He had already observed that the previous undead army should be directly controlled by the Treasure of Darkness. If Krot showed too much autonomy, it might arouse the suspicion of the other party. Now, the best thing for them to do was to move forward. These crews Knight must be rushing to the front line. They were now just doing routine questioning. As long as Krot did not do anything threatening, the other party would not have too much of a reaction. After all, who would have thought that there was an undead army that was not under Ambunal's control going in the opposite direction to Ochin at this time? In this plan, the Erewhon people in Fedan Port should not even know about the existence of the undead. Yutta, Mare, and the others retreated into the carriage. The undead carriage was shrouded in a thick death aura. Moreover, it was quite far away, so they did not have to worry about being discovered by the other party. There was another world in the carriage. Krot listened to Brando's instructions without saying a word. She controlled the undead army to pass by the vanguard of the White Legion. After that, the Drake Knight followed behind the undead army from afar, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As expected, they did not ask any more questions. They only turned back when the two armies passed by each other. It was only then that everyone in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief. Yutta could not help but look at Brando with some admiration. She did not know the secret of the bone staff. She only thought that Brando was very calm in the face of danger, just like his grandfather. Not long after that, they encountered the main forces of the White Legion one after another. However, the two situations were not too different. After all, no one would have thought that there would be a rebel army in the undead army. Most of the people in crews thought that this undead army was one of the many undead armies that were wandering around Ochin. However, humans were not used to dealing with the undead. In fact, most of the officers of the White Legion did not know the details of the deal between Her Majesty and Madara. Therefore, they did not know what role these undead played in the whole plan. Especially for most of the higher-ups of the White Legion, they still subconsciously thought that the deal with Madara was something that should not be exposed to the public. Therefore, the plan itself was very secretive. In the end, most of the officers of the White Legion did not know where the undead were deployed. They only knew that the undead would cooperate with them to attack Fatten Harbor. This greatly facilitated Brando and the others. In less than 2 hours, Krot and her undead subordinates had passed through several lines of defense and arrived near Ochin. At this moment, the whole world was dark, but Ochin City was still brightly lit. Looking from afar at the coast of the Silver Valley, the harbor was like a bright star embedded in the dark horizon. P.S. In yesterday's chapter, there were a few places where Haruz was written as Cruz. I didn't notice. OTL. Chapter 1038. Sydney, you've come to walk right into the trap. A slightly serious voice echoed in the hall of the Forza Basilica. 2 more people had appeared in the hall, and the one who spoke was one of them. The priest who had reprimanded Yalfo earlier was now standing respectfully behind the man with another unfamiliar face. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a holy robe that was almost the same style as Sydney's. He was slightly bald and fat. In fact, this man was Roderick, the 6th of the 11 Sanctums. Roderick Barbarossa was born in a scholastic family in Cloak Bay. When he was young, he was favored by the previous generation's great priest, Bishop Mekayuri of Cloak Bay. Later, he was promoted to the upper echelons of the sanctum and was known for his hymns. He once attacked the cultists in Ambroli and was mercilessly awarded the title of Iron Bishop. After returning to the center of the sanctum, he entered the core of the power of the 11 sanctums. He looked very young, but in fact, he was not much younger than Vala. But Sydney did not even lift his eyelids to look at him, as if he was too lazy to speak. She looked in the direction of the altar, where the door of flame had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that this was a trap, waiting for her to come here. She was not surprised at all that the Silver Queen knew that she would come here. When she escaped from the Leo Palace, she took the fragment of holy sword Odorfice with her. It would be strange if the Silver Queen could not even guess that. Roman and Haruz stood nervously behind the statue of the Leo Palace's adoratress, while Brunhilde was guarding them. She looked a little indifferent. Brando had ordered her to send Sydney to Fathom Harbor with the Windrider Foal. As for the fight between these mortals, she did not care much, and Sydney did not ask her for help. Probably angered by the indifference of Sydney and Brunhilde, the great priest Roderick raised his eyebrows, and a faint anger rose in his heart. Although he was the 6th of the 11 sanctums, his real strength was not too far from Sydney's. In fact, among the 11 sanctums, except for Vala's extraordinary strength, the others were actually on par with each other. And now, he had the help of 2 high-ranking priests from the scholastic faction, so he really did not know where Sydney's confidence came from. Was it because of that woman? Roderick glanced at Brunhilde and saw that this Valkyrie was at most at the level of elemental enlightenment. As for Roman and Haruz, he simply ignored them. Thinking of this, Roderick felt a little more confident. He didn't want to complicate matters, so he immediately ordered the 2 beside him and Yalfo, "Stop her together. Don't let her escape. My lord, that little boy should be the crown prince of Erewhon." At this moment, the high priest beside Yalford suddenly spoke. Roderick looked at Haruz with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He nodded silently and replied, "Don't worry about him. They can't run away. Just keep an eye on Sydney." Although the voices of the 2 were not loud, it was impossible for Sydney not to hear them with her strength. However, she acted as if she did not hear them and stood there motionlessly, as if she was going to watch Roderick make his move. Her attitude angered the holy eulogist from the center of the holy cathedral. Roderick let out a cold snort from his nose and chanted in a low voice, "Supreme Flame, my Lord King. Please forgive the folly of the mortal world, send down your holy judgment, sweep away all evil and darkness." A sacred light hung down from the dome of the holy cathedral and enveloped him in it. He spread out his hands and the light spread in all directions like a cage, enveloping Sydney in it. If Brando were here at this moment, he would be surprised to recognize this spell. This was one of the 74 sacred hymns of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Hymns were one of the most powerful holy spells of the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and each of the 74 hymns was a powerful holy spell. They were both judgment and truth, containing unimaginable power. The spells of the gods that mortals spoke of were, in fact, the spells of hymns. Furthermore, hymns were Roderick's forte. Among the 74 hymns, there were long ones and short ones. Among them, the admonition hymn, which was known as the strongest holy spell of imprisonment, seal, and boundary, had 144 lines. An ascetic with profound teachings would be able to perform this holy spell in a short 7 lines. However, Roderick's first move was a shocking 4-line hymn. In this field alone, he could be said to be standing at the peak of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Perhaps no one, including Vala, could be compared to him. At the same time as Roderick cast the spell, the 2 scholastic masters beside him flanked Sydney at the same time. They each took out a scepter with a cross head. This was the cross scepter of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, a very powerful holy weapon, and also a symbol of their status. Bishops of their level were usually called Bishops of the Cross. In the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the strength of the Bishops of the Cross was usually between elemental activation and elemental enlightenment, depending on the individual's strength. In most areas, the level of the Bishops of the Cross was actually not at this level, so most of the Bishops of the Cross were actually scholars who were very knowledgeable in holy spells and religious knowledge. Being attacked by Praise the Saint Roderick and two scholarly scholars at the same time, there was probably no one in the Holy Temple other than the Supreme Vala who could escape unscathed. But at this moment, Sidney didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of danger. He just stood there quietly, staring at the two scholarly masters and Roderick's holy spell with a cold and disdainful gaze. Is he crazy? Roderick looked at the scene in disbelief. Of course, he did not think that he could casually use a spell to injure the chief priest of the Leo Palace. Not to mention him, perhaps even Vala, the great holy see, could not do so. After all, Sidney's combat strength was second only to Vala among the 11 holy sees. There was a legend in the Empire, it was said that the Saintess of the Leo Palace was very talented in battle. When she was young, she could have joined the Flame Knight Regiment, but she chose to walk the path of a monk. As one of the 11 holy seigneurs, Roderick knew that this legend wasn't groundless, but rather, it was true. Back then, Sidney had actually caught the eye of the previous generation's Grand Commander of the Knights, who wanted to personally appoint her as his successor. However, Sidney herself had opposed it, and with the protection of Vala and the previous generation's great holy seigneurs, this matter was left unsettled. This woman was born to be a knight. Even if she later embarked on the path of a bishop, her fighting style was the most powerful among the 11 holy sees. But no matter how powerful she was, it was impossible for Sidney to stand still and take his spell head-on. What did she think he was, one of those low-level high-ranking priests? However, in the next moment, Roderick felt that he was really crazy. He saw that his spell had not yet touched Sidney's body, and it broke into pieces like glass, turning into countless dust and dissipating with the wind. At that moment, Roderick almost thought that he was hallucinating. This was a hymn, one of the most powerful among the 74 hymns. How could she break his spell without moving? Could it be that the woman in front of him was actually Vala in disguise? Roderick immediately threw this crazy idea out of his mind. Not to mention that the great holy see Vala was now under house arrest by Her Majesty the Queen. Even if it was Vala himself, it was impossible for him to stand still and break his spell. Roderick suddenly thought of a terrible possibility in his mind. But before he could react, Sidney in front of him finally made a move. The Lion Palace Saintess raised her right hand and pointed at him. It was the simplest third circle holy spell, Ray of Radiance. A white light shot out from Sidney's fingertips and went straight to the Praise the Saint Roderick. This holy spell was quite popular among the low-level priests because it was the most effective attack method below the fourth circle. However, in a battle at the level of the Holy See, this spell was tantamount to a joke. Not to mention that Roderick had countless means to counter this spell. In fact, even if he did not react and let this spell hit him, this mere third circle spell may not be able to break through his will barrier. At this moment, Roderick felt an extremely dangerous aura from this spell. In an instant, he set up 3 or 4 protective spells around himself. As if he was afraid that he could not block this third circle spell, he desperately retreated. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, a terrible scene happened. This simple ray of light was like the legendary holy spear. It actually pierced through all the protective spells in front of Roderick. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the white ray of light did not trigger the Praise the Saint Roderick's will barrier at all. It easily pierced his fat body and pierced his heart. One of the 11 holy sees of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Praise the Saint Roderick, widened his eyes as if he could not believe that he would die so easily. Then, endless darkness shrouded his consciousness. When Roderick's body fell to the ground, it suddenly burst into flames in an instant as if it was swallowed by the holy fire. The whole hall was silent, and no one reacted for a moment. Including the countless monks present, including Jorf, and the 2 scholastic masters, the 2 scholastic masters had stopped in their tracks. They looked at Sidney, the Saintess of the Leo Palace, as if they had seen a ghost. For a moment, they could not advance or retreat. Should they continue to attack? This was obviously not a wise choice, but if they wanted to escape, where could they escape to? How strong was Roderick? Even he had been reduced to ashes by a mere third circle spell, let alone them. But after all, the two of them were monks with profound attainments in doctrine. Soon, they thought of the possibility that Roderick thought of before he died. Their faces changed at the same time, and at the same time, they looked at the indifferent Sydney. But this time, Sydney did not look at them at all. She directly said to all the low-level monks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the hall, "Immediately open the door and gather everyone. I want to speak." Yalfo seemed to have just reacted. He looked at Roderick's ashes on the ground in disbelief, and then looked at Sydney. He could not help but stutter. "Miss Sydney, you..." After saying this, the host of the Forza Sanctuary regretted. Even Roderick was dead, what right did he have to ask such a question? There was no doubt that this she-devil was going to do something to him soon. But thinking of this, Jorf suddenly found courage, probably because of the mood of a broken pot. He suddenly raised his head and said loudly, "Lady Sydney, since you have betrayed the Holy Cathedral, then you are no longer a holy see of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Therefore, we did not listen to your orders. The Forza Sanctuary will never bow to any infidels." With these words, the entire Forza temple actually fell deathly silent, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone in the surroundings looked at him like he was a madman, including the two masters of the academy. Their gazes were filled with both mixed feelings and admiration. "Your courage is commendable." But Sydney did not seem to be angry. She only said calmly, "But I am not the one who gave you the order. There is not much time left for Fathom Port. I hope you will not waste it." After saying this, she spread out her hands, and a shadow slowly rose from behind the statue of the Lion Palace Saintess. When they saw the shadow, everyone in the Forza Sanctuary was shocked. This is the Holy Sword Odorfice. The late king. Sydney's face was stern as she said coldly, "In the name of the Flame King Gretel, I declare that the Silver Queen is conspiring to divide the Holy Cathedral. All believers in the Forza Sanctuary and the parish of Fathom Port immediately submit to the spirit of the Holy Sword. Listen to my orders and start the Holy War." The two masters' faces were pale. Chapter 1039. The flaming blade, Odorfice, was hanging high above the main hall of the Fossa Holy Temple. The believers in Yalfo could even see a shadow behind the sword. The shadow was holding the sword in its hand and had a long dragon flame cloak draped over its body. Its back was facing the crowd. A strong emotion suddenly surged into Yalford's heart. It was as if he had seen the magnificent era of the past, but the sages and heroes were leaving them and drifting further and further away. The beliefs and pursuits of his youth, the worship of heroes, and his unwavering faith in the Holy Cathedral of Fire were all recalled. It was as if a voice flowed in his heart, and after decades of fermenting and treasuring, it was bitter and regrettable. Yalf's legs went soft, and he directly knelt down. As soon as he knelt, the low-level monks behind him also knelt down one by one. The two masters also knelt down in front of one of the four sages, King Gretel of the Cruz people. They were drenched in cold sweat, and they couldn't say a word. "We once made a sacred covenant." "What is our covenant?" "Thousands of years ago, we defeated the dark dragon and liberated Wone from tyranny. We are not saviors, but we only pursued freedom. However, thousands of years later, the Myrna Empire no longer exists in this world. Do we still have the right to say that we are glorious people?" The shadow of the Flame King Gretel didn't say a word. However, to the loyal believers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, this question was in their hearts. Only those who had truly abandoned their faith could remain indifferent. Far away in the Holy Palace of Fanzan, a tall and imposing figure let out a long sigh. Her green eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless time, and under the intertwining lightning in the sky, everything that happened in the past, present, and future at the same time. The rise of the Myrna people and their fall, the destruction of the covenant between humans and elves, and the war between each other. It was like a cycle of 1,000 years, but this time, the liberators had become the oppressors. In the elven court, Saint Tossel the Wind Empress also felt something. She stood up on a rock in the forest, and the two hunter sisters and many night spirits looked up at her. She frowned slightly and looked towards the direction of the wind in the west. Gretel, no matter if it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, you are still so upright. Everyone has changed, but you have always been the same. In the Forza Basilica, everyone was kneeling. Sydney looked down at these people from the altar. These people were atoning for their sins. They didn't do anything wrong, they just forgot their vows. She turned back and said to the Roman, Lady Roman, you did a good job. You didn't let them spread the news, or else it would be a little troublesome. Now, please help me open the main gate. I need you to immediately announce this news to everyone. And if we don, we undead army? Yalford, who was kneeling not far away, heard this word. He was stunned and raised his head. There were 2 obvious streaks of tears on his face, but this priest didn't have time to feel embarrassed. He hurriedly asked Sydney, Lady Sydney, what did you say about the undead army? Why is there an undead army near Fat Ten Port? You should know the history of the East Mets. Sydney looked at him and said coldly, this undead army has been gathering since before the solar eclipse. They should have reached the east of the Golden Needle Valley, not too far away from Fat Ten Port. If you don't want to see Fat Ten Port become a living hell, you should act quickly and gather all the believers in the parish. Yalford's face changed drastically. He said, how can this be? I understand, Miss Sydney. Please leave this task to me. This young lady is very unfamiliar in the parish. I can do it better if you leave this task to me. Count me in too. Alamov stood out from the crowd. He first looked at the Roman, and when he saw that the latter had no intention of scolding him, he said loudly, I'm the priest of the 3rd Street. My name is Alamov Shedal. Lady Sydney. Sydney looked at them and nodded. The 2 immediately turned and left to arrange the relevant matters. The statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace retracted her gaze and looked at the 2 masters kneeling on the ground. Yalford and the others could say that they didn't know the whole plan, but these 2 masters definitely knew the cause and effect of everything that happened today, including the Silver Queen's collusion with the undead. However, her gaze only lingered on the 2 trembling men for a moment before she coldly looked away. To be honest, if it wasn't for the situation, she had no interest in these internal struggles of the holy sanctum. Lady Sydney? At this time, the Roman finally had time to interject. She had been curious for a long time. Is this the flaming blade Odorfice? She stared at the flaming blade Odorfice and asked. This is the flaming blade Odorfice. But I heard that it was damaged. Have you fixed it? Fixed. Sydney shook her head. How could she fix the flaming blade Odorfice? The sword spirit of the holy sword recognized Brando and merged with the latter. Only when the latter truly recognized the sword and the philosophy of the flaming King Gretel could it be possible to repair the sword. As for now, the sword was only in a temporary state of activation. She couldn't help but think of what happened a few hours ago. Lady Sydney, since we are already allies, and I'm about to go to war with Her Majesty, as an ally, I won't be polite. There are some things that I may need you to do immediately. In the Imperial Army's camp, Brendel turned the hilt of his sword and knocked out the Kurlutz officer, then turned back and said to her. Sydney nodded and said, please speak. You should also know that the Silver Queen is in cahoots with Madara. Currently, there is an army of the undead moving towards Fathom Harbor. I need you to help me destroy this army of the undead. You want me to go to Fathom Harbor and gather the mid-level and low-level priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to form a group of priests to fight against the undead? Brando nodded and said, the holy spells of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Fanzan are the nemesis of the undead. Although there are many undead this time, most of them are low-level undead. I think that as long as the mid-level and low-level priests of the Fathom Harbor Parish work together and are not defeated individually, it will be easy to deal with them. Sydney thought for a moment and said, even so, if the scale of the undead army is too large, we will only have a chance to win when the power of the golden flame is at its most abundant. But the undead will not fight us in broad daylight. That is not necessarily true. Brando took out a gemstone shaped like an agate and waved it in front of her. They will definitely attack Fathom Harbor during the day. I promise you that. Sydney frowned and nodded silently. There is a second thing, Miss Sydney, Brando said again. What is it? This matter is about you. Does Her Majesty know that you took away the fragment of the holy sword Oderfice? Brando asked. That's why she wants me to stay, Sydney replied calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I know what you want to say. You want to ask if she will send someone to stop me at Fat Ten Port? Yes, because the Holy Cathedral of Fire still has the secret of the Door of Flame, right? Brando nodded. I think she will send someone. Who do you think it will be? In the Holy Cathedral of Fire, there are no more than 10 people who can suppress you, right? Among them, the great Holy See of Vala must be excluded. Caesar is on your side, so he should also be excluded. Among the remaining people, if the Flame Family Knight Regiment does not take action, then there should only be 2 or 3 people who can be chosen. Brando immediately analyzed. Sydney looked at him with some surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much about us. It seems that Her Majesty has underestimated you. Miss Sydney, you and I are not people who like to talk nonsense, Brando interrupted her and said, who do you think will come? Roderick Barbarossa, Sydney replied with certainty. Brando was slightly stunned. The candidate in his heart was actually Roderick, and the other candidate was the Holy One Amati, but he was not as sure as Sydney. He could not help but look at the statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace with some curiosity. The latter seemed to have seen through his thoughts and explained, the most loyal person to Her Majesty is Roderick. This is a matter of great importance, so she will definitely let Roderick take action. Besides, Roderick is good at hymns, and this type of holy spell is very effective against me. Brando nodded. Sydney inherited the blood of angels and was good at close combat, and hymns with more control abilities were indeed very effective against her. How do you plan to deal with him? He asked again. Actually, as long as His Majesty notifies his men now and orders them to closely monitor the Phocea Holy Cathedral and not give them a chance to open the Door of Flame, it will be fine. Sydney replied, if I'm not wrong, Greysword St. Mephistopheles should also be in Fathom Port. Brando shook his head. No, Miss Sydney, my teacher is no longer in Fathom Port, and this choice is not good enough. If you believe me, I suggest you let Roderick come to Fathom Port and kill him. I can provide you with evidence to prove that he is colluding with All for One. Brando remembered that in history, Roderick was found to be colluding with All for One after the Calamity of Wolves. Although he was not a member of All for One, he used his cooperation with All for One to eliminate dissidents in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He believed that this cooperation definitely did not start after the Calamity of Wolves, and some clues should be found in this era. But Sydney interrupted him, there's no need for that. You want to kill Roderick? Brando was slightly stunned and looked at her with some surprise, so you already knew? To this question, Sydney did not choose to answer, but only said lightly, it's not difficult for me to deal with Roderick, but it's impossible to kill him. Besides, he definitely won't come alone. The lowest level of the Door of Flame in the Holy Cathedral of Fire can teleport 2 people who are about the same strength as Roderick. He might have brought 2 high-ranking priests with him. It's not that easy to kill him, but it's not impossible, right? Brando heard the hidden meaning in her words. Sydney nodded, I need your help. Me? I need you to give me a part of the soul of the Holy Sword. The soul of the Holy Sword? Brando reacted, you want to restore Oderfice? Not really, Sydney shook her head, but as long as I have a part of the soul of the Holy Sword, I can temporarily activate it. The Holy Sword Oderfice and the Flame King Gretel are the source of the faith of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. They are supreme beings. With their blessing, no holy spell of the Holy Cathedral of Fire can defeat me. Brando was silent for a moment, then whispered, I have never felt the existence of the soul of Oderfice. Can I do it? You can do it. Then I understand. With a creak, the main door of the Holy Cathedral of Fossa was pushed open from the outside, and only then did Sydney recover from her thoughts. Then she heard the crisp voice of the Roman. "Marjorie, you're here too?" "Miss Roman, why are you here? What's going on?" The one who strode in from the main door was Sergeant Marjorie. It was Sydney's first time seeing this young man, but she immediately saw Yalfo and Alamov outside the main door. Many believers were gathered behind them, and it seemed that the two of them were quite efficient. They had already informed her of what she had asked them to do. "Marjorie, this is Lady Sydney," the Roman thought for a moment, probably thinking about how to introduce the statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace. "She's very powerful." But Marjorie had already learned from the Shire and Brando that this priestess of the Holy Cathedral was from the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral. In fact, he knew more about this priestess than Romaine. He nodded to her and looked around. When he saw that the situation in the Holy Cathedral was not out of control, he sighed in relief. "Lady Sydney, did you gather these believers?" Although the situation was a little different from what he had imagined, Sydney did not deny it. She only nodded and said, "Yes, I believe you already understand the situation at hand. I want to take these believers away immediately. Is that okay?" Marjorie shook his head. "No problem, the Lord has already given us the order." "But do you need any help, lady?" "No," Sydney replied, "you just need to do your own thing. Guard the gate well, and don't let any undead in." "I understand." The Roman looked at the two of them with some boredom. She turned her eyes to the side and was pleasantly surprised to see the animated gate of the Holy Cathedral of Phocea giving Erwin a hard time. "Hey, young man, have you figured out the answer to this question? You don't look that stupid. Is your brain filled with moldy flour?" "No," Haruz frowned and pouted. "Mr. Daimon, it's because your question is too difficult. How can I guess what you're thinking?" "Well, let's change the question. Then please ask, Mr. Gate, can you guess my name?" Chapter 1040. A gust of cold wind blew into the room, and Count Brill saw that the light of the candle had suddenly dimmed. "What's wrong?" He turned around and looked at his old friend, Ambunal, who was holding a bone staff and was in a gloomy state that made him uneasy. The Duke slowly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of dark red in his blue-gray eyes. He lowered his head and silently looked at the bone staff in his hand. Then, he gently let go of his hand, and the bone staff floated in the air as if it was held up by an invisible force. Count Brill frowned as he looked at this scene. He did not like this thing. No owner of this dark treasure in history had a good ending. He also did not like the undead of Madara. This battle would bring considerable trouble to his territory. Although the Silver Queen would compensate him accordingly, he was more worried about his old friend. He felt that his old friend had become much gloomier these days. But the Count understood that his old friend was a soldier, and he was just the Lord of Ochin. There were some things that he could not interfere with. Duke Ambunal suddenly stood up from his chair and turned to the stone window. He left the staff, which was shrouded in black smoke, floating up and down. Outside the stone window was half of a Vezin port, which was now completely frozen. He looked beyond the city wall and saw the winding Silver Valley coast in the dark. "What's wrong, old friend?" The Count felt that the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by a few degrees, and he could not help but ask. He saw that even the fire in the fireplace had dimmed, and the burning flames had turned into small flames. "There's a small problem," Duke Ambunal replied gloomily. "I suddenly feel that I can't sense one of the bone staff." Outside Ochin City, the undead army was standing still. Under Brando's command, Krot broke the bone staff in her hand. A black light shot out from the broken bone staff and went straight into Brando's chest. Brando knew that there were a lot of things in his body, and this black light seemed to be related to the black pearl described by Haku, so he did not show any signs of fuss. He just checked his condition and found that there was nothing wrong with him. In addition to the power of the blood of the Dark God or the Black Pearl, there should be the soul of the Holy Sword Odorfice in his body. According to Sydney, it was the power of the Flame Pearl. However, these two powers existed in his body at the same time without any sign of conflict. In fact, between these two powers, Brando could not feel the existence of the blood of the dark god at all except for its influence on the elemental pool. It was the same for the soul of Odorfice. He only felt its existence when he transferred the latter into the fragment of the flaming blade. Normally, he could not detect it at all, and it did not even affect his fire elemental pool. As for why one could affect the elemental pool and the other could not, Brando vaguely felt that the difference between the two was that one had self-awareness, while the other did not. Odorfice was the sword soul of the flaming blade. In the amber sword, the so-called sword soul was actually the alignment of the holy sword due to the influence of its master and experience. Although it could not be compared to true wisdom, at least it had the ability to judge. The black pearl, on the other hand, had been in a state of being divided into two for a long time, and the part controlled by the black pearl was obviously smaller. As for the blood of the dark god, another way of saying the power of the black pearl, that was injected into his body at the beginning, it was even thinner, and there was no possibility of it having self-awareness and self-judgment. The power of the black pearl and the flame pearl was obviously very unique, and they were different from any power Brando knew of. In Wond, most of the power and energy was shown on the outside, and it would actually increase your energy level, which was the energy level, OZ. It would change your external or internal strength, such as the 3 pillars of the body, strength, dexterity, physique, or the 3 pillars of the soul, perception, will, and bloodline. Although the elemental orbs had shown powerful miraculous powers in history, such as the terrifying lethality of the flaming blade and the frost chant, you could not feel their energy level. They were like magical items without any energy, which sounded like a paradox in itself, because in the world of Wond, the definition of a magical item was an item that contained some kind of power, or energy. Not only the elemental orbs themselves, but even the power they contained seemed to have the same nature. After the bone staff was destroyed, Yuta and the others who were standing at the back immediately noticed the changes that happened to the skeleton soldiers around them. The thousands of undead that were still on the snow-covered shore of the Silver Valley suddenly rippled out, and in an instant, the undead army melted like snow. At the same time, Brando, who was silently looking at Ovachin's direction, felt something and narrowed his eyes. He gestured to Teru, and the young wizard immediately cast a spell. A water-like ripple spread out in the surrounding space, shielding the aura of the living. A little further away, some undead that smelled the aura of the living in the wind staggered and stopped. The undead army was collapsing and scattering in 2s and 3s, like lonely ghosts wandering in the wilderness. "My lord, I don't understand. Why did you destroy the bone staff? Isn't it better to order the undead to attack the harbor? Although they are weak, they can at least be used as cannon fodder, right?" Teru looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Brando smiled and shook his head. The thousands of skeletons that had not been strengthened by the undead's secret magic were useless. He did not need such a weak attack. He only sneaked in to confirm one thing, and now he got the answer. Ovchin Port was not a military fortress like Fatin Port. As an important commercial port in the northern Sublime Inland Sea, after hundreds of years of development, the size of the port was no longer what it used to be. As the city area expanded, the merchants in the port had long torn down the outer walls. In the hinterland of the empire, the area with the most stable order and the White Legion's garrison, Ovchin did not need these defensive facilities. For the sake of tax revenue, the city's ruler, the Brill family, chose to acquiesce to this behavior. As the city expanded, Ovchin gradually crossed its original border, the Turquoise River, and formed 2 districts on the east and west of the river. The eastern district was the old district, and Ovachin's earliest city gate and wharf were on the east bank of the Turquoise River. The western district was the new district, and there were neatly organized workshops and handicraft workshops, as well as 2 markets. It was worth mentioning that Ovachin's newly built Fort Kongwei was also located in the northern district. This fort stood on the north bank of the Turquoise River, and it was like a silent, dark ghost in the midst of the lights on the north bank. At this moment, Brendel felt a strong calling coming from the fortress. There was no doubt that the treasure of darkness that White spoke of was located in this fortress. It indeed had some sort of control over all the fakes that were created using its power. If that was the case, then Duke Ambuner, who was in possession of it, should not be too far away. he easily suppressed the impulse in his heart. For him who had more than 2/3 of the power of the orb of darkness, the so-called treasure of darkness in Duke Ambuner's hands was not even worth mentioning. Ambuner should have already discovered his existence. But it was too late. Brando took out a gem-like object from his bosom. This gemstone was dull and crescent-shaped, like some kind of feldspar or obsidian. He only took a glance at it and threw it forward. The gemstone drew a flat arc and landed on the beach. However, there was no sand on the beach at the moment, only thick layers of snow. The gemstone sank deep into the snow. Above his head, the sky was dark, and the 12 moons were dim. In just a few hours, the outer sea of the sublime inland sea seemed to have completely changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the surface of the sea, and the intertwining lightning reflected a ferocious scene. The entire sea seemed to be boiling, and in an instant, huge waves of hundreds of feet in the shape of mountains rolled up and surged down. One after another, it was like moving mountains, or giant beasts were slaughtering each other. Far in the horizon, glaciers froze the coast, and the ice field extended all the way to the depths of the sea. Huge icebergs floated on the raging sea, cracking, freezing, and then disappearing into the depths of the darkness. The entire sky and earth were shrouded in a curtain of rain. The line of rain that fell from the sky blurred the line between the sea and the sky, blurring the entire world together, forming an impenetrable world of water. However, a silver fleet was sailing through the curtain of rain. On the breaker, the wizard on duty, Telman, was somewhat uneasy about what was happening on the surface of the sea. Mortals often thought that wizards were omnipotent, and that nothing could surprise or frighten them. However, this was often not the case. Telman was 21 years old this year. Before becoming a wizard, he was actually the son of a farmer in Tonagel. He was fortunate enough to learn a few words from a wandering wizard, and because of that, he was chosen by the first batch of students in the Shire Wizard Tower and became the third batch of students in the Shire Wizard Tower. He was very smart and learned very quickly. A month ago, he became an apprentice wizard. Later, he was chosen by the Buga to become one of the official wizards on the newly built escort cruiser, the Breaker. Although he had the title of an official wizard, in reality, Telman was still a half-baked apprentice wizard. He had not learned much, and was far from the real apprentices. The wizards in the Wizard Tower usually trained an apprentice for 5 years. Although the apprenticeship of the Buga wizards was short, it usually took them 10 years or more before they were officially exposed to magic. In other words, they were exposed to the basics of magic from birth. Therefore, although Telman had a preliminary understanding of the world of magic, he was still far from being exposed to the real world. What was the world? It was a difficult question for many wizards who had seen a lot of things, let alone for Telman, who was still a novice wizard who was still a farmer's son. He looked at the scene in front of him with some fear, as if he saw the end of the world. In fact, he was not the only one who thought this at the moment. On the entire ship, and even the entire fleet, there were many people who had the same thought. What was happening in front of them was beyond their understanding of the civil war of the Empire, or even the scope of the Holy War. At this moment, many people had a vague idea in their hearts. Perhaps this time, the 4 holy cathedrals were really in trouble. They did not know that this speculation was accurate, and the consequences were far beyond their imagination. Before the fleet was formed, the temporary military management and training that the Bugas had requested finally worked. That was why Telman did not have the mentality of running away at the last minute. At least he remembered what he was currently shouldering, and what the responsibility of being the vanguard of the fleet was. Suddenly, the crystal ball in front of Telman lit up and flickered slightly. When he saw the words on the crystal ball, he was so shocked that he jumped out of his chair and even stepped on one of his boots. But he did not have the heart to pick it up. Instead, he immediately rushed out of the room barefooted. Behind the young wizard, a small line of numbers on the crystal ball was shining. X, 3321, Y, 4211, Z, 0311, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of low and uniform footsteps echoed on the snow in the dark. The rustling sound lasted for a long time before it finally stopped. Outside Fat Tan Port was a cliff mountain road that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. At the end of the mountain road, there was an inward valley. In clear weather, looking into the valley from the walls of the fortress outside the port, one could often see for miles. But at this moment, only darkness could be seen. But if one looked carefully, one could see faint flashes of light in the darkness. In Erewhon, the veterans of Butchie and Karsuk only needed one glance to be shocked and recognize that it was the unique light of the soul fire of the undead army when they were marching. But at this moment, the troops stationed in the fortress were only port guards who took orders from Baron Ludwig. These soldiers had not even seen bandits before, let alone the undead. Death seemed to be closing in on him silently. Sock stared coldly at the progress of the undead army in the snow. With the help of the dim light, he could see a large group of undead approaching the fortress wall on the cliff. The liches had already arranged 2 rows of skeleton archers in front, but there was still no response from Fathom Harbor. Those fellows must have thought that it was impossible for them to be attacked in such a bad weather. Moreover, this solar eclipse was originally accidental to them. At the thought of the solar eclipse, a hint of gloom suddenly rose in Sock's heart. If even a solar eclipse could be artificially created, his future days might not be as stable as he imagined. Furthermore, the current weather did not seem as simple as a solar eclipse. When he thought about the various signs that had happened in the Empire recently, it seemed that none of them were good omens. Troubled times were coming. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 1041. At the first moment, the fortress on the sea cliff path outside Fathom Port was declared lost. The guards on the city wall were caught off guard and were nailed to death by the nether steel arrows shot out from the darkness. Their blood froze before it could flow out. Under the command of the necromancer, the skeletons used siege weapons to break open the door. The soldiers in the barracks realized that they were in trouble, but they were already surrounded. The resistance in the fortress only lasted for a moment before it died down. More than 30 coast guards in the barracks were all killed. Fat Tan Port was built as a fortress for the fleet. It was located between the cliffs of the sea, and there were only 2 narrow mountain paths connecting the port to the outside world. The Imperial Navy had built the fortress on these 2 mountain paths. The front of the fortress faced the valley that led to the sea cliff. One side of the fortress was close to the precipice, and the other side was close to the sea. It could be said that one man could hold back 10,000 men. 500 meters behind the fortress was the main wall of Fat Tan Port. Between these 500 meters was still the mountain path and the beach, but the terrain was much smoother and flatter than the previous section. At this moment, Baron Ludwig and Delphian were on the main wall 500 meters behind the fortress. The wall was already filled with the White Lion Guards and Coast Guards, but under the orders of the Prime Minister's daughter, they extinguished all the torches and held their breath, not making a sound. It was dark on the wall. A few wizards cast a magic barrier to hide the breath of the living. Magic covered the entire section of the wall. The Baron looked at the sounds of resistance in the fortress a few hundred meters away. Then, the fortress returned to darkness. He was very annoyed. He turned to Delphian and said, "Since you knew about the attack of the undead, why didn't you let them prepare in advance and give up the fortress? I know you have old grudges with the Erewhon, but you can't drag us down with you." His words were very unpleasant, but even 10 times worse could not make Delphian frown. She could not stand this stupid noise. She replied coldly, "As the military commander of this fortress, please show some basic military literacy. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of others. I didn't want to remind you, but I was afraid that you would embarrass the Empire in front of the guests." "What did you say?" Just as Baron Ludwig was about to lose his temper, Count Alcons hurriedly pulled him aside. He knew that although Ludwig was the owner of Fathom Harbor, in fact, it was the fleet commander stationed in the harbor who was responsible for maintaining the operation of the harbor and managing the fleet. Baron Ludwig actually did not have high military literacy. He was just a local feudal lord. However, he had already seen through the intentions of the Prime Minister's daughter. She wanted to let the undead in so that the priests could have a chance to launch a fatal blow. Once they entered the narrow and rugged sea cliff mountain path that was more than 500 meters away from the main city wall of Fat Tan Port, they would not be able to leave easily. This was the only way to ensure that their trump card would be able to bring out the greatest effect. However, the main city wall of Fat Tan Port was not tall. It was only a little more than 8 meters tall. In the fantasy world, it was not enough. This was because the sea cliff fortress outside the harbor was too sturdy. The original architect had considered the load-bearing of the sandbar in the harbor, so he did not continue to increase the height of the wall. Now, Count Alcons was very regretful. He secretly blamed the original architect for cutting corners. No matter what, for an imperial fortress, they should have poured magic into the ground to reinforce the sandbar so that they could build a fortress wall that was more than 13 meters tall. At the very least, they should have built a fortress wall that was 10 meters tall. Then, they would not have to be so worried now. Moreover, although most of the distance from the main city wall of Fat Tan to the Sea Cliff Fortress was narrow Sea Cliff mountain path, near the main city wall, especially under the city gate, there was an open sandbar terrain, which was very conducive for the undead to deploy their forces. There were not many troops left in Fat Tan Port. Among them, there were more than 1,000 coast guards left, and the personal guards of Erewhon's envoy group were about a few hundred people. If their trump card did not work, these few people could rely on the low main city wall and the unfavorable terrain to defend the port. Perhaps, before the trump card could be moved to its position, the defense line would be in danger. However, he did not dare to express his worries. He only explained it to Baron Ludwig. After listening to the explanation, the latter calmed down and stopped talking. However, Enaid, who was next to Eugenie, seemed to be a little reluctant. She questioned, even if that's the case, you should tell the people in front to retreat. That's more than 40 lives. How can you let them die in vain? Delphine glanced at her coldly. Soft-hearted. You, Delphine thought for a moment and understood that she was still on the side of Erewhon's people. She sighed and explained, even if I send someone to inform them, I'll give them the order to defend until the end. However, I know that they will definitely not do that. If they escape back, they will die under the sword of the military judge. It's better to let them be heroes without knowing it. At least, this result will be better for their families. Enaid's eyes widened. She looked back in disbelief and asked, Is that so, Chiara? The little girl nodded helplessly. Something like that. However, she immediately stared at Delphine and asked, But more importantly, you want them to die more realistically, right? Something like that, Delphine also answered noncommittally. They are soldiers. I have the right to choose how they will die. As long as we can achieve victory, there are only stupid and wise orders in war. There is no difference between cruel and kind orders. It was snowing, and the snow fell on the faces of the girls present. Enaid and Eugenie frowned. The elf and her pseudo-dragon leaned on the wall to look at the situation outside. However, because she was too short, she could only stick her head out of the battlements even if she tried her best to tiptoe. Chiara looked indifferent. Delphine's face was calm and indifferent. Raindrops slid down her smooth and beautiful face and slid down her ugly and uneven scars. Count Alcorn, on the other hand, agreed with this sentence even more. He thought that she was indeed the woman who was known as the flower of the empire. After all, she lived up to her reputation. At this time, there was a slight noise in the darkness far away. Everyone present knew that the undead had opened the gate on the other side of the fortress and were ready to attack Fathom Harbor. Delphine stopped arguing and turned around to give an order to the officer of the Coast Guard. Knight Captain Charut. Yes, sir. I order you to lead your men out of the city immediately and attack the undead. Launch an attack on Fort Seacliff. You must take back the southern wall of the fortress. What? Baron Ludwig jumped up in shock and growled from his throat. Vicious woman, you can't give orders like this. How dare you let my men go out of the city and attack the undead that outnumber them by hundreds and thousands? You are crazy. We only have so few men. Do you really want to give up Fathom Harbor? Alcorn frowned and tried to persuade her. Miss Delphian, our forces are seriously insufficient. If we were at Fort Seacliff, it would be fine. But here, if we go out of the city, we will have to attack from above. It is extremely disadvantageous for us both in terms of military strength and terrain. Delphian was not affected at all. She replied coldly, Am I the commander or are you the commander? Let me remind you that my authority as the commander was given by both the eldest prince and Count Trenheim. I have the highest authority here, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. What, do you want to defy military orders, or do you want to defect at the last minute? You. Baron Ludwig's face turned green. Do you mean that if you want us to die, we must obey unconditionally? First of all, I want to correct your mistake. I can't let my soldiers die for nothing. Secondly, you are right. Even if I want you to die, you must obey unconditionally. Delphian sat in her wheelchair in the rain and answered word by word, Of course, you can object. I welcome you to ask the eldest son of the Emperor for his opinion and remove me from the position of commander. It will only take a quarter of an hour to get to the eldest son of the Emperor. I estimate that the battle will start around this time. You don't have much time left. Baron Ludwig's lips trembled in anger. Marjorie frowned and stepped forward. Miss Delphian, let us go first. The White Lion guards are ready. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister's daughter glanced at him coldly. Shut up. Did I ask you to express your opinion? Get out of here. Knight Marjorie, I don't think you need me to tell you what a soldier should do. My orders are not to be disobeyed. A bolt of lightning pierced down from the dark clouds, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were interested. Only Delphine's expression did not change from beginning to end. She looked at Charlotte and asked, Knight Commander, is it your honor as a knight that is causing you to hesitate? Charlotte's expression changed. He glanced at the direction of the pitch-black Fortress Seacliff and finally nodded. I understand, Madam Commander. The process of taking down Fort Seacliff was smooth beyond imagination. The plans seemed to have achieved the desired effect. The residents of Fathom Harbor and the Erewhon people stationed there were not prepared at all. They must have been flustered by the sudden solar eclipse and did not realize that the Empire would launch an attack at this moment. Sock was walking along a flight of stairs to the southern section of Fort Seacliff's wall. He then raised his head and looked at Fathom Harbor. The harbor was filled with lights. It seemed that many people had gathered on the streets because of the sudden solar eclipse. He was a subordinate of the White Legion's Raven Cavalry, a subordinate of the great knight Hayden. Hayden the Bull had always been the vanguard of the Legion, and this time was no exception. Sock and a few other knight commanders were mainly responsible for coordinating and observing the attack of the undead at the front line. According to expectations, the undead would form the first wave of the sneak attack because their abilities would be greatly enhanced during the solar eclipse, while the human legion would be severely weakened. With such an advantage, the undead would break through the outer walls of Fort Seacliff and Fathom Harbor and enter the street battle. It did not matter even if the battle turned into a meat grinder since they could afford it anyway. The main enemy of the White Legion was the fleet of the Bugas that was anchored in Fathom Harbor. From the beginning to the end, Duke Ambunal believed that the fleet anchored in Fathom Harbor was controlled by the Bugas. As for the Erewhon people, it was just a pretense. How could the Erewhon people have such a powerful fleet? Judging from the current situation, Sock observed that the situation at the front line was very good. He saw the skeletons opening the south gate of Fort Seacliff under the command of the Lich and releasing a small group of skeletons to test the waters. These skeletons were glowing white under the reflection of the lights in the distance. They were arranged in a tight formation, and the Stygian steel swords in their hands did not glow at all. They were the perfect weapons for a night attack. The skeletons went down the mountain path, and further away, the main city wall of Fathom Harbor was pitch black. There was not even the slightest light, and there was no movement. The Lich in front of him sent back a message that there were only a few living beings on the city wall. This was also in line with his expectations. It seemed that this was indeed an undefended harbor, at least for now. But for some reason, Sock felt a little uneasy. He had told a few of his colleagues about this uneasiness, but he was ridiculed for being too cautious. In the words of the cavalry under Bull Hayden, being cautious actually meant being timid. Naturally, he could not accept this evaluation. Now, he came to the southern section of the wall of Fort Seacliff to verify his thoughts. But at least for now, it seemed that he was indeed too suspicious. Sock mocked himself in his heart. Perhaps it was because this battle was too easy, so easy that it was unbelievable. However, the 20 to 30 Coast Guards who were killed by the undead did not seem to know about this. It seemed that there was no trap in this. He stood on the city wall and took one last look at the direction of Fathom Harbor. He planned to walk down the city wall. It was too cold outside, and his colleagues did not want to stay in this terrible weather. They had already found a warm place to hide in the barracks. At this time, Captain Knight Sherratt from Fathom Harbor led a small team of his men to a place not far away from the southern section of the wall of Fort Seacliff. According to Delphian's order, they brought along a wizard. This wizard was from Tonagel and was not very familiar with the others. He just silently maintained a breath of the dead spell in the team. Sherratt, who was walking at the front, made a gesture and the whole team stopped. Not far ahead was a small team of undead that was leaving the fort. Under the cold light, they looked like a forest of skeletons. There were more than 100 skeletons. It could not be helped. To the undead, this was a small team of skeletons. Sherratt frowned. The Coast Guards were not the frontline army of the Curluts. He and his men could barely reach the silver level, but it was still a headache to face more than 100 skeletons, not to mention how many more were behind the fortress. He looked up and saw a sudden shadow on the southern section of the fortress wall not far away. He hurriedly turned back to his subordinates and whispered, "Take care of them. That's a lich. These low-level skeletons are actually under the command of a lich. As long as we kill the lich commanding them, they won't be a threat anymore. David, take out the holy water you received and pour it on the arrows. We'll kill that guy with one arrow. As long as we kill it, I'll give you a reward." Chapter 1042. The first wave of battle broke out very quickly, but Sherratt's attack was severely hindered. After shooting an arrow at the southern section of the seaside cliff fortress, they were soon exposed. They were besieged and had no choice but to retreat. At one point, the battle line retreated to the middle point between the main wall of Fathom Harbor and the seaside cliff fortress. Delphian had to send in 2 more Coast Guards to join the battle before they could stabilize the situation. On the southern section of the wall of the seaside cliff fortress, the Knight Captain Sock, who had just had a false alarm, also noticed that the attack of the undead was hindered. It seems that the previous attack was discovered. He immediately realized this. The intention of these Coast Guards was obviously to take back the seaside cliff fortress, but they obviously did not realize that there were so many enemies in the seaside cliff fortress. Now, the enemy was still stubbornly resisting. It seemed that they were trying to buy time for their allies to set up their defenses. Since when did the Coast Guards of Fathom Harbor have such a high fighting spirit and tactical literacy? He could not help but feel a little surprised. This did not mean that he knew much about these local garrison troops, which were not even considered as a second-rate army. It was just a general understanding. As the elite of the Empire and the vanguard of the White Legion, Sock certainly had the right to look down on these local brothers. Today, the performance of the Coast Guards was clearly a little beyond his expectations. After investing 2 squads of fresh troops into the battle, the situation on the battlefield suddenly tilted. Sherratt and his comrades managed to push their way back to the bottom of the southern wall of the fortress. They even climbed up the rocks and launched 2 assaults on the wall. Unfortunately, they were repelled by the liches and skeletons on the wall. This was not unusual. As the terrain outside the seaside cliff fortress was very narrow, only near the second half of the sandbar would it become open and flat again. However, Sherratt and his colleagues firmly guarded the path of the seaside cliff fortress. The undead's superior military strength could not be used at all. Although the coast guards were not worth mentioning in front of the White Legion, when faced with the same number of weak skeletons, they had an absolute advantage. However, the liches quickly mobilized the skeleton archers from the rear and changed the situation of the battle once again. Rows of skeleton archers lined up in neat rows and shot down from the southern wall of Fort Seacliff. The dense nether steel arrow rain caused Sharut's team to suffer heavy losses. The other two teams suffered similar losses as well. The morale of the coast guards that had just been boosted immediately dropped to the freezing point. They retreated all the way to Fathom Port's main wall. Seeing this scene, Baron Ludwig on the wall could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Although he was not the military chief of Fathom Harbor, the coast guards were directly under the command of the mayor of Fathom Harbor. When he saw the coast guards fleeing from the battlefield, he could not help but want to overstep his authority and scold these guys. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he remembered that he was the commander here. He could only swallow his curses with a gloomy face. Delphian was much calmer than him. It was as if she had already expected this. She quietly looked at the scene below the wall and ordered, "Fire the arrows." Her voice was not loud, but the herald faithfully passed down her order. The soldiers on the wall stepped back, and 2 rows of archers with longbows appeared at the back. Archers were rare in Wonde. Most of them were professional soldiers or mercenaries. Crossbowmen were common in the general army, and there were more crossbowmen than archers. Archers would not be able to go to the battlefield without years of training. However, the Empire's harbor guards actually had a team of trained archers. Their strength was evident, and it made people sigh in admiration. In fact, when Marjorie and Eugenie learned about the existence of such a team of longbowmen, their faces were a little strange. In Wonde, almost all archers used magic bows. This was because the investment in training an archer was much more than the investment in making a magic bow. Archers who used magic bows were much more powerful than crossbowmen in terms of shooting range, accuracy, and density. They could also use enchanted arrows. When using enchanted arrows, the power of a longbow was much greater than that of a crossbow. The archers drew their longbows under the command. The arrows on the bows shone with a faint golden light. They were wet, and it was obvious that they had just been watered with holy water. Rows of longbows were raised in the rain, and the arrows were accurately aimed at a certain shooting angle. This was one of the reasons why magic bows were much more powerful than heavy crossbows. They were waterproof. Normal bows and crossbows would lose a lot of power due to moisture, but magic items did not have this concern. The herald looked at Delphian, who nodded coldly. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The command sounded. At that moment, the entire city wall lit up. It was as if a dark golden line was flashing at the same time. That was the cold light of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In the curtain of rain, there seemed to be a white line moving forward. With a sharp whoosh, it was as if a gust of wind was blowing in his face. A rain of arrows had already begun to fall on the sandbar. Normally, arrows were not very effective against skeletons. This was because the arrows could easily pass through the holes in their bones. Even if they were lucky enough to hit the bones, they would only break 1 or 2 ribs. Only if they were lucky enough to break the tibia or neck would they be able to cause effective damage. However, in the darkness of the night, the probability of that happening was too low. But this rain of arrows was different. When each arrow got close to a skeleton, it would emit a strong holy light. The skeletons that were hit were like melted butter. The arrows passed through their bodies, leaving a huge cavity. There were even golden flames burning where the broken bones were. Even in the rain and snow, the flames did not seem to be extinguished. Instead, they burned more and more fiercely, turning the skeletons into ashes. In the darkness of the battlefield, it was as if a golden sea of fire had risen. The sea of skeletons under the main city wall of Fatten Port was burned without any warning. "Get ready for the second round of shooting," Delphian ordered. At the same time, she shouted, "Marjorie." "Yes. Get ready to attack." I want you to lead 3 teams of White Lion Guards to drive the undead army back to the southern part of the fortress of Seacliff and attack the fortress. Yes. Marjorie replied without hesitation. At this time, the archers had completed the second round of shooting. On the battlefield, a trained crossbowman needed 12 seconds to reload, but a well-trained archer only needed 1/3 of that time. Another rain of golden arrows fell on the skeletons' heads. The few teams of skeletons under the city wall immediately became sparse. However, they did not collapse. The most troublesome thing about the undead army was that they had no morale, especially the low-level undead. Although they lacked intelligence, they did not feel fear. Naturally, they would not retreat easily. At this time, the city gates slowly rose. Marjorie led the White Lion Guards and charged out. Archers, change to enchanted arrows. Get ready for the third round of shooting. I want you to cover the rear of the undead army and cover Marjorie's attack, Delphian calmly ordered. Miss Delphian, why do you want to change to arrows? Earl Alcorn was anxious. The attack effect of holy arrows is very good. There are still a few bullets left. Arrows have no effect on the skeletons. Delphian glanced at him and replied in an unfriendly tone, Am I the commander or are you the commander? Follow my orders. Light the torches. The moment the main city wall of Fat Tan Port lit up, Sock knew that today's sneak attack had come to an end. He saw torches and braziers being lit one after another on the city wall 500 meters away. Under the light of the torches, the walkway on the city wall was full of soldiers. The archers of the Coast Guard stood neatly in 2 rows. When the archers shot the first 2 rounds of arrows, he frowned slightly and subconsciously looked around suspiciously. However, when the third round of arrows flashed in the rain, Sock finally felt relieved. It seemed that the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the city did not gather immediately. The plan was well executed. The holy arrows from before should be ammunition. According to the intelligence, the Coast Guards should not have too many bullets left in their enchanted arrows. As for the holy arrows, there were even fewer. After all, there had never been any record of an undead attack in this area before. However, the attack was inevitably repelled. Following the rain of arrows, he saw an unfamiliar army charging out of Fat Tan Port. The combat power of this new force was not weaker than the Coast Guards. In fact, it was much stronger. The equipment of the other party seemed to be between light and heavy infantry. However, their movements were very agile and their attacks were very explosive. A few skeleton squads could not withstand such an attack at all. They were quickly forced back to the Sea Cliff path. This was obviously not an ordinary army. The term, White Lion Legion, immediately came to mind. Duke Ambunal had made thorough arrangements before attacking Fat Tan Port. Of course, intelligence work was indispensable. Therefore, Sock was very clear about the details of Erewhon's people stationed in Fat Tan Port. Of course, even Duke Ambunal would not be clear about the difference between the White Lion Legion and the White Lion Guards in that small kingdom. He just hastily mixed the two together. The sneak attack was discovered, and the attack was blocked. The battle that originally had the upper hand had unsurprisingly turned into a head-on confrontation. However, this was not beyond Sock's expectations. In fact, being able to take down Fort Seacliff so easily was already beyond his expectations. It might even be beyond the expectations of the commander-in-chief of this battle, Duke Ambunal. The Coast Guards and Erewhon's people could not rely on the low main walls of Fat Tan Port to defend. What they had to do was to break through the city gate in one go and then throw the undead into the street battle. Of course, it would be best if there was no street battle. He hoped that once the city wall fell, the enemy who had lost all hope would disarm and surrender. However, judging from the intensity of the resistance at the moment, it seemed that this wish would come to nothing. Sock naturally attributed this to the fact that the eldest prince was in the city. However, he was not very worried because the undead were cannon fodder. Even if they were all killed here, no one would feel the slightest bit of heartache. Using the undead to deplete the blood of Erewhon's people and the Coast Guards in street battle was obviously a good deal. As for the White Legion, Sok was very clear that they only had one enemy. He suddenly turned his head. The valley behind him was dark, but he knew that tens of thousands of undead were clustered there. Further away, there was the hilly area around the Golden Needle Valley. He did not know if Erwin and the others were in position. He frowned silently. Ovchin Port, Fort Conway. With a creak, the door of the room was pushed open by an attendant. My lord, Sir Erwin and his Griffin Brigade have arrived at the designated area. Sir Bernd and his Silver-Winged Knight Regiment also sent a magic message 3 minutes ago, saying that they are ready. Duke Ambunal retracted his gaze from the stone window. What about the Buga fleet? There is no movement yet. How is the battle at Fatten Port? The observation at the front line shows that the sneak attack was very successful. The undead vanguard took down Fort Seacliff in one fell swoop. However, the enemy's resistance is very fierce. The battle line is in a deadlock under Fatten City. Duke Ambunal frowned slightly. Without Fort Seacliff, the Erewin's people won't be able to hold on for long. I will let the Madara people work harder. You may leave. Inform Erwin and Bairn to be ready to attack at any time. Count Brill looked at the door that was closed again. He turned around and asked, Old friend? Don't worry, old friend. It's not a big problem. Duke Ambunal glanced at the bone staff that was floating in the air. I have already sent people to investigate. A few hours ago, we lost contact with Maroli and his men in the Golden Needle Forest. A fake bone staff also went missing together with them. I think the rats must have sneaked in. It's fine. The former frowned slightly and asked uneasily. The situation at the front line is fine. The situation at the front line is great. The Bugas would never dream of our plan. We can't blame them. I'm afraid no one in this world would think that Her Majesty has formed an alliance with Madara. Duke Ambunal was in a good mood. Madara's attack is more successful than expected. Without Fort Seacliff, the Erewin's people in the port will not be able to save their lives. That poor count, he is being used by the Bugas without knowing it. But the Empire will not pity him. He walked to the side of the count's desk and picked up the flint and iron on the desk to light his pipe. He then took a puff from the pipe, squinted his eyes and sighed deeply. The rats that sneaked into Ovchin must be the scouts of the northern barbarians. Don't worry, someone will take care of them. This is not like you, old friend. You boast before the war is over. Count Brill seemed to be affected by the mood and laughed. Where is our cautious White Duke? This war has already ended, Brill. Duke Ambunal shook his head. The Bugas can't declare war on two empires at the same time. That being said, Count Brill reminded, don't forget that the Bugas have a fleet here. Yes, Duke Ambunal replied without hesitation. So we are waiting for their fleet. Chapter 1043. When the undead sneak attack turned into a frontal attack, the situation on the battlefield of Fadan Port quickly changed. The Liches used their air force for the first time. There were countless sounds of wings flapping in the darkness. The Kurlut soldiers on the city wall were still puzzled. What was that sound? But the young men of the White Lion Guards beside them had a drastic change in expression. Get down! They pulled their colleagues from the Empire to the ground and then shrunk behind the battlements. The Coast Guards were dizzy from the fall. Before they could curse, a terrible rain of bones fell from the sky. Countless skeletal vultures fell from the sky and crashed onto the city wall. The soldiers who were hit by them had broken bones or died on the spot. A Cruz soldier who reacted slowly was hit head-on. His eyes bulged out, and his lifeless body flew a few meters away before landing on the ground. The skeletal vultures exploded immediately after landing on the ground, turning into a terrifying rain of fragments. The coast guards on the city wall who could not dodge in time suffered heavy casualties. The veterans of the White Lion Guards who had participated in the War of the Black Rose and the Battle of Tosenkad were fine. The new soldiers and the Cruz soldiers who had never seen the undead were unlucky, especially the coast guards who were not beside the White Lion Guards. For example, the independent team of Coast Guards who were responsible for defending the tower. Out of 30 people, 7 of them were killed on the spot, and 12 of them were seriously injured. Other than the 3 people in the tower who were unharmed, the rest of them were more or less injured. Among them, Knight Wright and his 2 attendants who were commanding on the top of the tower were also on the list of the dead. This battle order could be said to have been wiped out on the spot. In addition, 1/3 of the Coast Guard's archers were killed in this wave of attack. After receiving the casualty report, the others saw Baron Ludwig's eyes twitching. However, the skeletal vulture's suicide attack only worked once. When they were about to dive into the air for the second time, they collided with the gargoyles stationed at Fat Tan Port. The liches below were still waiting for the second wave of attack to work, but suddenly, they saw countless shredded skeletal vultures falling from the sky like rain. Their corpses instantly accumulated on the ground of the battlefield. Gargoyles. When Sock saw this scene, he immediately understood what the skeletal vultures had encountered. The gargoyles of the Erewhon people had appeared more than once in the intelligence reports. The earliest report about them was when the arrogant Count Tonagel attacked the Black Sword Fortress. However, this army later suffered heavy casualties when they encountered the dragon army of the Jorgendy Ridge people. There should not be many of them left. However, Sock did not know that when Tonagel's fleet arrived, the Bugas had already replenished the number of gargoyles for Brando. He only saw a huge creature falling from the sky not long after. It was a gargoyle whose wings had been blown off. It fell heavily into the middle of a group of skeletons, crushing them into pieces. However, Sock was not heartbroken. Instead, he was a little happy because after the first gargoyle fell, it quickly caused a chain reaction. This confirmed his guess that Erewhon people did not have many gargoyles left. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to withstand the siege of the skeletal vultures so quickly. One must know that the skeletal vultures were only an unorthodox unit in Wonde. Even the undead in Madara did not count them as an official combat force. The gargoyles, on the other hand, were a genuine reconnaissance flying unit of the Bugas. The difference in combat strength between the two was not reasonable. If it were not for the huge disparity in numbers, the gargoyles would not have started to cause so many casualties so quickly. The battle in the sky seemed to have quickly gained the upper hand, but the 2 squadrons of White Lion Guards and Coast Guards on the ground firmly blocked the skeletons on the path to the sea cliff. They even threatened the southern wall of the fortress from time to time. If it was a real battle between the undead of Madara, they would have arranged for a Black Knight to open up the situation, or at the very least, launch a charge of skeletal cavalry, or gather as many liches as possible to blast a path through the humans. But now, they did not even have a single skeletal cavalry, let alone a Black Knight. The few liches had become frontline commanders, each of them commanding hundreds of skeletons. As for gathering them to act as a long-range attack echelon, it was impossible to even think about it. As for the undead, they did have a group of liches as magicians, but the frontline liches still counted on them to be of great use, so it was impossible for them to be exposed so quickly. After all, the Coast Guards also had a group of magicians. In a close combat situation, whoever was exposed first would be dealt a fatal blow. Therefore, the only thing that could support the skeletons on the ground was the limited number of skeleton archers. But they were only happy for a while, and soon, they were retaliated by the scattered magicians on the enemy's wall. Fireballs flew across the battlefield a few hundred meters and exploded on the wall. The skeleton archers who lacked protection immediately suffered heavy casualties, and the liches had no choice but to withdraw them. As the battle continued, the skeletons were forced to retreat until they were out of the range of the enemy's archers. This was because there were too many of them, and they did not have to worry about consumption at all. It was also because of this reason that the liches were not worried about losing the battle head-on. They had tens of thousands of soldiers, but they could not use their full strength on the battlefield. Most of the undead were still trapped in the valley behind. In fact, less than 1/3 of them had joined the battle. Of course, the undead did not want to spend half a day just to take down the main wall of Fathom Port. Because the battle in the sky seemed to have come to an end. The last gargoyle finally fell from the sky under the siege and suicidal attacks of the vultures. It crashed heavily on the southern wall of Fort Seacliff, creating a hole in the wall. At the same time, it was torn into pieces. After losing their last opponent, the skeletal vultures could finally invade the airspace of Fathom Port once again, launching attacks on the Coast Guards and the White Lion Guards. Under such circumstances, Cruz's people had no choice but to withdraw their archers. Without the cover of long-range attacks, no matter how brave the White Lion Guards and the Coast Guards were, human strength was limited. They would eventually lose their position on the sandbar. If there was only the outer wall of Fathom Port, it would be much easier to take it down. Moreover, the skeletal vultures could also attack the humans who were fighting with the skeletons. After all, the undead did not have to worry about consumption. With the loss of air control, the situation on the battlefield seemed to have become extremely disadvantageous for the human side in an instant. However, at this moment, a mile or two away from the main wall of Fathom Port, there was another army that was quietly stationed. There was a small shabby monastery. In front of the monastery, there was a square. The low buildings in front of the square had been demolished, so the people in the dark could clearly see the situation of the battle in the direction of the city wall. The shadows of the people on the city wall were crisscrossing, and the deafening battle cries could be heard from afar. In the crowd, the Shire silently raised his head and looked at the situation in the sky. At this time, a messenger trotted to his side and whispered to him, "Sir the Shire, it's almost time." The Shire turned his head and looked at him. He nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Tell Miss Delphian not to worry." After saying that, he opened his 5 fingers, and an exquisite card appeared in his palm, spinning slowly. At every moment, the energy is changing its form. With the astral world as its home, the ultimate form of the energy life, display, Ether Dragon. The Shire loudly chanted, and a huge door of light opened behind the Shire. Plankton of all shapes and sizes swam out of these portals. The number of plankton was even more spectacular than the number of plankton at the Black Sword Fortress. Everyone in the square looked at this scene with great respect. This was the power of magic. Although they did not know that the Shire had borrowed the power of a planeswalker, at this moment, their hearts were filled with a deep longing for power. Many years later, those masters who had walked out of Valhalla would still vividly recall the scene today. However, many of them would die without understanding how Charles had managed to summon those ether creatures to the material world, nor could they figure out what level of strength and realm their teacher had reached back then. Regardless of whether they understood it or not, countless ether dragons still rose into the sky at the first moment. The skeletal vultures that had just arrived in the sky above Fathom Harbor were immediately met with misfortune. Even the Griffin Knight at the Black Sword Fortress was no match for the ether dragons, let alone the skeletal vultures. The battle in the sky immediately took a 180-degree turn. The corpses of the skeletal vultures quickly fell like rain. The density of their corpses was at least 2 to 3 times greater than when they were fighting against the gargoyles. Sock, who was still standing on the southern wall of the Sea Cliff Fortress, saw the appearance of the ether dragons and knew that the undead's air force was done for. However, this was also a signal that showed that Fathom Harbor was almost out of tricks, except for Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, who had not yet appeared. However, he was not worried about this. Her Majesty the Queen would help them solve this problem, as long as the other party dared to appear. What came next was the real feast. Sock felt relieved. At least until now, all the situations were within his expectations. This proved that the plan was quite successful. At this time, the Undead's necromancer group finally appeared. This was because the undead commander had no choice but to use them to suppress the ether dragons in the sky. Otherwise, if they completely lost control of the air, it would definitely be a nightmare for the skeletons on the battlefield between the Sea Cliff Fortress and Fathom Harbor. It might even be difficult to defend the Sea Cliff Fortress. In just half an hour, the humans had broken through the southern wall of the Sea Cliff Fortress several times, threatening the safety of the fortress. However, the undead's necromancer commander played a little trick. It divided the necromancer group that was formed by the necromancers into 2. It wanted to lure the humans' necromancer group to open fire and expose its existence. It had to be said that its cunning little trick really worked. When the necromancers launched an attack on the ether dragons in the sky, the humans' necromancer group, who was lying in ambush behind the city wall, immediately poured magic on the necromancers, who were almost a mile away. For these necromancers, a catastrophe instantly befell them. Fireballs, meteorites, and hailstones fell on their heads as if they were free. These necromancers, who did not have any protective abilities, were directly blasted into pieces. Then, as if the humans' necromancers were still not at ease, they used magic to crush them again. The 2 rounds of magic from the humans made Sock overjoyed. Of course, he already knew the necromancer's strategy. 2 rounds of magic from Fathom Harbor meant that the other party would not be able to fight back for a short period of time. This was undoubtedly great news for the undead. Sure enough, the undead commander did not intend to give up this opportunity. It immediately ordered another group of necromancers to attack the humans' necromancer group. Unfortunately, it and Sock had only guessed the beginning, but not the end. The necromancers encountered the Shire, who was half a planeswalker, with a green poisonous gas bomb. The Shire was not surprised by the little trick of the undead. He showed another card, Magic Refraction. Magic Refraction Law II Water 3, Spell, Pay X Mana, Wizard. With the target spell as the target, it will choose X new targets. After this card is used, it will be shuffled into the deck. Your magic is under my control, Steeple Guard, ODU. The result was predictable. Although the undead had a high tolerance for poison, having their spells reflected was enough to make them flustered. Moreover, they had made the same mistake as the humans. In order to ensure that they could completely eliminate the human sorcerers, they had also used all their black magic. However, the humans had come prepared, and the undead had no way to counter them. As a result, when they finally recovered from their own attacks, they were greeted with a calamity of annihilation. Seeing that the necromancer's group was completely destroyed, there was finally a burst of cheers on the city wall. The mage's beautiful counterattack cheered everyone up. The morale of the Coast Guards and the White Lion Guards was greatly boosted. Even Count Alcorn and Baron Ludwig, the city lord of Fathom Harbor, who were watching the battle from the city wall, were greatly relieved. The latter's gloomy face finally eased a little. Erewhon's wizards are really good, Count Alcorn could not help but praise in his excitement. Wait, Eugenie noticed something unusual at this time. Look over there. Oh my God. A few nobles beside Delphian looked in the direction that Eugenie pointed and could not help but exclaim, the sea, the undead are attacking from the sea. Of course, the undead did not have a navy. At this moment, under the effect of the disorder of chaos, the entire coastal area of Silver Valley Bay was frozen due to the harsh low temperature. However, due to inertia, both sides of the battle did not think of attacking from the frozen sea at the beginning. At this moment, the undead whose attacks were blocked seemed to have run out of tricks and had to find a way out from the desperate situation. However, the way they found a way out hit the weak spot of Fathom Harbor. Chapter 1044. Fathom Harbor did not seem to have thought of setting up a defense on the sea. At this moment, the entire Fathom Harbor and a few miles of the coastal coast were covered with ice. The undead could spread their army on the frozen sea, and the humans could not stop them at all. Because they did not have enough troops. Almost all the noble officers on the city wall changed their faces. Once the undead spread out tens of thousands of troops on the sea, how could they resist? With less than 2,000 coast guards in Fathom Harbor, plus Erewhon's White Lion Guards, which were even smaller in number. Fortunately, they were not scared out of their wits because the eldest prince was still in the city. The nobles turned to Delphian and suggested, Miss Delphian, call back the troops outside the city. We can only fight them in the streets. Fight in the streets? Delphian shook her head slowly. In the darkness, her firm gaze seemed to be able to pass through the entire battlefield. The cold rain hit the uninjured half of her face, and her smooth face was faintly pale. The Prime Minister's daughter replied firmly, it's not time yet. Miss Eugenie, you take the others down the city wall first. Baron Ludwig, you can go down first too. Enide stood in the rain, Miss Delphian, you're not coming with us. No, Delphian replied. I said, it's not time yet. Count Alcorn, you stay too. I heard that you've experienced the Holy War. This battle is probably nothing to you. Count Alcorn was slightly startled. This sentence seemed to arouse the infinite pride in his heart. He recalled his decades of military experience. Compared to that, this battle was indeed nothing. Okay, I'll stay, he replied, then turned to Baron Ludwig and said, Mr. Baron, you can go down first. It won't be so safe on the city wall next. What? Baron Ludwig was very dissatisfied. Do I look like someone who's afraid of death? Baron, you don't have to be stubborn. Seeing that Count Alcon's attitude didn't seem to be fake, the old mayor of Fat Ant Port seemed to have loosened up a little. After all, he wasn't a young man. After being in the rain for a while, he felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. So he nodded and followed the others down the city wall. A young priest walked past the people who were walking down the city wall and hurriedly came to Count Alcorn. My lords, the ceremony and artifacts are ready, but the solar eclipse will affect the power of the golden flame and greatly reduce the power of the holy spell. Bishop Jorf asked if we should postpone the ritual spell. Yalfo had been promoted by Frontline to be the Bishop of East Metz. As for the original bishop, he was stationed in Fordham, and that place was currently under the control of the Silver Queen. What did Ms. Sidney say? Delphian asked. Lady Sidney says she believes in Count Tonagel. Then my answer is, I'm the same. Delphian replied. She raised her head in the rain and looked silently at the top of the cliff. The rain and snow fluttered, and the bare rocks were soon covered with ice and snow. Doors of light were slowly opening in the void, and figures wearing holy robes and holding scepters were stepping out from them. The priests came to the edge of the cliff one by one. The icy wind blew at the hem of their robes. They slowly raised the scepters in their hands. A ray of golden light seemed to break through the clouds, piercing through the darkness and descending from the sky. It seemed to resonate with the light and reflected on the scepters. Countless scepters shone in the darkness, connecting into one. And in the center of this golden light, Sidney was looking down at the entire battlefield. The fierce battle below the sea cliff was reflected in her platinum eyes. Her expression was solemn as she slowly stretched out her hand and pressed down on the void below. The attack of the undead was blocked again. Erewhon's people were not defenseless on the ice. The skeleton army encountered the stone puppets that the Bugas gave to Brando. Although there were not many of them, it made Sock, who was on the wall, feel a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. Why haven't the Bugas sent out their fleet yet? He raised his head and looked in the direction of the port. The direction of the airport of Fulton Port was dark. The solar eclipse had brought convenience to the movement of the undead army, but things in the world were often not perfect. At this time, a scout knight finally arrived from the rear. This young man brought the decision of the White Legion to Sock. Captain Knight Sock, after a quarter of an hour, whether the Bugas fleet appears or not, the White Legion will launch an attack on time. Why? Don't we have to wait a little longer? But my target is the Bugas fleet. Sock was even more surprised. Sir Knight thinks that we have wasted too much time. The Bugas may have seen through this. We have to force them to show up, the young man said. Sock nodded helplessly. If that was the case, the effect of the sneak attack would not be achieved. But the battle at Fulton Port had indeed made him vigilant. He also agreed with the view of the commander of the White Legion's Griffin Legion, Sir Ehrlich. Previously, the human mage regiment's counterattack in Fulton Port was very decisive, directly causing the undead army to lose the ability to provide long-range magic support. That scene immediately aroused his previous suspicions. It was very likely that the other party was prepared. But if that was the case, why did the other party abandon Fulton Port? A faint sense of uneasiness lingered in his heart. However, at this moment, the undead army had completely spread out on the ice and was entangled with the stone puppets at Fulton Port. Between Fulton Port and the outer wall of Fulton, the two sides on the battlefield were locked in a fierce battle. It was impossible to retreat. At this time, the only thing they could do was to continue attacking. until the winner was decided. And it was at this moment that a thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound was like a giant beast breaking out of the ground under the ground. It resounded throughout the entire battlefield and instantly reached the ears of everyone on both sides of the battle. What's that sound? Oh my God, look at the sea. Sock was standing on the southern wall of Fulton Port at this moment. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the bay of Fulton Port as if he had seen a ghost. In the sacred and solemn hall, an angel seemed to be hanging on the dark and deep vault, silently watching everyone below, causing the hall to be silent. After the choir sang a hymn for a while, they went to the back to rest. Many citizens were praying silently in their chairs, and the sound of fighting from the direction of the port could be heard here. It was somewhat illusory, as if it was something that happened in another world. The human face on the gate of the Fossa Sanctum looked at the sullen Heroes not far away. Hey, little guy, you don't look very happy. The little prince looked up at it listlessly. It was called Yalfo, the same name as the host of this sanctum. This was what it said. I also want to fight, but they always look down on me. Yalfo, am I particularly useless? No, I don't think so. That's because you're the crown prince. You know, identity is always very important to humans. Even if it's a gate, there's a distinction between high and low. Just like me, I'm the gate of the sanctum. Compared to those shabby civilian doors, I'm much more precious. I think those monks won't let me be damaged so easily. But it's not like that. Prince Leneret had the experience of taking the lead, and my teacher often taught me that as the future king of Erewhon, I have the need to protect my people from harm. But everyone is fighting for the future of Erewhon, and I can only stay here. I don't understand why. Heroes said loudly. Well, let me think. Yalfo looked thoughtful. Maybe it's like this. Maybe you'll want to hear my story. Hearing the story, the little prince was a little interested and looked curiously at the human face on the gate of the sanctum. You know, when I was young, wait, how can a gate be young? Heroes doubted. Don't interrupt, because at that time, I was not a gate, but a teak. To be exact, a sapling. At that time, I was not entrusted with any important task. Yalfo was not really angry at being interrupted. In fact, it was the opposite. Heroes' seriousness made it very happy. It took more than 10 minutes to tell the story of how a teak tree grew, was cut down, and finally was made into the gate of the Forza Sanctum. This lengthy story was full of meaningless nonsense and imagination, but Heroes listened very attentively. In the end, it concluded. In short, what I want to say is that gold will shine wherever it is. Just like when I was still hanging out with those mediocre guys in the mountains, I already deeply understood this. That's why I've achieved what I have today. Do you understand, little guy? Thank you, Yalfo. I understand what you mean. Heroes did not question the fact that the latter's so-called achievement was actually being made into the gate of the sanctum. He said excitedly, you mean, when I grow up, I'll be a real man. Yalfo was stunned. Well, it's not that you can't understand it that way. Anyway, it's good that it's helpful to you, little guy. Thank you so much. Heroes was very excited. Yalfo, you've helped me a lot. Wait, what do you want to do? Heroes turned around, his beautiful silver-gray eyes sparkling. I want to grow up right now. A quarter of an hour later, a slim figure sneaked out from the back door of the sanctum. This was undoubtedly a beautiful half-elf girl, with a slender neck and picturesque eyebrows. She wore a somewhat old monk's robe, and her silver hair was scattered behind her head, casually tied into a long ponytail. Under the hair tips, pointed ears were exposed, but her face was flushed, and she looked a little nervous. Her temperament was weak, as if she would be blown away by the wind. As soon as the girl ran out of the church, she was caught red-handed by the soldiers of the White Lion Guards outside. When the young people from Tonajul saw the girl, they were so shocked that they almost jumped up. Your Royal Highness. No. I'm not. Haruz was stunned for a moment, then he understood something. His face was slightly red, and he hurriedly waved his hand helplessly. I'm not the princess. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the accelerated growth spell, which was classified as a transformational magic, would not only speed up his growth, but also make his hair grow longer. His original clothes were also torn apart. It was not easy for him to find such a cultivator's robe, but the only flaw was the current situation. No? Your Royal Highness? The soldiers looked at Haruz suspiciously. In their view, the girl in front of them was clearly the eldest princess of Erewhon, Griffin. No, I mean. Haruz saw that the soldiers had become a little suspicious, and he secretly felt that something was wrong. He quickly changed his words. Yes, I'm the sister of the princess, my name is. Yes, Fosha. I'm secretly following the envoy this time. Princess Fosha. Her Royal Highness Griffin has a sister? The young people of the White Lion Guards were suddenly at a loss. Most of them were just young people of the Tonagel and Mented generation before joining Brando, or at most the children of small nobles. Although they knew about Princess Griffin and Prince Haruz, they did not know much about the members of the royal family. Besides, Haruz's current appearance was really the same as his sister's, so it was hard not to believe. After a moment of consideration, the soldiers confirmed the authenticity of the princess in front of them. Not to mention other things, the temperament of a member of the royal family on her body could not be faked. Your Royal Highness Princess Fosha, they quickly asked respectfully, what orders do you have? Yes, Haruz breathed a sigh of relief. Although the development of the current situation was a little beyond his expectations, it was still developing in a good direction. He quickly replied, quickly take me to the front line. Go to the front line? The soldiers looked at each other. Your Royal Highness, should we ask for the Lord's opinion? No need to trouble teacher, Haruz was shocked and quickly shook his head. The soldiers of the White Lion Guards were staring at the sweaty and panicking little princess in confusion. But suddenly, a loud rumbling sound spread throughout the entire Fathom Harbor. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted, including Haruz. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of the loud noise in bewilderment. The sound was like rolling thunder, continuous and accompanied by cracking sounds. It was like a giant beast breaking out of the ground. In an instant, the entire earth trembled. What's going on? What's that sound? Someone in the crowd asked in surprise. It seems to be coming from the harbor. Haruz suddenly let out a low cry. He looked at the east of Fathom Harbor in shock, the direction of the sublime inland sea. A dazzling light was slowly rising from the darkness. Sok looked at the scene that was happening in front of him, dumbfounded. The eternal darkness was fading, and a dazzling red sun was rising from the sea level. The storm on the outer sea seemed to have subsided in an instant. The sunlight pierced through the dark clouds like sharp swords. The lightning and illusions under the clouds disappeared, and the darkness was receding from the entire land. Meanwhile, in the coastal waters, the thick layer of ice was melting and cracking apart. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ice, as if the ice that had never melted in 10,000 years was breaking apart from the middle. The undead army on the ice was facing a calamity of annihilation almost instantly. Everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Tens of thousands of undead were swallowed by the broken ice. The sea water and broken ice rolled up and down, and then nothing was left. How could this be? Sok was at a loss. Didn't the plan say that the eternal night would last for 3 days? He had imagined all kinds of scenarios in his mind, including the failure of the sneak attack, or the invasion of the Bugas, but there was no such scenario. He could not figure out why the people of Madara would trap themselves and drag the White Legion down with them. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of warning in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head, and with the help of the rising dawn, he was horrified to find that the direction of Fathom Harbor was empty. There was no sign of a fleet in the sky at all. He was fooled. Sok's heart was cold. Retreat. There was only one thought in his mind at this moment. He could not help but roar at all the undead in Fort Seacliff, retreat. But unfortunately, it was still a little too late. On the sea cliff, Sydney's platinum eyes reflected the brilliance of the morning sun, as if a raging flame was burning, the grand spell of descent, the holy judgment of the kings. Chapter 1045. The icy wind blew the ice dust on the surface of the frozen sea, stirring up a thin layer of fog like waves. In the direction of Ovchin Bay, there was a small group of people who were slowly advancing against the icy wind. "It's about time," Brando suddenly said after a while. "It's about time?" Yuta looked at him in confusion. "We can enter the city now," Brando replied. Everyone looked at each other. Although the main force of the White Legion had left Ovchin, it was impossible for there to be no guards stationed in the city. Other things aside, they had not seen the White Legion's Drake Knight Regiment on their way here. Everyone knew that their lord had come here for a reason, but they could not guess what he was thinking. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on such a small number of people to ambush Ovchin. Even if they used a decapitation tactic, it was also impossible. After all, the White Legion was one of the 4 most elite legions in the Empire. If they only had this much ability, it was obviously not enough to convince them. However, Mare and Yuta did not question Brando's decision. Only Teru asked casually, "My lord, just us?" After a short period of interaction, Brando was already used to this student from the Shire. Hence, he was not surprised by his question. He turned around and smiled mysteriously at him. "You'll know later." "Later?" Teru was puzzled. "Wait, my lord. You know that I'm not afraid of death, but you're making me curious. What are we going to do?" Yuta frowned. "Enough," she stopped him. "Just listen to my lord's orders. You talk too much nonsense." "It's okay," Brando said as he turned around and continued walking forward. His voice came from the front along with the cold wind. "Of course you have to know your target. And of course, we're going to occupy Ovchin." "Occupy?" Mare raised his eyebrows. "Oh. Wei Xen?" Teru's jaw dropped. "My lord, I didn't hear wrong, did I? With just the few of us?" "I've already answered your question, haven't I?" Brando replied with a smile. All right." Teru shrugged. "But my lord, you have to tell us how to do it, right?" "Very simple. Who does Ovchin belong to?" "The mayor of Ovchin is Count Brill, but the one who can make the decision now is probably the commander of the White Legion stationed in the city, Duke Ambuner," Mare immediately replied. "That's why we need to convince Duke Ambuner to give us Ovchin city," Brando replied without turning his head. "Don't joke around, my lord. There is no doubt that this is impossible." Teru shook his head disapprovingly, obviously treating Brendel's words as a joke that wasn't that funny. "No, I'm not joking. Why is this impossible?" "Teru, didn't your teacher teach you that there's nothing impossible in this world?" Brendel grinned at Teru's astonished face and winked at him. "Teru, didn't your teacher teach you that nothing is impossible in this world?" Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. Mir furrowed his brows. He didn't even notice that his hood was blown up by the cold wind, and his long hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. The commander of the Drake Knight Legion, Hudson, stood by the turquoise river and looked at the dark city on the west bank. There were faint lights in the darkness, and the tall towers and temples outlined the outline of the city. Everything was peaceful and quiet, as if the war at Fathom Port had nothing to do with it. But Hudson knew that other than his Drake Knight Legion, only Baron Luke and Prince's troops were stationed in the city of the White Legion. Their defense was weaker than a piece of paper, and they were in danger of being ambushed at any time. Although most people, including Duke Ambuner, did not believe that the eldest prince had the ability to attack Ovchin City, this did not stop Hudson from worrying. His worries were groundless, but he still could not fall asleep. In the middle of the night, he put on his clothes and came to the turquoise river, hoping that the cold wind would clear his mind and clear his doubts. Finally, the darkness of the night made him feel a little more at ease. He hoped that the night would bring them good luck, just as the others wished. But suddenly, he felt that the night had faded a little. This illusion startled him, and he quickly rubbed his eyes, only to find that it was not his perception that was wrong. A few hundred meters away, the Iron Wolf Bridge that crossed the turquoise river was only a silhouette in the darkness, but now the outline of the bridge was faintly outlined, and the white rocks that formed the bridge were clearly visible. The light was still gradually getting brighter, but Hudson was terrified. He looked up with some difficulty and saw a line of golden light rising from the horizon. This golden light was like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. Outside of Ahin, half of the sky had turned from black to pale white. Then, a beautiful pink appeared beneath the clouds, as if the sublime inland sea had been set ablaze. It was incomparably dazzling. This scene was not rare. For the past hundreds of years, Chin had to experience it almost every day. This was the sunrise, the arrival of the day. The morning light was not shifted by anyone's will. It broke through the heavy darkness and sprinkled on the earth, enveloping everything in warmth. Ovachin's shadow was rapidly retreating, as if it had been defeated, and in an instant, it had retreated to the west of the turquoise river. In the face of this scene, Hudson did not feel the slightest warmth. He only felt a chill in his heart. The undead of Madara had promised that the sun would set in 3 days, but now it was not even half a day. "Captain, something big has happened." Several knights hurriedly ran over from the direction of the Dragon Knight's camp. "What are you panicking for?" "I'm not blind." Hudson frowned and looked back, his heart full of anger. He did not know if it was because of the betrayal of the undead, or because of the panic of his men, but he gritted his teeth and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Go and prepare." His words were stuck in his throat. In the sky above Ovchin, a bright circle of light appeared. The whole sky was buzzing, as if heralding the arrival of something. Everyone in the city stopped what they were doing. Hudson and his knight looked up instinctively. Some citizens ran out of their homes to witness this strange scene. Then, countless circles of light appeared in the sky. Mast after mast extended from the circle of light, then the bow of the ship, then half of the ship, and finally the entire ship sailed out of the circle of light. In the sky above Ovchin, countless warships appeared in an instant. It was as if the city had just been bathed in the sun, and then the sky suddenly darkened. At that moment, the people of Ovchin understood what it meant to blot out the sun. Countless silver sails flapped in the wind like the sea. For a moment, the entire sky above Ovchin seemed to be filled with this sound. Hudson was petrified, and so were his knight subordinates. Of course, they knew where these silver warships came from, but no one dared to act rashly. In order to ambush this fleet, all the air forces of the White Legion had been sent to the front line by Duke Ambuner, but their prey had appeared in Ovchin, which was dozens of miles away from the front line. "Martha above," Hudson screamed in his heart. What exactly went wrong? At this moment, there were at most a few Griffin Knight scouts in the city, but there were only a few of them. How could they fight against this fleet? Unless they were crazy. As for the others, were they going to let their infantry and cavalry fight against the fleet and kill the enemy with their mines? Should they let the Griffin squadron back? It was too late. Hudson's mind was blank. Trenthium's fleet didn't launch an attack at the first moment. In Conway Fortress, Duke Ambuner stood up with a serious expression and looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. "Who are you?" Count Brill, who was destroying documents, also stopped what he was doing and looked up at the stranger who pushed the door open. His expression changed. "Who let you in? Where are the guards?" Duke Ambuner reached out to stop his old friend. "You must be the grandson of Darius, Count Tonagel, Mr. Brando," the Duke said calmly. "What brings you here?" The one who pushed the door open was Brando, followed by Yuta, Mare, and Teru. Other than himself, the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Behind them, several guards dressed in the White Army's battle robes were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They had long lost consciousness. Brendel was not surprised by Ambunel's question, but he was a little surprised that Ambunal was so familiar with him. It seemed that his grandfather was quite influential in the empire. Not only Veronica, but even this duke, who was known as the Ghost Wolf on the battlefield of the Holy War, was able to recognize Brendel's identity at once. Compared to his identity as the Count of Tonagel, the people of Cruz were more sensitive to his identity as the descendant of Darius. He thought that the empire did not take him seriously. At most, it was because of the intervention of the Bugas that they paid so much attention to the White Legion, but it seemed that he had underestimated his influence. He knew that the White Legion was directly loyal to the Silver Queen. Since Duke Ambunar could recognize his identity, it meant that the Silver Queen, Constance, should also know of his existence. For a moment, Brando felt a little flattered. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand to signal Mare behind him to close the door, and then smiled at the two people in the room. "Duke, I think it's time for us to sit down and have a good talk." Ovachin's defense was weak. Although there were some masters in Fort Conway, they were still some distance away from him. In fact, in the entire White Legion, except for Ambunar, who was close to the supreme class, he did not have to worry about the others. Besides, he had the dimensional elements. In fact, he did not alert anyone when he entered the room, except for Count Brill and Duke Ambunar. Duke Ambunar's face was as calm as water. He stretched out his hand, and the floating skeletal staff flew into his hand. He looked at Brando and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "Surrender." "Surrender?" Duke Ambunar was surprised. "Who surrendered to whom? Are you representing the eldest son to me?" Brando was not angry. He replied, "Duke, you know what I mean." Duke Ambunar did not speak. He was standing at a position where he could see the scene in Ovachin through the stone window. A moment ago, the cold wind howled in the harbor, and the scene of the night had disappeared. The bright sun shrouded the entire harbor, and the newly thawed dock was a mess. A little further away, the sky was filled with silver clouds. That was the Tonagel fleet. The constant buzzing in the sky seemed to remind him of the final result of the battle. Although Her Majesty the Queen and the undead of Madara seemed to work together seamlessly, the result was that the White Legion had fallen into a huge trap. He still did not understand what the problem was. The Tonagel fleet did not attack. But once the Erewhon people, or the Buga people, started to attack, Ovachin would change hands in an instant, and even fall into a sea of fire. There were still troops of the White Legion in the city, but whether it was the Earth Dragon Knight Regiment, Baron Luke and Sir Prince's troops, they could not go up to the sky to fight with the floating fleet. The other party had not attacked yet because the other party had given him an ultimatum. Duke Ambunar knew that this ultimatum had been given a few seconds ago by the unbelievably young count in front of him. What was left was his choice. The descendant of the marshal is better than I thought. He raised the skeletal staff in his hand. But it's impossible for me to surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light pierced towards Brando. Frost Wolf. The emblem of the Telek family. They were the most terrifying beasts of winter in the north of Britain. They were ruthless, and they breathed the breath of winter. The mountain people believed that the winter wolves were the spokesmen of winter. Their appearance meant the arrival of winter, and when winter came, everything would be frozen, and it would be the season where all life would fall into stagnation and eternal sleep. In the legends that circulated in the countryside, when the gods passed away in the last era, there would be an endless winter. Spring would not return, and after that would be the end of the world. Endless winter. This was Duke Ambunar's element. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped. Brando, who bore the brunt of it, shook his head as if he had expected this. It was obvious that the spirit wolf's bad temper was not an undeserved reputation. Chapter 1046. As soon as Duke Ambunal moved, Brando reacted. Howran Gaia was already out of its scabbard, and the dark blade blocked the path of the winter wolf's bite. At the same time, the space-time elements were densely packed, and the lines of law were so dense that they formed a mercury wall. This was the manifestation of the power of superior elemental power. The strength of the elements surprised Duke Ambunal. This was the manifestation of the highest level of elemental power. In the long history of Wonde, countless heroes were like stars in the sky, and those who could comprehend such a law were all the brightest stars in the sky. He seemed to have understood something, but this hesitation was not enough to make an old soldier who had experienced a tragic war give up his sword and surrender. He might have seen failure, and this failure was the same as the premonition of his own death on the battlefield of the Second Holy War decades ago. There were no immortal soldiers in this world, but there were no soldiers who would surrender with their swords. Although Brando had expected the stubbornness and strength of this ghost wolf, he did not expect that he had underestimated his opponent. The dense layers of space-time elements deflected most of the energy of Duke Ambunal's attack into a distorted space, but the remaining small parts still broke through the heavy defense and hit the spine of Halran Gaia. A terrible force came from Halran Gaia, and before he could react, he saw the scenery in front of him blurring, and his back hit the wall heavily. "My lord!" He vaguely heard the screams of Yuta, Mare, and the others, and the fierce momentum in front of him attacked again. The breath of ice spread along the thick carpet on the floor as if it had a life of its own, leaving a frozen forest in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. This power was terrifying. The gap between the peak of the law and the elemental enlightenment was greater than he had expected. In the game, because of the level cap in each version, players rarely had the opportunity to experience such a gap between two realms. But now, Brando felt like he was fighting a world boss alone. He originally thought that after experiencing the baptism of the Black Knight, White, he was prepared for the power above the realm, but this preparation proved to be insufficient. Duke Ambunar was also half a step into the Lamita realm, and he was also a veteran of the Holy War. He had survived a hellish slaughter, and his determination was unmatched by anyone else. Brando couldn't think of anything else. He immediately activated Frenzy, and a surge of energy surged through his body. The killing intent in his heart soared, and he raised his sword to block Duke Ambunar's Winter Wolf's bite. This time, he could clearly feel that the opponent's strength had weakened a lot, but it was actually an illusion caused by the sudden increase in his own strength. Brando had used the Berserk ability many times, so naturally, he would not make a mistake. With Duke Ambunar's strength, he crashed through the wall with a bang, and in a cloud of dust, he had already arrived outside Kongwei Fortress. Duke Ambunar did not give up on attacking, and at the same time, he chased after him, preparing to use the Winter Wolf's bite for the third time. Kongwei Fortress was built on the banks of the Turquoise River, and Brill's study happened to be on the side of the river. At this time, the two sides were actually fighting on the surface of the river. Duke Ambunar raised the skeletal staff in his hand and was about to attack, but at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Suddenly, a black light flashed in his hand, and the treasure of darkness suddenly shrank and exploded from the middle. A violent surge of dark energy surged, and the Duke was caught off guard by the explosion. A black light flashed on the surface of the river, and the shock wave of the explosion instantly swept in all directions, pressing a hemispherical depression on the surface of the river. After the shock wave passed, the surface of the water exploded. It was drizzling, and the rain stained the sky with dust before turning into mud and falling down. Duke Ambunar was embarrassed by the explosion, and the skeletal staff in his hand had long been shattered. Before he could figure out what happened, a figure flashed in the rain in front of him, and he only felt a chill on his neck. He felt the chill of the Halran Gaia's blade. He was slightly startled, opened his eyes, and found that Brando had used the explosion as an opportunity to get close to him and put the sword on his neck. The opponent had timed it very well, as if he was not affected by the explosion at all. It was as if he had expected it. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have been able to react in time. He was silent for a while, looked down at the skeletal staff in his hand, and let it fall into the water of the Turquoise River. He looked up and said, "It seems that the army of the dead is done for. This is as you expected. The treasure of the dead that Madara went through so much trouble to find is so weak in your hands. Not only that, you even used it to lure me into action, and I was so stupid that I fell for it." Brando smiled, thinking that it was all a fluke. The White Legion's plan was meticulous. If he had not bumped into the Black Knight, White, and learned the whole plan from him, and obtained the fragments of order. Even if he had known in advance that the Silver Queen was working with the skeletons of Madara, it would have been difficult to defend Fathom Port. But he had bumped into them. Of course, this was also because he was sensitive enough. Once the offensive and defensive positions were switched, it was Duke Ambuner's turn to be unaware. The Ghost Wolves were not undeserving of their reputation, and the strength of the White Legion was not to be underestimated. It was just that he did not give them any chance, and the battle was declared over before it even started. "Your Grace," Brando said, "you should understand that stubborn resistance will not change anything." Duke Ambuner was silent. In fact, the moment he chased out of Conway Fortress, he had already felt that he was locked on by several sharp senses. These senses came from the fleet in the sky, and he was very familiar with one of them. It belonged to an old friend of Cruz's. When he recognized this sense, he knew that he had no chance. Among the 4 commanders of the Empire, Veronica, who had returned from the loop of trade winds, was the strongest. Even she was no match for that person, let alone Duke Ambuner. With that person around, Duke Ambuner knew that he had no chance of winning from the beginning, regardless of whether Brando had schemed against him or not. He looked up at one of the warships floating in the sky and said calmly, "Please give me some face." "Your Grace, why do you insist on this?" Duke Ambuner glanced at Brando. In the history of the Empire, there has never been a precedent of an entire White Legion surrendering. I dare not be the first to do so. After I die, they will naturally fight to the last moment. Every member of the White Legion will not disgrace their honor. No one will disgrace the honor of the White Legion. I am not asking you to surrender to the eldest son of the Emperor. What do you mean? Duke Ambuner was stunned. Since you have admitted defeat, I will naturally let you leave this place, Brando replied in a casual tone. What? Are you serious? I have no benefit in lying to you, Your Grace. Duke Ambuner frowned deeply. This sounded like the practice of the ancient nobles. At that time, the nobles saw war as a means to win glory. The victors would often let the losers leave with dignity. Except for the warriors who died on the battlefield, the unarmed people would never be hurt. The war of that era had nothing to do with plunder or profit. It was more like a righteous challenge. But since the sacred oath gradually lost its effect, even the internal strife between countries became more and more unscrupulous. But he did not understand why Brando did this. Can you guarantee that my men will not be hurt and that they can leave East Metz intact? He asked with a frown. I can't guarantee that they will be able to leave East Metz in one piece, but I can guarantee that anyone who wants to leave this place will be able to do so without any hindrance. However, I request that they do not stay in the Metz region for long. They should head to the imperial capital within the time I set. As for whether they want to meet up with Her Majesty's army or have other plans, I will not interfere. Brendel thought for a moment and spoke his mind. At this time, he saw Yuta, Mare, and the others coming out of the hole in Conway Fortress. He immediately signaled them with his eyes, indicating that they did not need to come over. After Yuta and the others noticed the situation outside, they were obviously relieved. They also heard what Brando said before, but the 3 of them, including Mare, did not believe that Brando could really persuade Duke Ambuner. Although he did say so at the beginning, it was beyond their imagination to make an entire frontline legion of the Empire surrender. Even if the White Legion were to be wiped out, it would be better than bowing down to Erewhon. The impact of the latter would be devastating, and the people of the Empire would never allow such a thing to happen. But when they saw Brando's confident look, they could not help but have some doubts. But I ask that the White Legion must give up resistance on the spot and hand over their weapons, and I ask to take over Ochin City. Before sending you all away, I need to temporarily hold you captive for a period of time to prevent any trouble. These requirements are reasonable, and I believe your grace can understand. Surrender? Duke Ambuner frowned. How can I believe that you will keep your promise? You may not believe my promise, your grace, Brando replied. But I can give you a royal promise. A royal promise? Prince Haruz is also a member of the diplomatic team to the Empire this time. If he makes a promise to you, your grace should not doubt it anymore. As everyone knows, His Royal Highness will become the King of Erewhon in the future, so this will in fact be a promise from a king, Brando replied. If that's the case, I think I can accept it. Duke Ambuner nodded. Brando took out a communication crystal from his arms. He activated the crystal, and the image of several white lion guards immediately appeared on the crystal. As soon as the soldiers saw him, they immediately shouted excitedly, "My lord, you came at the right time." After the undead army was wiped out, the White Legion's counterattack was more fierce than expected. Thanks to Her Royal Highness' morale at the front line, they might have already attacked the port. What? Her Royal Highness? Brando was shocked. Why is Her Royal Highness at the front line? Yes, Your Grace, Her Royal Highness is here. Do you want to talk to her? Brendel looked at the crystal in his hand in bewilderment, watching as the image on the crystal changed into Princess Griffine's appearance. But he immediately noticed that this Princess Griffine didn't look quite right. First of all, she wasn't as determined as the eldest princess. Instead, she was a little evasive. At least the eldest princess would never act like a shy little girl in front of him with a blushing face. And he always felt that he had seen this face somewhere before. There was always some familiar impression in his mind. Until the princess finally opened her mouth shyly. "Teacher." Brendel sucked in a cold breath. "What are you doing?" He immediately understood who this Her Royal Highness was and could not help but ask. I. Haruz looked like he was about to cry. "Teacher, I'm wrong." Brando immediately shut his mouth. He knew that now was not the time to ask what the little prince was doing. The most important task now was to gain Duke Ambunel's trust. The White Legion had launched an attack on Fathom Harbor without Duke Ambunel's command. Of course, he knew how weak the defenses in the harbor were. At this time, he could not delay any longer. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Duke Ambunel. At this moment, Duke Ambunel heard the conversation between the two, and his heart sank. He did not expect that Fathom Harbor had not been breached at this time. He could not help but feel even more pessimistic about the White Legion situation. He nodded and said, "If it's Her Royal Highness, I have no objections." As everyone knew, at this time in Erewhon, Haruz's sister was the one who had a say. Although the little prince claimed to be the future king, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Duke Ambunel obviously did not recognize that the other side of the crystal was an impostor. Brando immediately gave Haruz a look, indicating that he should not be so flustered. He then told the latter about the current situation. Although Haruz was not confident enough, he was not stupid. He immediately made a promise to Duke Ambunel in the name of the Erewhon royal family that he would never go back on his words. After receiving the promise, Duke Ambunel's expression was obviously a lot more lonely. "I want to know," he said, "how long will my men be prisoners, and when does my lord plan to arrange for them to leave Metz?" "Don't worry, my lord, we will not make a fuss about this," Brando comforted him. "I need a few days to take over Ovchin, but at the latest, I will arrange for the White Legion to leave in a week." Duke Ambunel was stunned for a moment before he nodded silently. Brendel heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him setting an example. At this moment, Yuta and the others in Kongwei Fortress were already stunned. Chapter 1047. In Fathom Harbor, the main city wall was in a mess. Many parts of the wall had collapsed due to magic, and the rubble was scattered all over the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, the Imperial soldiers in red and white battle robes stepped on the collapsed wall and swarmed in. On top of the well-preserved city wall, the troops in the same battle robes were gradually gaining the upper hand. Numerous siege ladders were hung on the battlements, and more red and white robes were gradually converging on the city wall through these ladders. In contrast, the green robes that represented the garrison of Fathom Harbor were losing ground. In fact, in most areas, the battle had come to an end and turned into street fighting. The change in the situation seemed to have happened just a moment ago. Sydney summoned the Angel of Wrath, Aroma, and destroyed all the undead in the valley in one fell swoop. After that, the Coast Guards launched a counterattack and reoccupied Fort Seacliff. However, the good times did not last long. The White Legion then arrived at the battlefield and launched a strong attack. On the Imperial side, the great wizard Tony from Sienian led a group of sorcerers to flatten Fort Seacliff at all costs and left a bottomless pit hundreds of square meters in size. The Coast Guards suffered heavy losses in this attack, and due to Brando's prior orders, the Shire did not allow Tonagel sorcerers to launch a counterattack. In fact, a counterattack would have been useless as the difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The White Legion then launched an attack on Fathom Harbor. Although the Coast Guards, whose morale was boosted by their previous victory, resisted desperately, the huge difference in strength determined the outcome from the very beginning. The sorcerers of the Empire quickly destroyed the main city wall of Fathom Harbor, and the scene that happened just now happened. Delphian moved the position to the small monastery under the protection of the crowd. She listened to the sound of fighting on the front line and quickly realized that the Coast Guards were still unable to gain a foothold. The Empire had deployed garrison infantry to the front of the battlefield. These phalanxes of infantry advanced along every street in a formation. Looking at it, one could see a moving wall made of floating square shields. Behind the square shields, one could vaguely see the heavily armored infantry with only a pair of eyes exposed under the metal helmet. They held spears that were a few meters long and extended the spears from the gaps between the shields. It was as if a forest of spears had risen, and the densely packed spear tips were shining with cold light. The archers of the Coast Guards were helpless against these metal fortresses. Occasionally, the sharpshooters in the army could shoot their arrows into the gaps of the shields or into the eyes. However, when the infantrymen at the front fell, the heavy armored infantrymen at the back would immediately fill in the gaps in the square formation. The few casualties seemed like a stone thrown into the sea, not causing any waves. Although the advance of the garrison infantry was neither too fast nor too slow, it made them feel hopeless. Forced by the situation, the Coast Guards on the western side of Fathom Harbor launched a short-range counterattack. However, the result of the counterattack was very unfavorable. The entire battle went on like a hot knife through butter. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost 1/10 of the entire squadron was left alive. Moreover, there were very few injured soldiers. Most of them had turned into cold corpses lying on both sides of the street. Only then did everyone understand why the White Legion's garrison infantry was called the Dragon Spear Formation in the Second Holy War. It was not an undeserved reputation. On the rooftops, there were also Flame Hawk archers of the White Legion, who wore red trimmings and white cloaks. These rangers were actually from the Red Legion. However, in the Year of the Hare, the Silver Queen intended to cultivate similar types of soldiers in the other legions. Therefore, she had transferred a large group of Flame Hawk archers from the Red Legion to the other 3 legions. However, the plan did not go well because most of the Flame Hawk archers were actually rangers. They came from the mountainous areas of Floating Cloud Hill, Anslova, Anzaruta, and Anzalin. The other 3 legions mainly came from Metz, Mehodafen, Ludwig, and farmers or mountain people in the countryside of Bankel and Cloak Bay. The difference in talent and understanding of archery between the two was too big. Although many outstanding archers were trained in the end, they were still far from the original expectations. However, after the plan was put on hold, the Silver Queen did not return the transferred Flame Hawk archers to the Red Legion. Instead, she let them stay in the other 3 legions as a special organization. These Flame Hawk archers had different experiences. Among them, the White Legion's Flame Hawk archers had even fought against the Fanzin's Silver Flag Knight in the Alcala area during the Year of the Pillar. Therefore, there was a falcon tail feather on the left chest of their cloaks as a symbol to distinguish them from other Flame Hawk archers. Within the White Legion, these Flame Hawk archers were usually called falconers. These falconers carefully crouched on the roofs and moved forward in groups of 2 or 3. Although there were not many of them, they posed a great threat to the Coast Guards. In the past, whenever a captain, knight commander, or grand knight of the Coast Guards appeared, they would be attacked by unpredictable arrows. The accuracy of these arrows was so high that it almost caused the lower command of the Coast Guards to collapse. As for the Coast Guards and White Lion Guards who were entrenched in temporary work, the falconers used fire arrows and refraction shots to clear them out one by one. This was their specialty. The fire arrows of the Flame Hawk archers could cause an explosion similar to the fireball spell, and the refraction shots could be used to attack enemies who were hiding in buildings. In front of them, there was almost no fortress that could be considered solid. If the garrison infantry was like a simple, unadorned heavy sword that could easily break through the enemy's defense, then the Flame Hawk archers were like dexterous boning knives. The two sharp knives cooperated with each other and were unstoppable in the street battle. The Coast Guards quickly lost the first and second barricades, and Erwin's White Lion Guards also encountered trouble in the first battle. Although they succeeded in stopping the White Legion's advance towards the Fossa Grand Cathedral, they also suffered the heaviest casualties since the start of the war. On Delphian's map, Fathom Harbor was almost one of 3 places gone in an instant. Red and white flags representing the Empire were planted in all the important streets. The aggressive combat power of the Empire made everyone present fall into silence. Even the nobles of the Empire, everyone in the Empire might have heard about the pride of the Empire from the moment they were born. The legends of the 4 legendary legions passed down from the era of the War of the Holy Saints, the Burnett Legion, the Anderson Legion, the Oderfeis Legion, and the Donut Legion. It was these 4 legions that gradually evolved into the green, white, red, and black legions. However, if one did not truly stand on the opposite side and become their opponent, one would not understand how powerful they were. The glory of the Empire, the majesty of the Empire, and the power of the Empire were not empty words. What should we do? Baron Ludwig's wrinkled face was very pale. Should we retreat to Fathom Fortress? No, Count Alcorn shook his head. If we retreat now, it will cause a collapse in morale, and it's not time yet. But if we don't retreat, when that old wolf's men come again, we won't be able to hold on. Count Alcorn smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that old man to be so capable. The others looked at the Prime Minister's daughter in the wheelchair, as if they wanted to see if she had any solutions. However, Delphian's face was also solemn. She just nodded and agreed with the former's opinion. The attack was really suffocating. Their previous judgment was too optimistic. The enemy had not sent in the Griffin Knight and the Silver Pegasus Knight, otherwise, they would not be able to hold on until noon. In fact, even now, the entire port's defense line could collapse at any time. The Coast Guards were like a string stretched to its limit. No one knew when it would suddenly snap. It should be known that the White Legion was one of the 4 great legions of the Empire that was better at defense and field warfare. The garrison infantry that they were proud of was actually a powerful defensive infantry. The Earth Dragon Knights, on the other hand, could not be used in sieges at all. Did the Empire stop attacking the Forza Holy Cathedral? She suddenly asked. Yes, the noble who brought the news immediately answered. However, he was a little uncomfortable with Delphian calling the White Legion that Empire. In fact, most of the people present still saw this war as a civil war. He sorted out his emotions and replied in a somewhat incredulous tone, "It's true, Miss Delphian. I really don't know how those Erwin people did it. They seem to have repelled the Legion's attack from the front." The White Legion was also puzzled by the strength of the enemy in front of them. Erwin's troops were constantly shouting like a tsunami. It was as if they had gone crazy. On the other side of the street, the knight captains of the White Legion looked at each other. They had already organized 3 attacks before this, but each time, they were mercilessly repelled. The death ratio of Erwin's troops to theirs was almost 3 to 1, but the enemy continued to advance without fear or death. The street was a mess. Both sides were so busy fighting that they didn't even have time to retrieve the corpses. Blood dyed the street red. Every stone on the street seemed to be soaked in blood, reflecting a strange light. The soldiers below had already named the street in front of them as Blood Street. However, Erwin's troops were still stubbornly guarding a few key streets, unwilling to take a step back. It was as if the Legion would not be able to advance even an inch if they did not kill all of them. These low-ranking officers of the White Legion had experienced countless battles, but they had never fought such a fierce battle. The heavy infantry on the front line had almost lost a few men. In fact, at least 3 squads had been completely crippled and retreated from the front line. The falconers on the roof had also encountered opponents, and their situation was even worse. The opponents they encountered were much stronger than Erwin's infantry. It was a group of rangers, mostly made up of sharp-eared elven soldiers. Not only did the enemy have amazing shooting skills, but their ability to hide their whereabouts was also terrifying. When the falconers first discovered them, they were still unaware of the fact that the enemy was close to 30 feet away from them. In the end, they were shot intensively from a distance that was almost a roof away, causing the entire team to be almost wiped out. The White Legion soldiers at the back wanted to chase after them, but the elven archers had already spread out their cloaks and jumped to other rooftops far away. They then turned back and sniped at them for a while. In the end, the heavy infantry at the front lines suffered heavy losses, and several knight captains died. Almost half of the White Legion's casualties were attributed to the elven archers. Later, the White Legion commander had no choice but to mobilize the nearby falconer squadrons in this direction, which finally relieved some of the pressure. However, it only relieved some of the pressure. Although the falconers that had gathered far outnumbered the elven archers, they were still being suppressed. After being ambushed countless times, the Red Legion archers finally realized that the enemy could actually hide. The falconers on the rooftops were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to show their heads. At this point, the battle had already reached a stalemate. No matter how fearless the White Legion was, it was impossible for them to rashly advance without any cover. Not to mention that Erwin's people on the opposite side were ready to fight to the death. Even if they were to show their reckless momentum, they might not be able to break through in a short period of time. Moreover, among the heavy infantry on the front line, there were not that many knight commanders who could snipe the enemy's elven archers. The enemy should be Erwin's White Lion Legion. After a moment of silence, a knight finally could not help but speak. Their fighting spirit is a little beyond my expectations. I'm now very curious how Anzaruda's irregular army gained the upper hand in the battle with these guys on the highlands. No, that's not a pure White Lion Legion. They have white lion shawls on their shoulders, which is obviously different from the other white lions. Perhaps it's a special organization similar to our falconers. Did you notice that their attire is very similar to the White Lion infantry recorded in history? But no matter what, the truly powerful ones are the elven archers, another knight said with a frown. Where did they come from? We have never heard of such a ranger unit in Wonde. Their abilities are too unique, it's impossible for them to be unknown. It's obvious that urban warfare is not their main battlefield. This ranger unit is the true king of jungle warfare. Could it be the wind elves? No, it's the tree elves. But the tree elves' forest archers are not like this. Their performance in urban warfare is far worse than this ranger unit. Well, no matter who they are, at least I can be sure that this ranger unit will be famous after today. The first knight looked at his companions who were at a loss of what to do and frowned. He waved his hand and said, "You've gone off topic. What we need to discuss now is, what should we do next? Our superiors have asked us to cooperate with the attack from the south and take down the Fossa Sanctum within an hour. But these Erwin people seem to have gone crazy. The others won't listen to our explanation. They will only laugh at us for not being able to deal with a group of country bumpkins. This problem is not easy to solve. If these people are considered country bumpkins, then I can't help but doubt our combat power. You should indeed review your performance." At this time, a dignified voice interrupted. All the knights present couldn't help but tremble when they heard this voice. They turned around and respectfully saluted the person who interrupted, "Sir." The person who walked into the circle was the commander of this unit, Sir Lucius. He looked at his subordinates with a serious face and replied, "There's no need to discuss. The orders have been given." "What? The superiors are willing to provide us with air support, my lord?" "No," Sir Lucius replied simply. "This is an order from Duke Ambuner. He ordered us to stop the attack immediately and return to the Golden Needle Valley to await further orders." "What? Why? Taking down Fartenport is right in front of us? There's no why. The attack has been blocked. Do you see the Buga fleet? This is an order. Execute it immediately. Yes, the knight was silent for a moment, but they still nodded. Chapter 1048. The sunlight pouring down on the square of the temple was so bright that it was a little dazzling. The tip of the spear shone with the light of the snow. Haruz stood on the steps of the Fossa Sanctum with a long sword in his hand, covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and stood firm. The summer wind blew the flag on the top of the basilica. The golden flame's sacred emblem shone brightly, and the snow-like petals of the silver tree fluttered down. The Empire's army was rushing into the square, and the White Lion Guard's defense circle was shrinking. But he could not retreat. Haruz. Stand up and do it again. She put her cold hand on his forehead and looked into his eyes. You are the only man of House Cavardo. You have no other choice. You have to take up your responsibility and responsibility. She said slowly, you are the only man of House Cavardo. You have no other choice. You have to take up your responsibility. You are the king, and your blood should flow for House Cavardo, for the royal family, and for your people. The so-called king is the one who bleeds first. Amidst the chaotic battle cries, a White Lion Guard's anxious shout seemed to come from the distant horizon into his thoughts. Your Highness, please retreat to the back. We can't defend this place anymore. The hair band that bound her hair had been broken at some point, and her long silver hair fluttered in the wind. Her hair brushed past her blood-stained face, and a smile bloomed on her face that was as firm and gentle as a princess's. Haruz looked down at the bloody knight and smiled, I can't retreat. Because we will win soon. I believe in my teacher. He will do it. But, the sword was pointed forward, and the tip of the sword shone under the sunlight. Haruz slowly leveled the sword, and his eyes formed a straight line. His slightly childish face had an almost sacred solemnity. Yes, today I am Princess Forza, and today I will lead you to victory. Listen up, the Kurlutzians haven't had time to spread out. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't settled down and attack their left wing with me. Your Highness, you can't risk it. Why not? Haruz looked back and replied, pressing a hand to his chest, this is the blood of the royal family, which flows for the throne. One day, the flower of the royal family will wither, but the stars of the ancient kings will rise and shine on Erewhon for eternity. These were the claws and fangs of a white lion, this was the wings of the white lion, the glory of the white lion. This was the soul of the white lion, the pride of the white lion. The tension on the faces of the young knights turned into holiness. In their hearts, there was a melody from the ancient times. It was sorrowful and majestic, but also impassioned. This was the belief that Brando and the late King Eric passed on to them. It was as if they had passed through a distant time and space, allowing people to see the truth and belief behind everything. Come with me, my knight. I am with you, and I will fight by your side. Your Highness, you are with us. We will fight side by side, the knight's reply was deep and majestic. On the battlefield, an epic poem was being composed. Erewhon's army suddenly moved and launched a fierce attack. On the square, countless knights of the White Lion Guards cheered like mountains and waves. They praised and shouted, long live the White Lion, long live the princess, long live Erewhon, and launched a deadly attack on the Imperial infantry. They were so excited, yet so indifferent. They were so unafraid of death, as if what they were about to face was not death, but supreme glory. Cruz's army was stunned. They found that their enemies' eyes were flashing with madness. They rushed into the forest of spears, rushed between the rows of shield walls, and let the spears pierce their bodies, but still attacked the Imperial army behind the shield walls. The Imperial army's front line was shaken. By the time they reacted, the White Lion Guards had already created a huge hole in their formation. When the commander of the White Legion saw this scene, he was heartbroken. Before they could spread out, the left wing's weakness was caught by the enemy. However, he did not expect Erewhon's army to be so decisive. They seized this only chance from the desperate situation with their lives. This chance was about to ruin everything. The coast guards were also stunned. They witnessed a desperate counterattack. The retreating side was a famous legend, the Anderson Legion, the pale wolf of the plains, the white of the empire. Erewhon's army was creating a miracle, and this miracle would spread across the continent in the blink of an eye. The empire was defeated in front of Erewhon's army. After a moment of hesitation, all the coast guards howled and joined the counterattack. They only knew one thing. After today, both sides involved in this battle would become famous. It would witness the rise of a legion. And at this moment, the glory belonged to Erewhon. It was snowing heavily, and the accumulated snow was very thick. He staggered, and sweat seemed to have blurred his vision. He felt as if a nail had pierced into his lungs, and there was a burning pain. His hair stuck to his cheeks, and his vision was so heavy that it seemed like he would fall asleep at any time. But he still held his sword tightly in his trembling hand. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the sword in his hand flew out. It spun and fell into the snow, splashing a handful of snowflakes. Before he could react, a strong force came from his chest. His vision blurred, and he was lifted off the ground and landed heavily on the snow. The cold melted snow flowed down from his forehead, along his nose, and to the tip of his chin. His clothes were already wet, and the cold penetrated his heart. Stand up. A cold voice with a hint of disappointment ordered, one more time. For some reason, tears suddenly flowed out of his eyes. Don't cry, Haruz. Haruz looked up with teary eyes and saw the person standing in front of him. His sister's tall and straight figure, wearing a thin armor suit and holding a long sword, stood in the heavy snow. This is... He subconsciously turned his head around. Under the claws and teeth of the ancient charred oak tree stood a tall figure. He wore a wide and thick cloak. Behind the flying snow, he nodded his head in agreement. You are not as strong as your sister, but one day you will become a good king and protect your sister. She loves you very much. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Haruz, you are a man. Don't cry. I won't cry. Haruz cried and jumped up. He rolled to the side and grabbed his sword in the snow. But just as he had time to touch the coldness of the sword hilt, a huge force pressed down on his head. He subconsciously raised his sword to parry. There was a harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other, and the huge force almost made him retreat. He looked up and found that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his sword and was crossing with the Halran Gaia in the hands of his teacher, Brando. The ground was covered with a thick red carpet of the Valhalla Holy Palace. Light and shadow intertwined in the palace. Between the light and shadow, Brando, wearing a light gray earl coat, was looking up at him calmly and said word by word. Haruz, what you can do depends on what you want to do. Swordsmanship is different from magic. It is a manifestation of a person's confidence. Teacher, can you defeat yourself? Then let's try it again. The pitch-black blade pushed his sword aside and stabbed at him from a tricky angle, like a venomous snake. Haruz just remembered this move and quickly turned his sword to block Brando's attack again. The two swords clashed and made a clear sound. After the sword, Haruz subconsciously took a step forward and wanted to attack first, but he suddenly realized something and stopped. He was stunned in place. Brando put away the Halran Gaia and laughed. Haruz, everyone will eventually learn how to use the sword. The sword will break, the swordsman will die, but they will not fail. Once you use the sword, you will undoubtedly win. The scene in front of him was blurred. Amidst the shadows, he seemed to see his sister's tall and straight figure standing gracefully by his father's side. It was the overlapping images of many times. The background was a bright spring day, a gentle summer night, autumn with falling leaves, and winter covered with snow. The scenes were in the Winterclaw Castle, in the Summer Court, and in the Kinten Palace. They kept going back and forth, as if brewing the bitterness and sweetness of time. He saw himself falling again and again and getting up from the ground again and again. He saw a disappointed shake of the head, but also saw a nod of approval. Finally, the scene stopped at the square of the Forza Holy Palace. He saw himself leading the knight to charge at the Empire's front line. Spears were shining, flags were fluttering, and ancient spirits were surrounding the battlefield, singing and singing. He saw the high-spirited, confident, and determined version of himself. That princess, who was like a valkyrie, seemed to see a version of himself standing opposite to himself, the complete opposite of himself. Haruz, this mortal world is like a huge stage. One day, everyone will find their own place on it. You don't have to be discouraged by your weakness, because you haven't seen the hidden pride in your heart. A truly mediocre person will not be disappointed in himself. You will stand proudly in the center of the stage, and I will be proud of you. Haruz didn't know if he was still crying or if he should cry. The sword in his hand fell and disappeared in the darkness. Everything fell into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, there were shadows in his blurry vision. There was a burning pain in his chest. He vaguely heard someone shouting in surprise, "Her Highness the Princess is awake." Then, there was panic. He relaxed his consciousness and fainted again. When he woke up again, the sun was setting. At dusk, the setting sun floated on the sea and dyed the entire Forza Square with its fiery glow. The Empire's army had retreated long ago. At this moment, the entire Fathom port was peaceful. Although there was still smoke in the direction of the city, not a single flag of the White Legion could be seen. The soldiers were full of reverence as they told her that just after he led the knight to defeat the last attack of the White Legion, the Empire's army inexplicably retreated from the city. Almost everyone credited her for this miracle and called her the Miracle Princess of Fathom Port. But only Haruz himself knew that his teacher had done it. He had really convinced the enemy's army commander to bow down and surrender. The outcome of this war had been decided. After this battle, the White Lion stood proudly. Haruz sat quietly on the steps. The setting sun pulled his shadow long and thick on the square. No one dared to disturb her. The knight was both respectful and willing to stand guard for their princess. Not long after, a soldier brought Brando's communication crystal and said to Haruz, "Your Highness, the Lord wants to see you." Haruz nodded at him. Soon, Brando's image appeared on the crystal. Brando looked at the princess, who was covered in blood, and shook his head with relief. "Are your injuries serious?" "Not serious, teacher. Fortunately, it's not serious. Otherwise, your sister will definitely kill me. Teacher, I'm sorry, it's good that you know you're wrong. If you really die here, the royal faction will definitely think that I'm a powerful minister who wants to seize the throne," Brando joked. "Teacher, I know you're not. It's because you know that you can't easily give up your life." Brando became serious. "Haruz, this matter can be big or small, but Erwin must not fall into suspicion and internal strife again. You must be responsible for this, and you must be responsible for this kingdom. So, you must think twice about your actions. Recklessness is not a quality that a good leader should have." "But, teacher, I've thought about it seriously. You said that I should be a flag. Under that situation, if I chose to retreat, then we would definitely lose Fathom Port. And if we lose Fathom Port, would our victory still be meaningful?" "There's no point," Brendel's answer was firm. Haruz was slightly startled. He had already regretted saying this. He had never dared to refute his teacher, especially when he had done something wrong. But for some reason, these words just came out of his mouth as if they had come out of his mouth without thinking. However, before he could regret it, Brando's answer had already surprised him. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Brendel would praise him instead of scolding him for it. "Because you made the right choice," Brando suddenly smiled. "Haruz, you're the best crown prince I've ever seen, and also my best student. I'm proud of you." Haruz opened his small mouth slightly. He did not know when a warm current surged in his heart. It was as if he was in an unreal world. After a long while, he replied in a daze, "Teacher. Thank you. You should thank your sister and yourself." Brando shook his head. "Do you still remember what I told you?" Haruz nodded heavily. The king did not need a long sword because he had his own pride. Chapter 1049. Whenever the shadow of the dragon swept across the hills and land, many descendants with the blood of the dragon would be born on the land. Astrologers claimed that the next generation born under the shadow of the dragon would have magical powers, and this was the origin of the year of the shadow of the dragon. 1,000 years later, the blue sea was still washing the coast of White City as it had done 1,000 years ago. Foam floated on the sapphire-like surface of the sea, leaving undulating wet marks on the long embankment of Anti-Squire. The highest wave had reached the bottom of the relief of the behemoth Leviathan carved in the sea of the long embankment. There was an iron ring there, used to mark the highest water level in the history of White City. The iron ring was now rusty and weather-beaten. This long embankment was built in the era when the Lord of White City, Terence, forged swords into plows. It was connected to the stone trestle that extended into the blue bay in the distance. There were hundreds of ships anchored there, and the sailing ship of the Elven Court was unique among them. It had a long row of vertical sails, and the bow was curved like a saber. This fleet had crossed the sea from Eloranta to this place, and there were a total of 5 groups. On that day, the citizens of White City saw the fully armed Elven army disembark from these ships and then head east, batch after batch, and they never appeared again. More than half a month later, Rand once again stood on the edge of the long embankment and looked at the yellowed top of the sail. The elves had never returned, leaving only the empty fleet drifting in the bay like ghosts. It was not that no one coveted them, but all who dared to touch them received a stern warning from the Holy Church. The breath of the sea soaked his cheeks, bringing with it a moist breath. His heart was full of doubts. Why did the elves of Eloranta come, and where did they go? The empty fleet drifting on the surface of the sea seemed to be silently narrating something. Their whispers lingered above the bay like ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Rand suddenly felt a wind on the sea, and a chill ran down his spine. He pressed his forehead, and his heart was slightly stunned. How could the wind blow from the sea at this time of the year? However, the sea breeze immediately became violent. The surface of the sea was dark, and white lines appeared on the surface of the sea. A strong wind blew across the bay, causing the flags on the sailboats to flutter loudly. The trees along the levee rustled. Rand felt his hair flying and quickly pressed down on his hat. The wind immediately lifted the corner of his shirt. He saw the sailboats in the distant bay begin to sway one by one. What was going on? Several workmen were shouting from the direction of the harbor, their voices carried by the wind from afar. They seemed to be complaining about the damned weather, saying that a storm was coming. However, his intuition as a sailor told him that this was definitely not the prelude of a storm. Moreover, the rainy season was over. How could there be a storm on the calm sea when autumn was approaching? He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a few black dots appear on the horizon. They were elegant creatures flapping their wings. They were huge and beautiful, as if every muscle on their huge bodies was full of rhythm. The perfection and extremity of life were vividly displayed on their bodies. When they spread their wings, they seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The wind passed under their powerful wings, stirring up waves on the sea and piercing through the clouds. Huge shadows swept across the land again, just like in the past when everything was ruled. On this day, the dragons once again flew over White City. The water droplets gathered on the intersecting gray rocks. A line of fluorescent light shone on the edges, reflecting the magnificent scene inside the holy sanctum. Ding dong. The water droplets dripped from the dome and fell into the pitch-black sacred stone pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the pool. Lord Sage, the outcome of the battle has been decided. Asabanto the 11th stood in the darkness and said in a low voice. A few sacred candles in the distance emitted a dim light, outlining his milky white satin robe. The robe hung down to the stone floor, and the bottom seemed to be stained with a layer of dark green. The towering figure of Eloranta stood there for a long time, her emerald-like eyes exuding a deep luster in the darkness. Her gaze passed through the balcony on the side of the Boulder Cathedral. There were towering mountains and lofty ridges, the shadows of the forest under the sunset glow. The last ray of golden light was swallowed up by the heavy clouds, and the stars fell from the red and purple sky, bringing with them a tragic color unique to this moment of impending departure. The light would disappear below the horizon, and then it would be a long night. After a long while, she slowly said, "What did you see, Your Excellency Asabanto?" "This is the news brought by my student. The Silver Queen has joined forces with the undead of Madara." At dawn on the 17th, an army of undead set off from the Argean area. On the 21st, someone witnessed their march near Ovchin. If I'm not wrong, the undead of Madara have already arrived on the battlefield. In the Evergreen Corridor, the army of Goldenmane Tokunin and Georgandi Ridge is marching north day and night. Once they pass through the gate of Arobigan, the forces of East Met's crews will reach more than 500,000. Asabanto XI took out a piece of parchment from under his long sleeve, read it carefully, and handed it over. But Alanta did not take it. "Have you heard of the Battle of Urcatos, Your Excellency Asabanto?" She looked back and asked. Ding dong. Another water droplet fell into the pool. Asabanto XI raised his head in puzzlement. The candlelight, which varied in brightness, deepened the wrinkles on his face, as if they were carved by a knife. "Are there any more variables, Your Excellency?" "But, even if the eldest prince can deal with the White Legion, facing the army of Georgandi Ridge, it will be difficult for them to continue, unless—" He answered hesitantly, "Unless Your Excellency intervenes." "I won't intervene, Your Excellency Asabanto. I've already made it clear. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them." Asabanto XI frowned deeply and shook his head again and again. "Your Excellency, not everyone is a miracle like the Flame King and the Battle of Urcatos. It's precisely because it's impossible that it can be called a miracle. But miracles are difficult to reproduce." Alanta did not refute him. The last ray of golden light had already sunk below the horizon. The heavy twilight brought with it endless loneliness. The wind blew in the night, and the clouds in the sky slowly moved south along the ridge line. The moonlight quickly poured down, making the Calendula Mountains appear silver-white. "I feel a throbbing. The flaming blade Odorphice has been reborn in this world and has chosen its promised person." Asabanto XI was horrified. He looked up in shock. "Your Excellency, this—" "There are heroes born in every era," Alanta replied softly, "and the reason why an era is called an era is because it will replace the past. If you simply repeat the past, you won't get the answer. The Bugas are paying their debts. In the Holy War, they really shouldn't have intervened. 60 years ago, someone shouldered everything for them, and now they must repay this kindness." She turned her head, and a rare smile appeared on her determined face. "The wind is blowing, Your Excellency Asabanto, do you feel it?" Outside the Boulder Sanctuary, the wind was gradually getting stronger, and the trees were making frantic sounds. Countless leaves were swept up and flew into the sky, forming a torrent that fluttered and danced in the sky. Some leaves were even swept up to the balcony and scattered all over the floor of the sacred hall. Several monks hurriedly ran to close the door. But at this moment, the door at the back of the sanctuary was pushed open with a bang. "Dragon, teacher, Your Excellency, it's the dragons. Duruma, Erek, and Karsuk have all reported the presence of the giant dragon. The dragons are acting strangely. Did something happen?" "There's one more thing, Your Highness, we need an explanation." Princess Griffin finally raised her head from the pile of documents. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her gentle and resolute silver eyes had an imperceptible sense of worry. She looked at the noble standing in front of her, a member of the Nanan family. Behind him stood the Grand Duke of Grenoires. Perhaps there was someone else? She opened her mouth and asked, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now. Could you please repeat it?" The princess' voice was not loud. However, this caused the Purple Reeds Hall of Fort Ornevia to fall silent for a moment. The nobles, big and small, seemed to have realized something. They stopped talking tacitly and raised their heads to look in this direction. Some of them were bewildered, some looked like they were watching a good show. All kinds of faces with different expressions intertwined with each other. It was grotesque and variegated, like a weird picture. The noble did not care about Princess Griffin's identity at all. He walked out of the crowd with his head held high, and proudly took out a letter from his chest and placed it in front of the princess. "Your Highness," he replied while pointing at the letter, "this is the report from the front lines of Bucci, Golden Castle, and Karasan Highlands. The facts show that the undead of the Empire and Madara are amassing troops at the border. They are ready to make a move." Princess Griffin looked into the noble's eyes. She saw many people from the corner of his eyes. There were the envoys of the Grand Duke of Grenoires, the northern nobles, her grandfather Grand Duke Viro, and even the members of the royal faction. She saw Makarov and the others in the crowd. Those people first avoided her gaze, but quickly came over to her. She secretly clenched her fists. "There is also a report here, Your Highness," the noble continued calmly. "It says that Cruz has joined forces with Madara. Madara has sent tens of thousands of undead to the eastern Metz region to participate in the war. The Jorgandi Ridge and Golden Mane Tokunin legions loyal to the Silver Queen have also passed through the Gate of Arroyo. The Crown Prince of Cruz is about to be annihilated. I already know about this report." Princess Griffin's face darkened. "What kind of explanation do you want to hear?" "Your Highness," the envoy of the Grand Duke of Grenoires suddenly spoke, "Erewhon is a small country. It is impossible for it to survive under the combined attack of Madara and the Empire. A small country should have its own way of survival. In recent days, you have supported your count to stir up trouble in the Empire, ignoring everyone's advice. Now that your bold and reckless plan is about to fail, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Princess Griffin was silent. Since the war at Fulton Harbor, both sides had used magic to block all magic communication in the area. For nearly half a month, there was no news from the battlefield. She shifted her gaze to Amandina, who was standing in the crowd. Amandina did not speak, but only nodded slightly at her. She did not know why, but she felt a slight warmth in her heart. She calmed down and coldly glanced at everyone present, then said, "The Count's actions are righteous and reasonable because Erewhon must protect its people. For this reason, it will never bow to any bandits, regardless of whether it is the Empire or the undead. Count Tonagel has defeated the Empire once, and I believe that this time, he will also stop the Empire. I want to tell everyone a fact, that is, Lady Martha once taught us that righteousness will always prevail." The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was almost a confrontation, and the atmosphere was so tense that one could almost see the sharpness of the atmosphere. The envoy sneered. "Your Highness, words alone will not win the war. The Empire and Madara have joined forces, and the undead have tens of thousands of troops in the Argean region. Coupled with the powerful White Legion, please tell me, how will the Empire fail? Even if our Count Tonagel wins this war with Lady Martha's protection, how will he deal with the Lion Beast men of Tokunin and the army of Jorgandi Ridge?" Speaking of this, he could not help but laugh very frivolously. "Of course, maybe our Count will kill the enemy with his will. Who knows, he can destroy hundreds of thousands of troops just by bragging. After all, Lady Martha said that righteousness will never fail." There was a low chuckle from the crowd. Duke Viro sighed and shook his head. "Princess Griffin, stubbornness is not a quality that a good ruler should have. Although you are not the king of Erewhon, you represent the face of the royal family. What you said before was too childish." Princess Griffin's face was as cold as ice as she looked at Makarov. Makarov frowned and said, "Your Highness, don't be too stubborn." Princess Griffin's face was filled with disappointment, and she said with disdain, "So, you have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Your Highness, you should say that we have given you and your count enough chances, but your performance has disappointed us." What a disappointment! With a click, the main door of the Basel Hall in Fort Orneto was pushed open. The one who came in was the Highland Knights Grand Commander Bunide, followed by 7 or 8 young Highland Knights. Bunide looked around with a cold smile. the most disappointing thing is that the one who saved Erewhon is not the glorious royal faction, but a nameless junior. Some people are going crazy with jealousy behind the scenes. I'm afraid they will soon be swallowed by the flames of jealousy. Almost everyone in the royal faction, including Makarov, had a change of expression. Only Oberway's expression was normal, and he only frowned slightly. After all, being ridiculed like this was something that anyone would not be able to hold back. Bun-eyed, are you crazy? Immediately, there were young royal faction people who wanted to step forward, but they were immediately pulled back by the people around them. What a joke, this was the king of the Highland Knight, known as the Arresting One. He was one of the few elemental awakened elites in Erewhon. Ordinary people would only be humiliating themselves if they went up against him. Bun-eyed did not even look at these clowns. Instead, he went straight to Princess Griffin, knelt on one knee and performed a grand knight's salute, and said, "Your Highness, I have good news for you." Princess Griffin was slightly stunned. The knight's grand commander had already taken out a scroll of official documents and handed it over with both hands. "Your Highness, Mehodefen's great victory. In the middle of last month, Count Tonagel defeated the White Legion in the Battle of Fat Tan Port, annihilated the undead army of Madara, and then set up an ambush to defeat the allied forces of Golden Mane Tokunen and Georgindy Ridge. As of the 7th of this month, the entire territory of Eastern Metz has been recovered and is under the control of the Empire's eldest son." The hall was dead silent. "This is impossible." The Grand Duke of Grenoir's envoy rebuked loudly, "This is a false military report." Bun-eyed, what is going on? Princess Griffin frowned. Even she could not believe it. 3 battles in a row. Were the armies of the Empire, Madara, Tokunen and Georgindy Ridge made of wood? Although she had no doubt that Brando could create a miracle, there were only a few people in Fat Tan Port. It was already amazing that he could maintain a stalemate. Bun-eyed smiled slightly and turned to explain to everyone. After Count Tonagel defeated the White Legion, he persuaded the White Legion's Grand Commander, Duke Ambuner, to surrender. With this information advantage, he blocked the news. At this time, the allied forces of Golden Mane Tokunen and Georgindy Ridge did not know at all. They went through the Evergreen Corridor according to the original plan, and in the end, they fell into the Count's ambush. Count Tonagel took advantage of the terrain advantage in the Arroyo Valley and almost wiped out the Lion Men and Georgindy Ridge's army in one battle. What about the Dragon Queen? How could she deal with 3 giant dragons? The envoy screamed. But Bun-eyed did not even bother to look at him. He turned his head and nodded to Princess Griffin. Princess Griffin was stunned. A complicated look flashed in her gentle silver eyes. She hesitated for a moment before gently picking up the scroll. Outside the palace, it was afternoon. Between the flickering lights, it was as if the shadow of a dragon was floating. P.S. Today is the Holy Foundation Day. Did you guys get anything? Wawufa got Richelieu. This is not drying the boat. The bishop's natal party is super happy. In order to celebrate, they have silently updated 1,000 words. This is their unique moral integrity and character. Chapter 1050. Princess Griffin and Amandina walked through the corridor one after the other. The soft light shone through the wide white arched window, leaving the window frame on the ground. Light and dust floated in the air. "Your Highness, the royal faction has been acting strangely recently," Amandina suddenly said softly. For a moment, she was under the bright light, the golden buttons on her suit sparkling under the sun, but she quickly stepped into the shadows, her eyes emitting a deep light in the darkness. Princess Griffin paused for a moment, then stepped forward again, her voice cold and calm. "They finally can't hold back anymore. How much time do we have left? Your Highness, the ministers are very dissatisfied with your excessive trust in the Lord. They are also quite dissatisfied with your sending Prince Haruz to cruise. The fact that the Lord is involved in the Empire's civil war has been a hot topic in the kingdom. Coupled with this incident, I'm afraid the ministers can't bear it anymore." Amandina hesitated for a moment. In fact, there are already some bad rumors that have begun to spread outside. Princess Griffin stopped once more, and Amandina stopped as well. The two of them stood by a window, and the light fell on Griffin's upper body. Her silky silvery hair shimmered under the sunlight, and on the chest of her dress was an aquamarine gem, reflecting the disdain on her face. Rumors? Are you saying that the bastards plotted to kill His Highness so that they can rightfully seize the throne? After saying this sentence, Princess Griffin felt that she was a little too vulgar. Her face turned red, and her skin was almost transparent under the bright light. The blush extended down to the base of her neck. How can I not know the dirty thoughts in those people's hearts? Amandina looked at the princess in a daze, and could not help but praise the princess' beauty in her heart. Your Highness, Amandina, the crux of the problem is the struggle for power, Princess Griffin replied softly, so no matter where your lord is, and what he does, it will be the same. There will be no difference. Except for Lord Oberway, the royal faction is unreliable. Amandina was silent, knowing that the princess was right. Then we should prepare in advance, Your Highness. Princess Griffin nodded and continued to walk forward. Amandina, you should return to Valhalla. But Your Highness, the Lord asked me to protect you. Princess Griffin turned to look at Amandina with a serious expression. She couldn't help but smile. Amandina, who is stronger between the two of us? Amandina was stunned. The two of them were passing between two arched windows. Their graceful figures were hidden in the shadows behind the strong light, and only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Without waiting for Amandina to speak, Princess Griffin continued, Amandina, Mr. Brando left you by my side because I do not trust anyone else, and I only trust you and Oberway. I plan to let Oberway go to Anthony and convince the Duke of Anthony, so I can only leave Valhalla to you. Besides, it is also your lord's property. Amandina's expression was dark and gloomy in the shadows. She also knew that Duke Anthony had just decided to pass the title of Duke to his eldest grandson, and now was the best opportunity. However, Your Highness, it is too dangerous for you to stay alone in Ranner. Don't I have Miss Freya by my side? She will protect me well. But Your Highness, you plan to let Freya go to Karsuk. Amandina was not tempted and replied with a frown, Your Highness, don't think that I don't know about this. Amandina, is this how you usually talk to Mr. Brando? Princess Griffin smiled. This is the first time I have seen such a serious aide like you, but I still have to thank you. Amandina blushed and said unhappily, Your Highness, don't change the topic. The front became bright again. Princess Griffin stared at the golden leaves outside the white window. Every leaf was a sign of the coming season. Don't worry, I'm safe here. The royal faction won't dare to do anything to me. But it's hard to say for you. Besides, I have to stay here. Erewhon cannot fall into chaos. If I leave today, the kingdom will fall into chaos again tomorrow. Do you understand? Amandina did not say anything. She looked at Princess Griffin's thin figure and sighed softly. Your Highness, please ask for help from the Lord. Mr. Brando knows about our predicament. He will think of a way. I believe in him. Princess Griffin replied with a smile. Lady Mithril, thank you very much for your help. You are too kind. Lady Mithril removed her human disguise and revealed her original silver dragon form. She bent her neck slightly and looked at Brando with her mercury-like eyes. She gave a smile and replied, I did not keep an eye on the 3 traitorous dragons. This is the fault of us dragons, and we have caused a great loss to you humans. Fortunately, with your help, I was able to inform my clan immediately. She sighed softly. The way this dragon beauty sighed was extremely elegant, as if others would empathize with her and feel pity for her. It's a pity that the Dragon Queen has escaped. Even so, we will still stay in the mortal world for a while to search for her whereabouts. The mountain wind howled and seemed to become even wilder in this season. Near and far, the mountains were filled with an evergreen walkway. There was a hint of bleakness and coldness in the surroundings, as if indicating that summer was about to end. Autumn had already swept in with the cold wind from the direction of the wilderness of the 4 realms. In many places, the mountains and forests were dyed with a conspicuous red. The valley was still gloomy and gloomy. Corpses, broken armors, and flags were strewn all over the place, telling of the great battle that had taken place here. The corpse of a black dragon lay in the valley, and the fierce battle that had broken out in the vicinity had completely changed the direction of the nearby mountains. Not to mention the soldiers of Toquinen and Georgindy Ridge. Thousands of dragon corpses were piled up at the bottom of the valley, and as for the golden mane lion mane beast men, they were all dead. Except for a small number of Toquinen soldiers who had fled, almost all the forces of the Temple of the Earth had perished. The cavemen of Georgindy Ridge fled relatively quickly, but the high-ranking troops were also lost. The remaining troops were not a concern, and it was even suspected that they would not dare to return to the surface. All in all, this was a rare victory, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the two alien armies had completely disintegrated. Although Brando knew that there might still be troops of Georgindy Ridge and Toquinen in Anslova and Anzaruda, this battle was enough to scare them out of their wits. After this, it was hard to say if they would have the courage to go north. As for whether the White Lion Guards should go south, Brando did not think that he needed to help Lenoret reclaim her territory. He looked silently in the direction of the valley. This battle was, in fact, a little beyond his expectations. He only wanted to give the allied forces of Georgindy Ridge and Toquinen a head-on blow, but he did not expect it to end up in a battle of annihilation. The wind whistled in the sky, and the branches of the dead trees on the top of the mountain were swayed. Brando had to hold on to his windbreaker. He looked up and saw a huge shadow descending from the sky. It was a few dragons of different colors. They spread their wings and circled above Brando's head, almost covering the sky. These dragons were the biggest contributors to the change of the war. Brando looked up. He and the dragons looked at each other silently. No one spoke first. There were a total of 7 dragons in the sky. Brando only recognized the red dragon in the middle. It had 2 heads, which was rare. It should be the legendary dragon, Blaze. This deformed dragon was one of the strongest dragons and one of the 3 longest living dragons. It was said that it was born in the era before the advent of chaos. At that time, it was still the era when the Myrnas ruled the land. It had participated in the War of the Holy Saints and was one of the commanders at that time. "They are thanking you," Mithril explained. "You have done them a great favor." Brando retracted his gaze and looked at the Lady of the Silver Dragon curiously. "You dragons and the Bugas hardly intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. Ordinary people often think that you are proud of the world, but now it seems that you do not want to do so. Just 3 traitorous dragons, do they have such a big impact on you?" "I can't answer that question," Mithril shook her head. "But I can tell you that we do not intervene in the affairs of the mortal world because we are bound by a sacred oath." Brando was curious. What kind of oath could bind the dragons and the equally powerful Bugas? But if this oath was so terrifying, the Bugas and dragons did not seem to be completely uninvolved in the affairs of the mortal world. For example, this time, they showed great flexibility instead of rigidly adhering to the oath. Mithril seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "This time, the Bugas and us had no choice. Everything before our eyes is a continuation of the mistakes we made decades ago. Speaking of which, we all owe your grandfather a great debt of gratitude." The Lady of the Silver Dragon said, "This time, we helped you win this war. On one hand, it was to punish the 3 traitorous dragons, but on the other hand, it was also to return the favor to your grandfather. However, the mistakes made by the Dragon Queen and the others are actually related to what you saw on the final battlefield decades ago, right?" Brando suddenly asked. Mithril glanced at him. "I can't say for sure." Brando suddenly saw a silver dragon flying lower in the sky. The dragon looked somewhat similar to Mithril, but its body was more majestic. A few silver tentacles hung down from its long and narrow dragon head. "That's my sister," Mithril explained. "She's thanking you for saving me." Brando shook his head. "Actually, it's not really a rescue. At that time, Lady Mithril and I were just allies. After all, in front of the 3 dragons, I didn't have much power to protect myself. But no matter what, the silver dragon lady smiled and said, "It's a fact that you've saved me. We dragons have always been grateful." For some reason, Brando suddenly thought of a small figure when he heard this. He felt nostalgic and could not help but ask, "Lady Mithril, do you know a golden dragon?" "Golden dragon?" Mithril was slightly startled. Golden dragons and silver dragons are both superior dragons. There are very few of them among the dragons. We should be familiar with each other. Her name is Alaz. "Oh, her?" The lady of the silver dragon had a strange expression. "She seems to have cheated during her coming-of-age ceremony and was locked up. That guy has already escaped." A voice in the sky said. The one who spoke was Mithril's sister. She nodded at Brando and said, "Lord Blazegold is furious because of this. Little one, if you see her, it's best if you stay away. She's a big problem now." When Brando heard this, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. He had a feeling that the little female dragon would come looking for him. Of course, it was not a problem if she came looking for him. The problem was that according to Mithril's sister, she was now a ticking time bomb. Who knew if the golden dragon would vent its anger on him because of this? He could only pray that the little witch would not find him. At least not until this series of problems was solved. Mithril seemed to have seen through his worries and reminded him, "Don't forget, the Elven Queen also owes you a favor. The wild elven royal family has an heirloom treasure called the Dragon Avoidance Orb. It is said that it can make you completely disappear from the dragon's perception range. This orb is one of the gifts of the Dragon King Bahamut. Its full name is Greenfield Trace, or Bahamut's Promise. It is one of the 2 sacred items of the Dragon King, along with the Crimson Blessing. This treasure is meaningless to the wild elves. They have a good relationship with the dragons and have no use for it. You saved her daughter, why don't you ask her to lend it to you?" Brando was slightly surprised and could not help but look in another direction. In that direction, the little elf and her draconic companion were following behind a tall elven beauty with dejected faces. Behind her was an entire squad of wild elven guards and dozens of howling archers. These were the guards of the wild elven royal court, and the other party was the current elven queen. She had arrived with the dragons, and her purpose was naturally to find the wild elven princess who had been missing for a long time. It seemed that when they were discovered by Eloranta, the great sage had already told the queen the whereabouts of the little elf. "Is it okay?" Brendel looked at the naughty elf who was crying and unwilling to be separated from Kiara. He was very curious when the 2 of them became so close, so he asked Mithril. The silver dragon lady nodded at him. "She'll definitely agree. That thing doesn't mean much to the wild elves. She can see the relationship between you and the dragon clan. Even if it's only for that reason, she'll still lend it to you. Also," Mithril blinked at him, "you saved my life and helped us so much. Don't forget to ask Lai Yen for a treasure. If I'm not wrong, if you don't ask, they won't give it to you. You know, we dragons have always been very stingy in this regard." Brando could not help but look up at the silver dragon lady with great curiosity, "But Lady Mithril, you seem to be an exception." "That's because I don't have to pay for it," the silver dragon lady replied very slyly, "do you understand? It's now or never." A treasure of the dragons. Brando heard this and his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1051. "Thank you very much for saving my daughter, Mr. Brando." When he arrived in front of the elven queen of Eloranta, Brando's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "What a great beauty." The elven queen wore a silver laurel crown on her head. Her slightly curly blonde hair draped over her shoulders, and her light green eyes were as vast as the sea of stars, shining with the light of wisdom. A snow-white robe tightly wrapped around her slender body, and the opening in front of her chest would dazzle mortals. It seemed a little too revealing, but it made her look outstanding. A silver belt closed the deep opening, and when one looked up, one could almost see the flat upper half of her lower abdomen and faintly discernible cleavage. In his previous life, Brando had long heard of the Elven Queen's beauty, but he had never had the chance to see her. 10 years later, she went into seclusion, and after that, Princess White took over the fate of the wild elves from her hands, and the wisest princess in history was born. He couldn't help but look at the little elf with tears and snot running down her face, but at least until now, she was just a naughty child no matter how he looked at her. The Elven Queen gracefully bowed slightly, thanking Brando. Her appearance was somewhat similar to the little elf, but she looked much more mature, showing a classic beauty. Brando was a little surprised that the Elven Queen knew his name, but he thought that it must have been the dragons who told her. "Your Majesty," he was about to speak. The Elven Queen smiled and interrupted him. "The great sage has mentioned your name to me." Obviously, there was only one great sage, and that was Eloranta. "The great sage actually knows my name?" Brando didn't expect that he would be able to attract the attention of the world's top figure, and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for being in history and changing history. He recalled the night when he had just crossed over to Bucci, facing the invasion of the Roman Black Rose. At that time, he was so insignificant that he couldn't even be considered a chess piece on the battlefield. But who would have thought that in the most inconspicuous corner of the world, an unknown young man would change everything? The Elven Queen saw the look on Brando's face and understood his thoughts. She couldn't help but smile, but she was gentle and didn't directly expose this beautiful misunderstanding. She only replied tactfully, "I knew you when you were very young." Brando's face suddenly turned from red to white, then from white to black. He coughed, felt his cheeks burning, and said with an unnatural expression, "Your Majesty knows my grandfather?" The Elven Queen gently shook her head. "Your grandfather is a hero, but I don't know him." "Then you are Mr. Brando. There must be something important for you to come looking for me, right?" Brando looked at the Elven Queen suspiciously, not understanding why she wanted to change the topic, but this was indeed the question he was most concerned about. He nodded honestly and said, "It's not an important matter, but I heard that your Majesty has a dragon avoidance orb. Recently You want the Wizard of Oz?" "Yes. There are some problems." The Elven Queen replied with a smile. Brando's heart thumped. Although he had expected that it wouldn't be that easy to lend the dragon avoidance orb, he didn't expect the Elven Queen to reject him so directly. But after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, this treasure had been passed down in Eloranta for thousands of years. As an heirloom of the royal family, how could it be lent just like that? But the Elven Queen's next explanation immediately made Brando understand the problem of his request. "Mr. Brando, don't you know that the dragon avoidance orb needs to be confirmed before it can be used? So if we give it to you, I'm afraid we won't be able to take back this treasure." Hearing this explanation, Brando's heart sank. He finally understood what the other party was talking about. The Wizard of Oz was a sacred item that needed to be recognized before it could be used. If the wild elves gave this treasure to him, it wouldn't be a loan, but a gift. At least before he died of old age or died an unnatural death, the wild elves wouldn't be able to take back this treasure. And the lifespan of a human with a certain level of strength was generally around 150 to 200 years. For someone like him who had activated his elemental activation, it wouldn't be strange for him to live for 4 or 5 centuries. At that time, it would be hard to say if he could still avoid the dragon avoidance orb. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was rude." After understanding that his request was too outrageous, Brando didn't insist. He just replied with some pity. At the same time, he was already thinking about how to guard against the ticking time bomb that could appear at any time. However, it was at this time that the Elven Queen smiled and shook her head at him. "Mr. Brando, I didn't say that I wouldn't give this treasure to you." Brando was stunned for a moment and looked up at the other party in surprise. The Elven Queen smiled and said, "You saved my daughter's life and our race is indebted to you. And although the dragon avoidance orb is indeed a priceless treasure, it actually doesn't have much value to our race. The reason why we have kept it in Eloranta is because of the dragons. The dragons don't want it to fall into the hands of those who have bad intentions. But Mr. Brando is also a benefactor of the dragons. I don't think they will make things difficult for you." As long as Mr. Brando can get the consent of the dragons, this orb is for you to use. It turned out that the root of the problem was still the giant dragons. Come to think of it, the use of this orb was too much against the dragon race. If someone who was plotting against the dragon race got their hands on it, these giant dragons would inevitably have to live in a state of constant vigilance. This was undoubtedly unacceptable for such a proud species. Brando thought this through and quickly bowed to the Elven Queen to express his gratitude. In any case, the other party could have used this excuse to brush him off, but she wholeheartedly pointed out the right path for him. He couldn't help but be touched by her sincerity. But just as he was about to go and bargain with the big lizards who were famous for being stingy, the Elven Queen stopped him again. "Mr. Brando, please wait." Brando turned his head with some doubts and asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "Mr. Brando, the value of this orb is too low for you. If we only give it to you, outsiders will say that the wild elves of Eloranta are ungrateful. So whether the dragons finally agree to let you take the dragon avoidance orb or not, we still intend to give you another gift." This. Even with the mentality of a player who pursued maximum benefits, Brando couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Your Majesty, this treasure is already very significant to me." He didn't lie about this. It was indeed very significant. If he didn't have this treasure, he might have died without a corpse because of his relationship with the little female dragon. So in a sense, the Elven Queen agreeing to give him the dragon avoidance orb was equivalent to saving his life. The Elven Queen smiled and interrupted him, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This gift is not unrelated to Mr. Brando. It was left in Eloranta by someone related to you. That person wanted to return a favor to us. Today, we're returning it to you. It's just right to return it to its rightful owner." Brando was slightly startled. He thought that the only person who had something to do with him and was so resourceful was probably his grandfather. But considering that the other party didn't know his grandfather, he couldn't help but be curious about the identity of the person mentioned by the Elven Queen. "Wait," he asked, "Your Majesty, is the person you're talking about related to my grandfather?" The Elven Queen nodded without hesitation. "Then what is his identity? Is he my grandfather's subordinate?" To this question, the Elven Queen only smiled and said, "I'm not too sure about this, but that thing has been left in Eloranta for many years. It has helped us a lot. I think you must have a use for it." As she said this, the Elven Queen's gaze extended behind Brando. Brando was too embarrassed to look back, but he could guess that it was probably the place where Princess Magadal, Eugenie and the rest were. He was a little confused about the meaning behind the Elven Queen's glance, but he didn't directly ask, "What is that, Your Majesty?" "The Fountain of Singing." "Have you heard of it, Mr. Brando?" The Fountain of Singing. Brando couldn't help but gasp when he heard the name. How could he not have heard of the name of this thing? In fact, this thing had an even more famous name in Wonde, and that was the Fountain of Youth. It was said that those who drank its water would be able to retain their youth forever and live forever. Of course, this was an exaggeration. There was no such thing as eternity in this world. Even the undead of Madara would eventually walk towards destruction. But those who drank from the Fountain of Youth would be able to retain their youth forever without a doubt. Anyone who drank the water of the Fountain of Youth would have their appearance fixed at the moment they drank the water. If it was a child, their appearance would be fixed at the age of 15 or 16. Because of this effect, the water of the Fountain of Youth in Wonde was a rare treasure that everyone, especially the noble ladies, would go crazy for. In addition to this effect, the Fountain of Youth could also heal pain. Its effect might not be better than that of high-grade holy water, but it could restore limbs and injuries. Just from this point alone, people would be willing to pay any price to get it. But because the Fountain of Youth only appeared in the Black Forest, and its capacity was often extremely limited, most of the Fountain of Youth would only be able to fill a few cups of water before drying up and disappearing. Therefore, the water of the Fountain of Youth was extremely rare on the continent, only appearing twice in the year of the gathering stars and the year of the waning moon. Now, the Elven Queen was telling him that there was a Fountain of Youth in Eloranta that had been used for nearly half a century and still hadn't dried up. What kind of concept was this? What shocked him even more was that this thing was given to the wild elves by someone who was related to him. How big of a deal was this? No wonder the wild elves didn't hesitate to give him the dragon avoidance orb. After receiving such a great favor, the dragon avoidance orb was really nothing compared to it. As soon as Brando heard the words fountain of singing, he was immediately tempted. He couldn't help but be tempted. Not to mention that he had already promised to use the Fountain of Youth to restore Dilfari to her original state to make up for her sacrifice in the Battle of Ampere Seal, and this thing might also be useful for the deer banshee's crystallization disease. But these were not the key. The key was that most of the Fountain of Youth was associated with another thing. That was the singing silver. And only half of the Fountain of Youth with the singing silver was qualified to be called the Fountain of Singing. This thing was much rarer than the Fountain of Youth. Even in the depths of the Black Forest, legends about it only existed in legends. And to Brando, the singing silver was associated with another thing. This was a secret that only a few people in Valhalla knew. Once he had an endless supply of the singing silver, Babu and his divine craftsmen could continuously repair the Valkyrie's armor. Valhalla would also have a true Tier 8 army, Brunhilde and her Valkyrie servants. Although reviving the Valkyrie's Valkyrie required the gold of the river, cutting off future fangs and windrider foals, the gold of the river was far less precious than the singing silver. Not to mention other things, the dragons would definitely have it. As for cutting off future fangs, Brando had already planned to ask the Kohua sisters for some of their fangs that had been broken in the past. It shouldn't be a problem. In this way, other than the windrider foals, the other problems would be easily solved. As for the Valkyrie's mounts, Brando could also buy them from the wind elves. Although the price was a little ridiculous, just a windrider foal could be exchanged for a Tier 8 creature with outstanding combat strength. This was a good deal, and Brando had to do it no matter what. He couldn't help but be immersed in his beautiful fantasy. The Elven Queen seemed to have seen through his thoughts and had to remind him tactfully, "Mr. Brando, before returning the item to its rightful owner, I have to remind you about the problem with the Fountain of Singing." "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Brando recovered from his fantasy and asked after a slight pause. He had never heard of any side effects of the Fountain of Youth. Because of this, people thought that it was a gift from Martha. The Fountain of Singing was actually discovered in the Argean region. It is a rare living spring, so it can produce spring water continuously. But because of some previous problems, the spring water has been contaminated, so there may be some side effects. The Elven Queen explained, "It is said that the Dragon clan had used a special method to extract the power of the spring water. As a result, it was contaminated by dark magic. Although its spring water still has the effect of the spring of youth, the body of the person who drank it might have some changes. Forgive me, but I don't quite understand. In short, people who drink it will immediately stop aging and maintain a certain stage. At the same time, they will lose all power, including natural and supernatural powers, and... Brando frowned. The side effects of this thing were a little too shocking. If the Elven Queen didn't lie to him, then people who drank it would become a useless person, at least according to the standards of this world. And they will lose the ability to reproduce. Chapter 1052. Although Brando did not understand why the Elven Queen wanted to emphasize this, it was indeed a problem. In Wonde, for the children of the nobles, losing the ability to reproduce was a serious matter. This was because while they enjoyed the power of the family, they were also responsible for the prosperity of the family. For unmarried noblewomen, infertility was even more serious, because it would make them lose the ability to marry into a political alliance. Although for Brando, who had half the soul of a modern person, perhaps losing the ability to make political marriages was not necessarily a bad thing, he had to admit that in Wonde's aristocratic system, this was almost the greatest value of a woman's existence. Many noblewomen valued it very much. It was actually related to their future status. He did not know what Dilfari was thinking about this, but he had a vague feeling that as the future successor of the Yenbao family, Dilfari might not accept the first condition. She had paid such a high price to learn demonic magic in order to revive the Yenbao family. How could she be willing to become a useless person? However, there was no need to reject this gift. At the very least, even if others couldn't use the spring water, it wouldn't be a problem for Aina. Aina was a card creature. Her power wasn't built on her own, but was given by the laws. Therefore, it was very likely that she could use the spring water. The contaminated spring water was not harmful to her, and for a card creature, it did not matter whether she could reproduce or not. Moreover, he had confirmed with the Elven Queen that there was no problem with the mineral in the spring water. For the sake of the singing silver, he had to accept this gift. He had a feeling that the Elven Queen's last reminder was not without reason, but he could not think of a reason for it. When he asked again, the Elven Queen said that it was just a reminder. In the end, he could only think that he was too paranoid after going through several battles. The Elven Queen quickly transferred the Spring of Youth. Although the Wild Elves' spatial magic was not as profound as the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and they did not have a legendary teleportation spell like the Door of Flame, it was not a problem for them to transfer small objects through a short teleportation. Springs of Youth varied in size. It was said that the large ones could cover an area of several hundred meters. However, the Spring of Youth of the Wild Elves was very slim. It was only a few meters long and wide, and it was no taller than a person and a half. It wasn't difficult to move it over with spatial magic. When the Spring of Youth fell to the ground, Brando immediately discovered that it was indeed very different from ordinary springs of youth. The spring water of the Spring of Youth was clear and transparent, without any impurities. Even in a dark environment, the surface of the water sparkled with a silvery light, looking incomparably pure and holy. But this city of youth. The spring water had a strange dark red color, and there was a layer of faint red mist on top of the spring water. There was also a faint trace of a strong exotic fragrance, which smelled like the fragrance of laurel. Can this thing be drunk? Brando could not help but be very suspicious. No matter how he looked at it, this spring water looked like something that the demons had done. God knew what would happen if he drank it. However, the Elven Queen told him that other than the flaws she mentioned before, this spring water was no different from the real Spring of Youth. It would not cause people to fall into depravity or make them go crazy, although it did look very strange. As for the evil aura of the spring water, it was because of the dragons. They had once used this Spring of Youth to purify the power of the demons. However, the evil aura in the spring water had already been completely evaporated during the purification. The reason why the spring water had such side effects had nothing to do with the demons. It was because the sacred spring water had been damaged during the ritual. It was just a serious damage. The Wild Elves had been neutral most of the time in Wonde, and this generation's queen and the future Princess White had a very good reputation in history. Brando believed that the Elven Queen had no reason to lie to him. He also saw a faint silver light in the depths of the spring water, and understood that it was the ore of the singing silver. This miraculous metal didn't only exist in the singing spring. In fact, it was an associated mineral with the dragon blood gem, which was rich in magic. However, the dragon blood gem was even rarer than the singing silver. Therefore, there was no way to obtain the singing silver. The singing silver was extracted from the ore. After it was refined, the whole body was silver white, but it had a natural magic texture. As long as it was placed in water, it would naturally produce beautiful music. That was how the singing silver got its name. However, Brando felt a little strange. It seemed that the elves had not touched the ore in the spring water in the past few decades. Could it be that they left the spring water in Eloranta just to wait for the day when they could return it to its rightful owner? He asked the Elven Queen this question, but the latter just smiled and did not answer. She told him that the spring water had more commemorative value than practical value in Eloranta. As for why, he would naturally understand one day. Brando felt that this answer was better than not telling him anything, so as not to arouse his curiosity and make him fall from the sky, making him extremely uncomfortable. He faintly felt that the Elven Queen might not be as kind as she appeared on the surface. She exuded a kind of black-bellied aura from head to toe. The dragon avoidance orb had always been with the Elven Queen. It looked like a transparent crystal ball, but the edges were plated with a strange green light. When Brando took it from Her Majesty the Queen, it was cold to the touch. Only then did he realize that this thing was actually made of liquid. When it was held in the hand, the surface tension was enough to keep it in the form of a water ball, but with a little force, the liquid would spread and wander around the user's body. The Elven Queen told him that this was the correct way to use this treasure: let it spread into a thin layer of film, and hide the person who wanted to hide inside it, so that it could block all detection methods of the dragons. Soon, Brando recognized the orb as its owner under the latter's guidance, and then experimented with it several times. He found that the spread of the liquid could completely envelop a person and breathe without hindrance. It was just a little uncomfortable the first time, but he would soon get used to it. It was just that Brando always felt that it was his first time using it. The Elven Queen deliberately did not remind him, and as a result, he almost made a fool of himself in front of everyone and choked on several mouthfuls of water. But when he looked at the other party, the latter just gave him a kind smile. Now, Brando vaguely understood where the Elven Queen's bare aura came from. It turned out that it was a family inheritance. After thanking the elves, the negotiations with the dragons went much smoother than expected. However, the scene of a few dragons in a circle pushing the responsibility to each other made everyone's jaws drop. It was as if from then on, these elegant, powerful, and mysterious creatures were no longer as noble as before. Most people's impression of them suddenly collapsed and turned into fragments on the ground. Brando, on the other hand, was already familiar with the temperament of these flying lizards. In the end, it took half a day for the dragons to finally decide who would pay the reward for Brando's bravery. Their consensus was that whoever benefited from it would pay the bill. In the end, the dragons would pay half of the reward, and the silver dragon Lady Mithril, who was indebted to Brando, would have to pay the other half. Mithril did not expect that she would shoot herself in the foot. Her face was gloomy for the whole afternoon. Fortunately, she did not make things difficult for Brando. She only cursed a few times in her heart. Those damn old bastards. Her elder sister was obviously not excluded from this list. Brendel had a good impression of the Silver Dragon Lady and suggested to her in private if she wanted to give her half of the loot, but Mithril shook her head generously. "I won't cheat you of your money, little one. You're my savior, and I, Mithril, am willing to pay you back. I'm not that poor." Then she added, "Don't worry, my sister and I will each take half of the reward." Brando always felt that he had caused the dragon sisters to turn against each other. He could not help but feel very guilty. As for the part of the dragon clan, the remaining dragons argued again. Finally, before nightfall, the oldest two-headed dragon, Inferno, came to a conclusion. They would pay first, and then continue to argue when they returned. In short, he could not lose face in front of his human friends. Brando was helpless against these stingy fellows. In the end, it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain the so-called secret treasure of the dragon clan. He took the opportunity to make a request, hoping to get a portion of the gold in the river from the dragon clan. It would be best if they could give him a batch of imperial wind foals. Hearing this request, the dragons were relieved. They were obviously relieved. The gold in the river, also known as the witch's gold, had an extraordinary origin, but it was not rare. At least, it was much cheaper than the rare treasures they had collected. Inferno had an expression of, "You're not bad, kid. You can still see the big picture." After praising Brando, she agreed to his request and promised to give him 500 pounds of gold in the river. As for the imperial wind foals, the dragon frankly told him that they did not have any. Because the dragons could fly by themselves and did not need mounts, they naturally would not raise these things. However, he was given an additional reward of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, so he did not suffer a loss. Brendel did not care about the hundreds of thousands of gold coins at all, because he had been stunned by the unexpected surprise for a long time. He did not even dream that the dragons would give him 500 pounds of river gold with a casual swipe of their hands. Brendel could not help but feel a wave of extravagance wash over him. A sense of inferiority arose in his heart. One had to know that his original expectation was only a mere £50. He was glad that he did not take the initiative to ask. At the same time, he thought to himself, Martha above, how rich are these damn lizards. If he did not know how terrible the golden folk were, he would have almost gone out to rob the dragons. Late at night, the dragons finally flapped their wings and left towards the north. The elven queen also took away the crying little elf. Before the elves left, Kiara comforted the elf that she would definitely go and see her. However, Brando suspected that this was purely a lie. When she returned to Erewhon, how would she have a chance to leave Cypher? After consulting with Dilfari, the latter did not hesitate to reject the wild elf spring of youth. My lord, thank you for your kindness, but as the heir of Yenbao, I cannot become a useless person. Moreover, as the daughter of a noble family, if I can't have children, it will damage the family's reputation. After hearing the side effects of the spring water, Dilfari calmed down. Since the battle in Ampere Seal, she had overdrawn her life force, and her health had been deteriorating. These days, she had been plagued with illness and could hardly leave the bed. Even when she was on a diplomatic mission to cruise, she spent most of her time in the carriage. Even Edney, the most delicate of the ambassadors, behaved much better than she did. However, if she was asked to give up all her previous efforts and be a weak and powerless noble lady, she would never accept it. The heir of Yenbao could be a dead person, but she could not be a useless person. That would bring shame to the family. Brando understood that she valued the glory of Yenbao more than anything else. He sighed in his heart and did not try to persuade her again. You don't have to worry. One day, I will help you find the real spring of youth, Miss Dilfari. Dilfari was slightly startled. She looked up at Brando, but did not refuse. Instead, she bowed slightly to him. Thank you, my lord. After Brando sent Dilfari away, he found that the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Empire had come to his door. Delphian was supported by the Silver Dragon Lady, Mithril. The latter had just quarreled with her sister, so she decided not to go back for the time being. She sat calmly in the wheelchair and said to him quietly, My lord, I don't mind. Brando was slightly startled. He could not help but look at the daughter of the Prime Minister in the wheelchair. Delphian was wearing a purple evening dress. The black stockings under the dress outlined her perfectly proportioned slender legs, but it could not hide the ugly scars on her snow-white skin. Her graceful figure and ample bosom were proof of the charm this young girl once possessed. Although Delphian used her long hair to cover half of her face, it was still impossible to see the horror under her long neck. Almost only a small part of her face still retained its original human appearance. The terrible disaster had almost taken away all her pride in the past. She could barely stand up from her wheelchair. When she stood up from the chair, her legs were faintly showing signs of atrophy. Her left hand could not move at all, and her right hand could only do limited movement. Her neck could only turn at half an angle. At this moment, she was basically equivalent to a useless person. Although there were many conflicts in the past, Brando could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he looked at her at this moment. However, he did not see any despair on her face. In her deep purple eyes, there was only calmness. Delphian quietly pursed her lips, waiting for his reply. Brando hesitated. Of course, he knew what the daughter of the Prime Minister was talking about. Miss Delphian, I will not give you the spring water. Why? You should understand. Delphian shook her head, My lord, it doesn't matter to me whether I have strength or not. I seek another kind of strength, wisdom and power. It does not necessarily require strength. On the other hand, after Elman's death, what does it mean to me whether I can have children? Brando could not help but frown at the mention of Elman. This was the root of everything. At that time, the daughter of the Prime Minister was hysterical like a madwoman. There was no doubt that love itself was not wrong. He hesitated for a moment before replying, Miss Delphian, about Elman's death. I know, Delphian coldly interrupted Brando, My lord, I said before that I will not pursue this matter. Brando looked at her and frowned. It was difficult for him to see through this woman's thoughts. To be honest, he was still not completely at ease with her. After all, this daughter of the Prime Minister had changed her attitude too much. He really could not guess what she wanted to do. If she really let go of all her hatred, then she could have quietly left. There was no need for her to help her former enemy. As for the reason she said that she wanted to borrow his hand to save her family, it was a little too stiff. If he had not seen the wisdom of this daughter of the Prime Minister, perhaps he would have some doubts. But with the ability she had shown, it did not seem like she needed to rely on him. At least from an emotional point of view, he felt that he was not the best choice for her. Although Brando was not very sensitive to people's hearts, he was not stupid either. But what puzzled him the most was that at least until now, she had been helping him wholeheartedly. She had not done anything in secret. Thinking of this, he could not help but reply, "Miss Delphian, although I do not quite understand what you are thinking in your heart, I do not understand what your intentions are. Perhaps we are not on the same path. But as long as you are willing to trust me, I have promised to find the real fountain of youth for Dilfari. I will definitely restore you to your original state. Consider it as compensation." Delphian's eyes flashed with a deep light. "You do not owe me anything, my lord. If anything, it is I who owes everyone. I have caused a lot of trouble for you." She replied very calmly, "I also want to believe that my lord will keep his promise. To be honest, you are the most special noble I have ever met." "Yes, my lord." "Miss Delphian." "My lord, thank you for your kindness, but I have made up my mind." Brando looked at her and finally nodded silently. After getting Brendel's approval, Delphine let out a sigh of relief, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on her face. The evening wind gently lifted her hair, and for a moment, it made her ferocious face not so ugly. The Prime Minister's daughter quietly looked at the sky from her wheelchair. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "My lord, this battle has come to an end. Basically, the expected goal has been achieved." After Miss Medisha cleans up the remaining undead in the Wallach Pass, the Queen's plan in the East Metz can be said to be a complete failure. Brando nodded. The whole plan was not entirely his own. He was just the beginning. The rest of the plan was basically the work of the girl in front of him. Together with Medisha and Senior's modifications and improvements, it finally led to today's great victory. Delphian's sudden mention of this matter was obviously not without reason. He waited for her to continue. "And? After the defeat of the White Legion, Georgandy Ridge, and Tokunin, it will be difficult for the Silver Queen to end the battle in Metz quickly." Delphian paused for a moment. "I think, in this case, she may directly attack you." "Attack me?" "Yes, in my opinion, compared to the eldest prince, you may be a bigger threat in the eyes of the Silver Queen. The war between the eldest prince and Her Majesty is just a civil war among the crew's people. But between you and her, it involves the core issue of who is the successor of the Dark Dragon. You, who have also inherited the power of the Dark Dragon, and with the support of the witches, you may have the ability to challenge her current power. But this is not what I want." "I understand," Delphian replied, "my lord, the others around you also understand, but Her Majesty does not. Or rather, she understands, but this is not important to her. Not to mention, my lord is the descendant of the sacred swordsman Darius. As one of the few people who witnessed the truth behind the Dark Curtain, your birth and background are not inferior to Her Majesty's. If my lord calls for help, there may not be fewer people than Her Majesty's." Brando felt that he did not have the ability to do so. At the very least, Georgandy Ridge and the Lion folk would not listen to him. Not to mention, he had not even sorted out the forces in Erewhon. But he continued to listen to Delphian's analysis and asked, "So, Miss Delphian, what do you think the Silver Queen will do next? Don't forget, it's not like she hasn't attacked us before." He was referring to the previous confrontation between the witches, which was almost a face-to-face battle, but the witches still failed. "Yes, but if I were Her Majesty, I would change the method this time. Before this, no matter whether it was the assassination or the mobilization of the army, they all failed. This time, my lord, I have no choice but to let you fight on her home ground. But do you think I'm that stupid? Chapter 1053. As it turned out, it would. The smell of autumn was getting stronger by the day, and the heavy fruits on the branches hinted at the arrival of the harvest festival. After entering the month of Ariel, the crops in Metz began to reach their bumper harvest season. The military nobles continued to station their troops on the western front while they began to arrange for the farmers in their territories to carry out the autumn harvest. At this point, the Silver Queen's plan to attack Metz before the autumn harvest was completely ruined, regardless of whether it was the eastern or western front. But it was not all for naught. After the great solar eclipse on Holy Day, the unnatural glaciers and snow from the Golden Needle Forest to the Silver Cove in East Metz gradually began to melt. The war on that day caused a devastating blow to the agriculture in this area. Both Fathom Port and Ovchin encountered a food crisis, and the nobles had to urgently order food from Ludwig and Mehotefen to provide relief. The multiple solar eclipses over the past few days inevitably caused panic in this area. The astrologers told the people that this was caused by the chaos caused by the magic tide that only happened once in 1,000 years. Under such a background, the doomsday rumor spread like wildfire, and the forces lurking in the shadows took the opportunity to flourish. Because of this, the eldest prince had to impose martial law in Fathom Port and Ovchin. This move actually slowed down the progress of their counterattack on the eastern front. But it was worth mentioning that after Medisha and Maynard recovered the passage to the Golden Needle Forest in the Latch of Wa, the military nobles stationed in the north took the opportunity to advance east and recover the Flowerleaf territory, eliminating the remnants of the White Legion that gathered there. Duke Vina obeyed Brando's orders and stationed a large number of troops at the Orang Pass. On the other hand, she ordered people to rescue the second daughter of the Archduke of Flowerleaf, Faina's sister, Ilya, who was under house arrest in Varasa Castle, and escorted her to Fathom Port to meet her sister. There was also an episode that happened in between. After seeing her sister who had been imprisoned for many days, Faina lost control of her emotions. She hugged her sister and burst into tears. In fact, ever since Mehotefen had been locked up in the prison van, her mind had been constantly tense. Even after being rescued by the others, she was still worried about the safety of her father and sister. It was only when the situation in East Metz had reversed, when Medisha and Maynard had taken over the Latch of Tile and the passage to the Golden Needle Forest, and when Duchess Wayna had taken over the Flower Leaf territory, that the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted. However, the moment he saw his younger sister, the negative emotions that had accumulated over the past few days inevitably erupted. The Crown Prince's counterattack was slow, but in the second half of the month of harvest, the sporadic battles in the eastern Metz and Mehotefen had come to an end. Following Brando to the north, the southern nobles, who were now loyal to the Crown Prince, had even taken Asgard Fortress and brought the Evergreen Corridor under their control. Since then, the entire battle on the eastern front had come to an end, and Brando had followed the agreement and sent the White Legion, who had been recuperating in the prisoner camp for many days, out of the Metz area in Bucinian Forest. In fact, the issue of the White Legion's departure had caused quite a stir among the northern nobles. Many people, including Duchess Wayna, thought that these people should be detained until the end of the war, but in the end, the Crown Prince, Leneret, stood his ground and supported Brando's decision. Count Alcorn and other southern nobles also agreed with the decision. After all, everyone who had participated in the attack plan on that day knew in their hearts that although the White Legion had surrendered in the Battle of Fat Tar Port, they had not really lost their combat power. Keeping them in East Metz was tantamount to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. What's more, Count Alcorn also believed that in the civil war of the Empire, their side must maintain a moral advantage, and must not lose the big picture for the small. In the end, his opinion reached a consensus among the northern nobles. Now that Count Alcorn had become Leneret's right-hand man, he was obviously very satisfied with his current position. He had completely forgotten the scene when he stood on the side of the Silver Queen against Brando. He had repeatedly claimed in public that he and Brando were friends without discord. Brando was speechless about this guy's thick skin. But 2 weeks after the White Legion left Bucinian, bad news came. On the first day of entering Bankel, the White Legion's commander, Duke Ambunal, chose to end his life in a hotel in Gretcher. It was said that he did not leave any will. He only wrote a letter to his family and Her Majesty the Queen. In the letter to the Silver Queen, the Duke expressed his apology for failing to repay the trust of the royal family, detailed his lifelong loyalty and beliefs, and finally tactfully warned the Emperor of the Empire that the undead of Madara were not to be trusted. After receiving the letter, Constance sighed slightly, and then burned it to ashes. Later, she did not punish Ambunal's family for his performance in the war. She only ordered him to be buried solemnly, and then let Duke Ambunal's eldest son inherit his title. Brando did not feel much about Duke Ambunal's death. He only felt a little pity. At least the Duke was an upright person, but the upright people were inevitably tragic. In order to protect the White Legion, the Duke was even willing to compromise with his enemies, but when everything was over, he chose to use his own life to redeem his honor as a soldier. The news of Duke Ambunal's death reached Fathom Port on the third day after the Harvest Festival. At that time, Brando was bored to death, listening to the decision of Prince Leneret and his subordinates. In fact, it had nothing to do with him, because since the middle of this month, Erewhon's people had already withdrawn from the internal struggle of the Empire. Although the fleet from Tonajol was still anchored in Fathom Port, it could actually set off to return to Valhalla at any time. At this moment, the mission of the diplomatic mission had in fact been declared a failure. However, Erewhon's people had gained more than they originally expected. As for how the Holy War would unfold in the future, this ancient kingdom now had more options. And just as Duke Waino was passionately talking about the need to launch a counterattack on the Western Front, the door of the hall was slammed open by a panting Count Alcorn. He brought the news of Duke Ambunal's death, and another news. On the third day after Duke Ambunal's death, the Silver Queen Constance announced a piece of news. In the political center of the empire that she ruled, a grand engagement ceremony was soon to be held. One of the parties involved in the engagement ceremony was the prince from the Latch of Wa, but the other party was greatly unexpected. The bride was not one of Her Majesty's daughters, but the newly conferred Countess of Walach. About this mysterious countess, in fact, since the day she was conferred the title, there were all kinds of rumors among the people. Some rumors said that she was also a mountain person, while others said that she was not actually a citizen of the empire before she was conferred the title, but came from a state under the empire's rule. Each of these mysterious rumors made people more interested in the countess. In all the areas under the queen's rule, people were discussing the engagement ceremony. For a time, even their military failure in Metz seemed to have been forgotten. The heated discussion caused by the engagement ceremony even spread to Metz, Mehodefen, and Ludwig, which were under the control of the eldest son of the emperor. Although the people were a little quieter, the high-ranking nobles were also discussing the unusual move of the Silver Queen. From the beginning, this marriage was heavily political. It was obvious that it was to appease the mountain people who had just declared their loyalty to the Silver Queen, but what they did not understand was why the other party wanted to make such a big deal out of it. Was it just to cover up the previous military failure? The Cruz people did not understand, but some people knew very well in their hearts. Brando understood that this time, the Prime Minister's daughter was right again. After a brief hesitation, he immediately began to make arrangements. The confrontation between the east and the west of the empire had been formed. Although Leneret's power was not yet stable, it finally had a foothold. He did not intend to let the Erewhon people fight for the throne of the Cruz people, so now it was time to pull back and leave. First, let Eugenie, Enid, and others take the little prince and leave the empire. The mission of the envoy group was over, and the little prince's mission was also over. Although Haruz also euphemistically expressed his intention to stay and advance with him after learning that his teacher was going to stay, Brando refuted him with the reason that a king must be responsible for his people. However, looking at the little prince's reluctant eyes, Brando's heart also warmed slightly. Since this diplomatic mission, the former had grown a lot and finally had the temperament of a king. This made him feel very gratified, at least it was worth the danger he experienced in the process. Although there were some troubles left, at least the princess on the battlefield that the soldiers talked about was one of them. He still had not figured out how to explain to Princess Griffine where the missing Princess Fuchsia went. Fortunately, he did not have to face the princess for the time being. Before the fleet left, Brando and Maynard met. After absorbing the war slate that day, the personality of Senior Allium Japonicum fell into a deep sleep and had not woken up yet. No one knew what kind of ability she had gained. Then Maynard's personality took the initiative of the body. As soon as she saw Brando, she gave him a loud slap in the face without saying a word. Then she gritted her teeth and looked at him. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. But Brando read her lips and read the meaning of this sentence, bitch. Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he knew that she slapped him because of Senior Allium Japonicum, but it was not his intention. He was also a victim. Fortunately, he felt a little guilty toward this young girl who had inherited his senior sister's soul, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, he found it very interesting to see her face blushing all the way down to her neck after breaking through the cold and unapproachable aura. Miss Maynard, no matter what you think of me, this time, Erewhon's domestic affairs are in your hands. Although Erewhon seems to be calm now, under the calm like a mirror, there are turbulent undercurrents. Whether it is the royal faction, the Empire, or the undead of Madara, if any of these three parties is not handled well, the kingdom may fall into crisis at any time. Not to mention, All for One will definitely take the opportunity to stir up trouble in this situation. Maynard frowned as if she did not even want to look at him, and replied coldly, I naturally understand, I don't need your unnecessary reminder. But she also understood that among all the ministers under Princess Griffin, only this one in front of her was the clearest about Erewhon's future, so she asked, if you have any thoughts, just say it. Brando nodded, satisfied with Maynard's ability to remain calm. Go and tell Her Highness, the undead will definitely start the second War of the Black Rose within this year. No matter what anyone says to her, don't let her believe it. The Roman Black Rose must give up all hope. Do you know, the royal faction has always thought that you want to use the threat of the undead to expand your influence? Maynard looked at him coldly, you mean to make Her Highness completely oppose it? Those who think so are a bunch of short-sighted people. I believe that there are also people in the royal faction who can see all this clearly. Politics is an art of compromise, Miss Maynard, but not everyone has to compromise. I will pass on the message. Thank you. No need to thank me, this is not for you. Silently watching Maynard board the ship, Brando could not help but touch his cheek. Ouch, he could not help but grit his teeth. This woman really did not hold back at all, it really hurt a little. Although his defense was already beyond ordinary people, it was not able to block out the pain. Besides, Maynard's current strength was not bad at all. After absorbing the second slate, she had already faintly touched the field of elemental power. How is it, does it hurt? At this time, a somewhat teasing voice came from behind him, Count. Brando turned around and found that it was the little princess of House Cypher. Today, Chiara was wearing an exquisite princess dress and holding a purple parasol, looking like a doll. Her two ponytails shone under the golden sun. She raised her small face and looked at Brando with interest, a sly light flashing in her blue eyes from time to time. Princess Cypher of House Cypher, send my regards to your brother. I will, the mischievous little princess replied with a smile. But I have a question for you, Count. Brando made a gesture of invitation. Now you should know what my brother is planning. I just want to ask you, Count, do you plan to marry me? Pfft. Brando almost choked to death. He could not help but cough violently. He had seen many questions that went straight to the point, but this was the first time he had seen such a straightforward question. Especially since the one who asked this question was just a little girl. Although he didn't know how old this little princess was this year, but looking at her underdeveloped chest and her height that only reached his chest when she stood on tiptoe, no matter how he looked at it, she didn't look like she was more than 14 years old. Your Highness. Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry as he coughed and replied, let's talk about this question when you are an adult. TSK, Chiara looked at him with disdain, hypocrite, don't think that I don't know the dirty tricks of the nobles. I am a daughter of the royal family, don't you want me? Brando felt that if he continued, someone would call the military police. He quickly interrupted the little brat and said, "Enough, Your Highness." "Humph." Chiara snorted softly and turned her head away, but her small face was tinged with a touch of red. She was a little unconvinced. "My brother is better than your washboard princess in every way except for his eyes. And that, Princess Fuchsia, it is better to let him be the king than to let him be. Anyway, there are many people who would like that. Count, don't you know what kind of king Erwin needs?" Brando shook his head gently. "Miss Chiara, if your brother's surname was Corvado, then he would be an excellent king. The Cipher family also once ruled Erwin. But that was in the past. Miss Chiara, you are a smart girl, you should understand what I am saying." Chiara's eyes were a little gloomy. She bit her lips, as if she was very unconvinced. But with her wisdom, of course she knew that Brando was right. This ancient kingdom could no longer withstand another turmoil. She stood there, frowning and wringing her hands. Brando had never seen such a childish side of this little princess ever since he met her. His heart softened slightly, and he was about to say a few words to comfort her, but he did not expect Chiara to react first. She interrupted him and said, "You don't have to comfort me. I don't want hypocritical comfort from a guy like you. I still have one more thing." Brando was slightly stunned. Chiara lowered her head, put her hands behind her neck, and untied a necklace. She put the necklace in her palm, and then handed it to Brando. "Here, this is the amulet my father gave me. I'll lend it to you for a while, you have to come back alive and return it to me." Brando felt that there was something wrong with her words. He looked at the necklace in his hand, which still had the residual warmth of the little princess's body. It was a beautiful crystal pendant, and it seemed as if there was blood boiling inside. He felt as if he had seen this necklace somewhere before, but he immediately saw the Cipher family emblem engraved on the base of the pendant. Only then did he remember the meaning of this necklace. This was the mark of the royal bloodline. Although he didn't think much of the amulet, Brando didn't expect that she would lend him such a precious thing. He could imagine the thought behind it. He was slightly moved. "Your Highness." He didn't expect Chiara's face to be full of disgust. "Quickly put away that expression, that's uglier than crying, it's disgusting. I just don't want to be a widow before I get married." Brando was suddenly speechless. He felt that if he continued to talk to this princess, he might really die of a heart attack. He didn't know where she got these strange ideas from. Where did she receive her noble education? Note 1, the local nickname for the autumn goddess in Metz. Chapter 1054. Scarlett had been having this fragmented dream a lot lately. Inside a tall and spacious Gothic temple, the broken arches and pillars looked like jagged bones floating in the darkness. A giant rose window hung above her head. Sunlight shone through the soft lead, turning it into a mix of amethyst and sapphire, forming a dark and mysterious light that seeped into the darkness. She was fixed on the cold altar, her hands and feet were tightly bound, and there was a strange dagger in her chest that was still dripping with blood. Her life force was slowly fading away. The spacious temple was filled with people, but no matter how much she screamed, no one paid her any attention. There was only one woman chattering beside her. The woman was shrouded in a thick shadow, so Scarlett couldn't see her face or hear what she was mumbling. After a while, the woman suddenly walked forward. Scarlett's eyes widened. She screamed and realized that she was sitting up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. The strange scene around her had long disappeared. The carved bedposts and light muslin curtains melted into the darkness. Not far away, a crystal ornament on the maple desk gave off a faint light. This was still her bedroom. The moonlight that seeped in through the window gently diluted the darkness. Her ponytail had come undone long ago. Strands of fiery red hair stuck to her face. Sweat soaked the blanket and it was cold. Scarlett was stunned for a moment. She hugged herself helplessly and shivered. "You had a nightmare again." Ovina appeared in human form and asked with concern. Still that dream? Scarlet nodded. It must have been hard on you. You must have been under so much pressure recently. That dream, Ovina shook her head slightly. She bent down to open Scarlet's arms. She looked into her eyes and comforted her. The witches believe that dreams are mirrors of reality. Therefore, there is a saying that dreams and reality are the exact opposite. This dream means that your Lord will come to save you soon. Scarlet looked up. Her clear eyes were filled with a serious questioning look, as if she was asking, really? Ovina couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and scratched her nose. Of course it's real. Have I ever lied to you? C looked at her suspiciously. Ovina blushed, which was a rare sight. She sighed and said, all right. Let's not talk about the cake I tricked you out of last time. That was just an accident. Why are you such a vengeful human girl? Because, it's very important, CIA said in a very small voice. This matter is very important to you, I understand. But do you still trust your lord? Qian nodded without hesitation. Ovina couldn't help but stare at her in shock. What a lucky guy. She sighed almost imperceptibly. Since you're so sure that your lord will come to save you, what else do you have to worry about? I'm worried. My lord. Silly child. Ovina's heart softened and she patted her shoulder. You're still worrying about others at a time like this. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. As if she had accepted Ovina's consolation, Scarlet finally calmed down a little. Ovina, what time is it? She asked. She felt like she had slept for a long time and her head was heavy. Cheer up, Ovina answered. It's dawn, Scarlet. The carriage creaked as it rocked back and forth. Behind the hood of the carriage was the autumn scenery of the outskirts of Bank Field. The dazzling golden light dyed the boundless land, and the horizon was dotted with farmhouses and windmills. Rolling clouds piled up to form the shape of mountains and rivers, and the wind pushed them forward slowly. The leaves of the tall spruce poplar trees on both sides of the road rustled. Sunlight shone through the branches of the trees, creating a scene of autumn. But no one in the carriage was in the mood to enjoy this rare scenery. The second-hand carriage swayed uncontrollably as it moved forward, as if it would break apart at any moment. The interior of the carriage was dark and dim. Bits and pieces of light shone through the holes in the hood and fell on the faces of Brando and the others, who all had different expressions on their faces. Who on earth bought this carriage? Vahina's face was pale. She couldn't help but ask the question. Before she could finish, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her chest churned and she rolled her eyes, almost throwing up again. But there was only acid left in her stomach. She had thrown up all her breakfast, including the red wine stewed beef and baked trout she had eaten the night before. The others were a little better, but they couldn't help but feel a little worried when they saw the young lady. Hey Pamela. Brendel's expression was a little ugly. Although his physique was far superior to that of a normal person, this carriage was a little too much. More importantly, he had seen at least 3 rivets happily jumping off the pillars of the carriage so far. The whole carriage was as if it was possessed, clanking and clanking. Only God knew when it would fall apart in the next moment. There was still a long way to go before they reached the capital of the empire. Without the carriage, they would have to walk for at least a day. But it was already past noon and the nearest inn was more than 20 miles away. I'm sorry, the priestess looked very awkward under everyone's stares. She answered helplessly, because, it's cheap. The goddess taught us, it's good to be thrifty, Brando couldn't help but sigh. But you've been fooled. How is this a second-hand car? This carriage is almost scrapped. And those 2 horses, with Martha on top, I can't bear to let them continue to pull the carriage. If the Animal Protection Association. Well, I mean the Druids, if those guys see this, I'm afraid trouble will come knocking on our door. What's there to worry about a bunch of people playing with grass? Enrich replied nonchalantly. If they dare to come, I'll dare to kill them. Brando glared at her. The vampire sibling's strength had just recovered to the state of elemental awakening. He didn't know where they got their confidence from. I'm sorry. Hippamera apologized very sincerely. However, not everyone was frowning. At least beside the vampire princess, Morpheus's attention was completely focused on the rays of sunlight that penetrated through the holes in the roof of the carriage. The spots of light fell on the tip of his nose, making it look like faint freckles. The vampire youth, who was even more beautiful than the girl, was concentrating on counting the holes in the roof of the carriage. He was completely focused on counting the number of holes in the roof of the carriage. He was muttering under his breath, but no one knew if he had counted to 71 or 72. On the other side, Brando saw the Roman, who was secretly laughing happily. Noticing Brando's frown and looking over, Romain replied guiltily and breathlessly, "Heh heh heh. Brando, if you had let me show up earlier, heh heh heh. It wouldn't be so troublesome." "Oh, my stomach, ha 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 ha, this carriage is actually very interesting, isn't it?" Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, Brando pinched her face. Brendel frowned as he looked at the guy who was gloating over his misfortune. This guy had sneaked off the ship again. It was fine that he didn't settle the score with her, but now he actually dared to walk into the muzzle of the gun. He was simply asking for death. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Roman tilted her body and was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. Boo. Brando, I was wrong. What were you wrong about? I shouldn't have said that it was very interesting when I was very serious. As a merchant, you should at least have the ability to observe people's expressions. Yes. I shouldn't have sneaked off the ship. Brando couldn't help but stare at her coldly before letting go of his hand. He knew very well that she wanted to stay with him regardless of the danger. He was touched, but this kind of undisciplined action was too lawless. It wasn't the first time she had done it, and she refused to change. After the Roman escaped from the clutches of the demon, she hurriedly shrank behind Medisha like a frightened rabbit. There, she frowned and stared at him with a very unhappy look. Medisha smiled helplessly. "My lord, don't worry. The Shire used magic to maintain the carriage. It won't be a problem to last until the outskirts of Rushta." Miss Roman was asked to stay by Lady Mithril. This time, it's not entirely her fault. Brando frowned. The Silver Dragon had finally left the convoy 2 days ago. Before that, she had proposed to let Roman stay, but he didn't agree. Disguising as a caravan required a person who was truly knowledgeable, but he knew that this disguise wasn't really to fool the Silver Queen. It was just to reduce the trouble on the road. Besides, Delphian had also managed the business of the Nydevan family, so she could be considered knowledgeable. But he always felt that Mithril had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have smiled and not answered his question. Now that he thought about it, the Silver Dragon might have known that the Roman had secretly used witchcraft to hide in the convoy. She might even have helped. What Brando couldn't figure out was why she did this. But now it seems that at least part of Lady Mithril's suggestion is very reasonable. The Shire suddenly smiled and helped Romain out of her predicament. Opposite him, Delphine, the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Empire, blushed slightly, but she did not refute. She only turned her head away silently. She was in charge of the family's business activities, but in fact, she was only responsible for the general direction and determining the strategic intentions. As for the minor details, she had capable servants to help her complete them. A few days ago, she confidently told Brando that she was fully qualified for this position, but in reality? In the end, when she arrived at the prosperous market of 11 Leaves City, Delphian was at a loss as to how to buy a second-hand carriage. She knew the prices of commodities in the sublime inland sea and the future trend of the autumn and summer. She knew every detail of the burning, storage, transportation, and sale of charcoal in Cloak Bay. She knew when to stock up on goods and how to deal with the most powerful merchants in the empire. But she didn't know how to bargain with a skinny second-hand dealer who looked a bit like a monkey. In fact, she had offended the seller completely with just a few words. In the end, Hipamra had to bite the bullet and spend a lot of money to buy a second-hand carriage back. Which was this old carriage in front of them? Vahina was still vomiting by the side of the carriage, and the inside of the carriage fell into an awkward situation. Brando shook his head. Who could he blame? Hipamra had done well enough. Before she was summoned as a card, she was originally an inexperienced girl. Most of the priests of Gaia were ascetics, and it was likely that she had never left the temple before. He lowered his head and refocused his attention on the metal fragments in his hand. These fragments were originally part of the flaming blade, and with Sydney's help, he could gradually feel that they were resonating with the soul of Odorphice in his body. It seemed that reactivating the flaming blade was just as Sydney had said, it was only a matter of time. But with the awakening of the soul of Odorphice, there was something that made him feel a little strange. At the same time when he awakened the soul of Odorphice, he felt that he was touching two other laws in the elemental realm. One was hot and unrestrained, like a raging fire, and the other was deep and despairing, like the darkness of the abyss. He did not know whether this was an illusion or not, but these two laws were quietly increasing the power and realm of his main laws. In just 2 weeks, he felt that he had already faintly touched the true meaning of the Edict of Truth. This was actually a sign of reaching the peak of a realm. This fact scared him. In his memory, the elemental realm could only be increased gradually. In the game, the experience at this level would be converted into the power of order, and if he wanted to increase his level, he had to continuously complete missions and find opportunities to advance. For the natives, it was even more tragic. Usually, they could only increase their realm by understanding the laws. It was common for people like Veronica and Mephisto to be stuck in a realm for decades. At least Brando had never heard of any external force that could help to increase the realm of the elemental realm. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, or if it was because the other half of his soul that belonged to Sophie was different from this world, so he didn't dare to tell Sydney this secret for the time being. He could only wait for time to prove everything. Do you want to know more about the Amber Sword? Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right, choose to add a public account, search for Kitty-Ann's Hungwenwang, follow the public account, and never miss a new update. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.